Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651, The Advantages of the 7 Stars, The Strengths of All Families. The trip to the sinking sea cannot be taken lightly. Luo Chen intends to take the opportunity to push his body training to the next level. He does not know how long it will take, but his foundation is definitely enough. There is still a lot of 4th level Black Emperor cream left, plus the huge vitality absorbed in the battlefield of the sinking sea in the past year. He has the confidence to take the last step. He has even begun to further develop physical attack methods. Xianpeng's true body is strong, but it is straightforward and lacks changes. This problem was exposed in the battle with Beizao Mountain Master on the 7-Star Island. It was delayed because of the development of Sanluo Fire Prison before, and now that time is free, it must be solved. And Luo Chen's solution is very simple. That is to learn from the strengths of many schools. And now, he does have this condition. The authority of the 7-Star Demon Hunter is much higher than before. It is enough for him to browse more intelligence secrets collected in the demon hunting department, and even exchange for miscellaneous skills. At the same time, he is always paying attention to the situation on the sinking sea. Horizontal ellipsis. On the second day after Luo Chen reported that the 4th level Demon King had descended on the sinking sea, Zhu Sanren personally went to the sinking sea and used his great magical powers to defeat Jiao Wang Liujin, forcing him to flee to the depths of the North Sea. Afterwards, a few days later, the 3 8-star demon hunters led 50 giant and cultivators from the 10,000 Immortals Association, tens of thousands of foundation-building cultivators, and countless key refining cultivators to sweep across the sinking sea, and the battlefield was emptied. Not only that, the 3 families of Wishong Valley were also ordered by Yu Sanren to send out the elites of their family and sects to attack the abandoned city of Taohei outside Yimoshan. Those low-level demon beasts that wanted to escape from Yimoshan were blocked at the exit and killed. During this process, the Supreme Elder of Wishong Valley, Yu Lingzhenren, personally took action to break through the abandoned city of Taohei, and tried to reinforce the outer seal formation covering the outside of Yimoshan again. All this information is simple to say, but in fact, when it was all passed to Luo Chen, more than half a year had passed. In a heavily guarded hall of the demon hunting department, Luo Chen wandered between the bookshelves. His eyes were bright and he was reading volumes of ancient books. At this moment, he was holding a blue stone tablet in his hand, frowning as he read the introduction on it. Jishin 6 styles, the purest physical killing moves of the ancient body cultivators. The rank is unknown. The most important mountain splitting style and mountain extreme style are missing, and only 4 killing moves are left. People who cultivate the body use the body to enter the Tao, comprehend the changes of Qi and blood, and achieve the immaculate true body. In addition to Qi and blood, the physique is also far superior to that of Qi cultivators. This set of physical skills does not focus on Qi and blood, but more on the use of the body. To learn it, you need to have a strong enough physique. When Luo Chen saw that the 6 killing moves were missing the 2 strongest styles, he was a little disappointed. But after seeing the description above that this set of physical skills relied more on a strong physique rather than the changes of Qi and blood, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Not bad, I'll take it. Luo Chen took down the stone slab, and then walked around the library of the 10,000 Immortals Association for most of the day before coming to the first floor. Has Senior King Gaiangzi chosen? Yes, these are the ones. Please help me copy them. No trouble, no trouble, let me take a look and calculate the approximate price first. Luo Chen handed over a pile of jade slips, animal skins, and even the blue stone slab. The large number of them made the eyelids of the foundation-building cultivator stationed in the library jump wildly. However, after seeing that most of them were body-refining techniques and many of them were incomplete, it was not surprising. In the 10,000 Immortals Association, many giant and cultivators would exchange 1 or 2 of these classics in their spare time, especially those in the late giant stage. While the foundation-building cultivator looked at them, he compared them with the illustrations set up by the 10,000 Immortals Association and calculated the price. Finally, he came to the corresponding result. Wind, moon, thunder and clouds on the immortal path is missing the wind kick, moon step and cloud shoes, and only the thunder kick is left. It requires 70,000 spirit stones to exchange. 5 steel hands has an unknown grade, only the gold steel hand and the jade steel hand are left. It requires 20,000 spirit stones to exchange. 6 extreme mountain styles is relatively complete, with a total of 4 styles. It requires 120,000 low-grade spirit stones to exchange. Flowing Clouds and Immortal Finger has all the moves, but the method of practice is missing. It requires. Senior, there are a total of 12 sets of secret books, requiring a total of 780,000 low-grade spirit stones. The foundation building cultivator looked up and stated the total price. Luo Chen was a little surprised. So expensive. The foundation building cultivator smiled. It's normal to be expensive. Nowadays, the way of key training is popular, and the way of body training has long been in decline. These body training manuals are scattered everywhere, and it is quite difficult to collect. Moreover, our generation of key training often hurts our bodies, and the method of body training also has the effect of learning from others, so it is often borrowed by others. As a result, the price has gone up. I hope you can understand. Luo Chen sighed with emotion, expressing his understanding. The method of body training is indeed hard to find in the current world of immortal cultivation. Back then, he and Wang Yuan could only grope their way through their body training. They finally bought a set of gas and gases of common origin at the auction of Xianlin Immortal City, but it could only be used as a reference. Later, he and Wang Yuan were forced to embark on the path of creating their own body training methods. It is not easy for the 10,000 Immortals Association to collect so many high-level body training methods and physical skills, even if most of them are incomplete. Okay, 780,000 is 780,000. This is my badge. Take it and get a discount. The foundation building cultivator was stunned for a moment and took the badge. A 7-star demon hunter will get a 30% discount, which means it will only cost about 200,000. Although he was amazed at the other party's high star level, the cultivator had no objection. Anyway, he only charged a small handling fee for copying the skills, and the big part would still be lost by Wang Xianhu. He just said that it would take some time and asked Luo Chen to wait. Luo Chen was not in a hurry. After giving the other party some time, he left the library hall and went to another treasure house. After a while, he returned with a full load under the enthusiastic farewell of a pseudo-alchemist. 3 magic weapon-level spirit beast bags were obtained. This was made by a Yuanying stage casting master of Kanghe League, and the quality was guaranteed. Even the top demon king could be put into it, which was definitely a good treasure. Not only that, Luo Chen also bought a bunch of casting materials. When he came back, the monks in the library had already copied all the scriptures he needed and put them on jade slips. Luo Chen checked and found nothing was missing, not even the relevant restrictions. Don't you need to swear to prevent secondary transactions? Senior, you are worrying too much? They are just some incomplete methods, and they are related to body refining, so they are not so strict. Of course, it would be better if you pay more attention. Haha, I understand. Luo Chen returned with a pile of jade slips and materials. At the same time, Tianjuan also rushed back. Master, I have already ordered the true flame pill herbs you want. According to your meaning, this batch of materials is enough for refining 5,000 times. What about the price? For those who can rely on the channels of the Monster Hunting Bureau, I have reported the name of the Master 7-star Monster Hunter, and they will give discounts. For those who cannot use the channels of the Monster Hunting Bureau, after hearing the Master's reputation and the terrifying number of herbs required, those forces also gave the highest discounts. In general, the cost of this batch of herbs is controlled within 10 million spirit stones. 10 million? Luo Chen nodded and smiled with satisfaction. The cost of refining a furnace of true flame pill is very high, much higher than that of the starry pill. Even though he has been refining this pill for a long time, not only has his proficiency reached a great perfection, but even the success rate of the top-grade true flame pill has been increased from the fixed 10% to 20%, but the cost is still high. Normally, if you want to purchase 5,000 pieces of raw materials at once, the cost will be at least 30 or 40 million. Now with the convenience of the identity of a 7-star demon hunter, you can get the wool of the 10,000 Immortals Association. In addition, with the magic power of Qinggang Demon Lord, you can save about 10 million. Reputation is sometimes really useful. 5,000 portions of raw materials. This time we won't refine the top-grade true flame pill, but we'll use them all to refine the ultimate true flame pill. not only for cultivation, but also for the backup of replenishing mana for the group in the sinking sea. With my current attainments in alchemy, I can produce 10,000 ultimate true flame pills, which is enough. Luo Chen calculated in his mind, and then asked, "How is the Black King?" Tianjuan answered without hesitation, "Since the master gave him the corpse of the sea-covering demonic dragon, he has been digesting it. According to my last observation, his breakthrough to the late third stage is a foregone conclusion. This guy, he can be promoted by eating, drinking, and sleeping. He is really lucky." Luo Chen laughed and scolded, but he was not surprised by the other party's cultivation speed. For so many years, relying on a large amount of ultimate emperor-flowing liquid, the Black King has long shed the unbearable qualifications of the black-scaled python and has a terrifying foundation. In addition to the large number of monsters he devoured in his early years, especially the corpse of the cliff snake that failed to break through the fourth stage, it is normal for him to make further progress now by relying on the corpse of the sea-covering demonic dragon. However, Xiangxuan, you can't fall behind in your cultivation. Xiangxuan's expression dimmed. She had obtained the skills tailored by the master and had a transformed body, but she was still stuck at the third level of the golden core for so many years and could not break through the middle stage. It was really embarrassing. She wanted to explain that she was busy handling trivial matters for Luo Chen, but the master's guidance on cultivation from time to time could completely make up for this shortcoming. After all, I don't have enough qualifications. She sighed in her heart. Just as she was depressed, a storage bag flew in front of her under the power of mana. Inside are all the third-level starry pills I refined when I left the Fian Islands, as well as the emperor-flowing juice that I occasionally refined in recent years. The grades are all very good. Take them, don't be stingy, take a lot within the control range, and strive to break through the fourth level of the golden core in the next few years. Xiangxuan was stunned, and then a look of ecstasy surged on her cheeks. Master, I practice well, and don't worry about those trivial matters recently. Let the Zhang family decide for themselves. Luo Chen patted Xiangxuan on the shoulder and stepped into the Zongmiao Palace. Many exercises have been mastered. With a blessing of strong vitality, the physique can be taken to a higher level. Now everything is ready, and it should be done in one go. Chapter 652, The Birth of Celestial Phenomena, Golden Sky and Black Sea. While Luo Chen was in seclusion, the outside world was turbulent. It was literally turbulent. Above the sinking sea, the void-burning wind, which had originally appeared irregularly, began to appear in large numbers without control. Even 3 years after the battle between Zhu Sanren and Jiao Wang Liujin, the clouds above the sinking sea began to stop moving and gradually evolved into a gilded color. The golden sky and the Black Sea formed the most magnificent scene in the North Sea. Such a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth naturally attracted countless cultivators to the shore of the sinking sea. However, with the black turbid water that corroded everything and the void-burning wind that swept away thousands of creatures, all the cultivators who wanted to explore inside were blocked outside. Even if they could enter, they could only go to the extreme of the outer periphery at most, and then they could no longer move forward. Under such circumstances, some people who knew the inside story also began to act. Ding Yi was one of them. On the Moan Peak, Ding Yi walked back and forth in the cave, with an anxious look on his face. Dao Lan disappeared, so I am more and more confused about the situation over there. What do you say? The Lord of Moan Cave, who was sitting opposite, said in a deep voice, with my connections, the information I got is that although the golden sky and Black Sea phenomena have appeared on the sunken sea, there has not been a cyclone with spiritual energy backflow, which means that the ruins have not been truly open yet. Golden sky and Black Sea, spiritual energy backflow, are the complete celestial phenomena of the opening of the ruins. Ding Yi shook his head. Maybe it's not that it hasn't been opened, but it has been opened, but your connections haven't discovered it yet. It's even possible that someone has already entered and advanced and explored the treasures of the ruins. Lord of Moan Cave frowned. What should I do then? Ding Yi suddenly stopped. I want to explore the sunken sea. If I find a suitable cyclone, I will enter and advance. But what about Demon Lord Qin Gaiang? Lord of Moan Cave mentioned Luo Chen, which made Ding Yi more anxious. That guy has been buying medicinal materials like crazy in recent years. He probably wants to make pills. He wants to enter the late stage of the golden pill before he sets out, so he can have a better chance. Making pills. Moan Cave Master was stunned. You probably don't know that he is also a powerful alchemist. He can easily make ordinary second and third level pills. This time, Moen Cave Master was really shocked. Is there such a genius in this world? At such a young age, he has mastered the two major skills of alchemy and casting, and has achieved remarkable achievements? I'll go to Penghu. Ding'er let out a long breath and went down the mountain without waiting for Moen Cave Master to react. However, when he arrived at the shore of Penghu, he was faced with layers of clouds and mist. There was a terrifying murderous intent in the clouds. It was obvious that this was a simultaneous activation of several large formations, and he must not step into it easily. Ding'er had no choice but to release the sound transmission talisman and turn around and leave. He had decided to go to the sunken sea first to see the specific situation. No matter how much the other party delays, King Yang Demon Lord will urge him to go out. If it doesn't work, he will join hands with Moen Cave Master to break into Penghu and ask King Yang Demon Lord to give an explanation. Penghu, under Zongmiao Peak. On a plain with a radius of more than 10 miles, a huge figure came and went, and the sound of breaking through the air exploded frequently, like thunder. Another tiny figure stood on Zongmiao Peak and watched this scene. Suddenly, the huge figure paused and looked at the top of the peak. "Senior, come on." Han Zan smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to press. The spiritual energy of the world suddenly turned, and a huge ownerless spiritual energy was controlled by it, pressing towards the 9-foot giant. Luo Chen looked indifferent, and a domineering power suddenly emerged in his body and rushed out. Senluo Fire Prison reappeared, resisting the Yuanying domain. The domain power that was feared like a snake and scorpion in the past seemed to have a tendency to compete with it after the appearance of Senluo Fire Prison. Not enough. Han Zan hummed, waved his hand, and the power of the domain increased again. Under the pressure of the turbulent heaven and earth, ordinary Jinden would have fallen down long ago, completely unable to mobilize the mana in his body. But Luo Chen still stood on the air, seemingly unaffected. It's not that he was not affected at all, his body began to fall slowly. It can be seen that the 100% Yuanying domain still has an effect on him. But Luo Chen still didn't panic. He formed a seal with his hand, and his body shape suddenly changed, like a mountain in the void. It was the Henshin style in the Jishin 6 styles. Relying on the Senluo Fire Prison in this Henshin style, two major killer moves, one inside and one outside, he finally resisted Han Zan's Yuanying domain for a short time. Seeing this, Han Zan was quite surprised. "Not bad, you have really figured it out. With your own strength, you can resist the power of heaven and earth." Luo Chen said slowly, "The so-called power of heaven and earth is just a little bit of the power of heaven and earth borrowed by Yuanying's Hunren, which cannot be regarded as the complete power of heaven and earth. My internal and external are combined. Even if I can't win, I can still retain a certain degree of mobility." At this point, he slowly bowed, and his whole huge body seemed to be a leopard about to hunt. The next moment, he stomped his foot. The void exploded. The explosive air step broke through the air for 100 feet. In the air, Luo Chen jumped high and kicked out with his right foot like thunder. Thunder kick. Boom. A residual image suddenly came and landed in front of Han Zan. There was also an amazing impact force that broke through the air. Han Zan smiled slightly and floated away. This shocking kick did not cause any injury to him. Luo Chen retracted his leg and frowned. Is the distance still too far? Without continuing to chase Han Zan, Luo Chen's sight fell on the Zongmiao Peak below. With a single palm, a powerful blood and energy rolled out, and then he struck down with a palm. With a thunderous explosion, the Zongmiao Peak under his feet suddenly broke into pieces, and countless broken stones fell like rain. With only physical strength, he broke the mountain with one palm. It seemed a bit like the mountain-breaking palm he had learned before, but it was obviously more advanced. The Extreme Mountain 6 styles lacked the mountain-breaking style and the Extreme Mountain style, and only the mountain-guarding style, the mountain-pulling style, the mountain-breaking style, and the mountain-crashing style. The one that Luo Chen mastered the fastest was the mountain-breaking style, which was similar to the mountain-breaking palm. He had also mastered the other 3 killer moves over the years. In the rain of broken stones, Han Zan flew over slowly. Although the core is still the soul-nourishing wooden tablet, the appearance of the nascent soul figure has become quite solid, which shows that he has recovered well over the years, and only lacks a physical body. Looking at the shattered mountain below, he shook his head. You kid really want to fight with a nascent soul master. First, the Senluo Fire Prison of the counter field, and then the extreme physical skills killing moves. clearly wanting to avoid the enemy's strengths and attack the enemy's weaknesses. Even the nascent soul masters may not all practice physical skills. Luo Chen said in a deep voice, "It's better to be prepared for the worst. But you have to know that the methods of real people are extraordinary. Even if they can't suppress the most powerful domain power of giant and cultivators, their ordinary methods are still better than yours. Especially, they are not standing there like a mountain, letting you hit them." Luo Chen frowned. "With my 90,000-mile escape speed, plus the explosive air step, thunder kick and other extremely fast body movements, I can't get close. Very close." Han Zan praised, but still said with regret, "But it's still a little short." Luo Chen opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. A slight difference is the difference between life and death. Unless, your body can go one step further. Luo Chen looked at Han Zan in surprise. The other party shrugged. "I can see your rapid progress in the physical body. I'm afraid that the physical bodies of some Yuaning demon cultivators are not as good as yours. But if you want to have a qualitative change, you still have a long way to go. The transformed demon cultivators still follow the path of forming a pill and condensing a baby, and do not rely entirely on the physical body. Even some extreme beings will refine their own limbs into their lifelong magic weapons after transforming." Further progress. Luo Chen murmured in his heart, almost. In the past few years, he has been practicing physical skills and killing moves crazily, relying on the system to make rapid progress. Even if it is an incomplete technique, it can complement its shortcomings and form an alternative killing move. For example, the combination of exploding air step and thunder kick, the advancement of the opening mountain and breaking monument palm and the breaking mountain style, and even the combination of the inside and outside of the Sinlo fire prison and the mountain suppressing style. Not only that, he also combined the incomplete physical skills such as 5 monument hands and flowing cloud seizing immortal finger to complete an inspiration and create a self-made armor-breaking killing move. The inspiration came from Xiling Island, where he killed a deep crocodile to vent his anger. At that time, he forcibly peeled off the deep crocodile's extremely thick scales. When Luo Chen was practicing physical skills, he suddenly had an idea. Could he use this trick to deal with a defensive magic weapon of human cultivators? After years of research, he has made some progress. He named it Overlord Unarmoring, which contains 8 techniques, including fingers, palms, fists, claws, snaps, and smashes, injecting vigorous blood and ki into the enemy's defensive magic weapon in batches, and then detonating it instantly. In this way, the opponent's spiritual control can be released. It can be said that in just 3 years, Luo Chen's development of his body is far greater than that of the past hundreds of years. Such achievements seem incredible to outsiders, but Luo Chen knows that this is just a natural result of accumulation. He already has this foundation, but he just uses his brain a little bit and changes his attack method. Using the martial arts novels I read before as an example, it is probably that after the internal skills are perfected, the external moves are completed. Of course, these are all minor details. The most important thing is the progress in body refining. I'll go back first. Remember to make the sword box, otherwise you can only look at the 7 evil swords but not use them. Han Zan said hello and returned to his own cave. As for the sword box he mentioned, it was a strange magic weapon that he told Luo Chen about not long ago. With a sword box to hold the 7 evil swords, Luo Chen can attach his consciousness to it, and even if he doesn't sacrifice the 7 evil swords, he can still use them. The most important purpose is that when Han Zan doesn't use the 7 evil swords, Luo Chen carries it for him. In Han Zan's words, the body of the nascent soul has no physical barrier and cannot be contaminated with too much evil spirit, so it needs such a convenient sword box. Luo Chen doesn't care about this. With his current casting skills, refining magic weapons may be more laborious, but it won't take long for a strange magic weapon. Thinking about what Han Zan said, Luo Chen returned to Pengdao. One step further? It shouldn't take long. On the attribute panel, the progress of body refining has reached ancient 3rd stage 98 out of 100, and there are only a few days left to break through the 4th stage. It can be seen that Luo Chen's decision to kill a lot of people in the sinking sea and absorb a large amount of vitality was extremely correct. Under normal circumstances, how can body refining be so fast? Just to refine the 4th level Black Emperor paste, the body needs a lot of time to adapt. Just when Luo Chen was estimating the time for advancement, His eyes paused and he saw the sound transmission note that was flying around like a headless fly outside Peng Island. He stretched out his hand and the sound transmission note ignited without wind. After listening to Ding Yi's slightly anxious message from his consciousness, Luo Chen frowned. Golden sky and black sea. Has the celestial phenomenon appeared? Chapter 653, Thunderbolt in the clear sky, wild beasts in Penghu. Sinking by the sea. Ding Yi, wrapped in a wide black robe, quietly appeared. He stared at the golden sky in silence. Suddenly, his expression froze and he glanced at a corner in the distance. A giant turtle surfaced in the waves, and 3 people stood on it. The leader looked up at the sky, as if calculating something, and shook his head after a while. Behind him stood a man and a woman, both of whom looked young. When Ding Yi was looking at them, the young man also looked over indifferently. Ding Yi pulled the corner of his mouth, dived under the water without hesitation and disappeared. The young man frowned and whispered to the middle-aged man with ring temples in front of him, "Father, there are many people who are interested in the secret realm of the sinking sea." The middle-aged man did not even turn his head and said lightly, "This secret realm has appeared for more than 1,000 years. There is no wall that is impenetrable. Others naturally know about it. In the past, the Yuan Mo sect locked others up and dared not touch it. Now that the Yuan Mo sect is gone, naturally all the rotten fish and shrimp want to get a piece of the pie. Don't think too much, they are just some giant and cultivators. If they go in, they will die. What about me and Xiaolian? You are different. I will protect you. If you can find the soul-shaping holy spring that Li Daneng soaked in, you can not only reshape your spiritual roots and easily advance to the nascent soul stage, but you may even be able to comprehend the power of the law and advance in the nascent soul stage and step into the God transformation realm in the future. Is the soul-shaping holy spring real?" The young man showed a blank look on his face, as if he did not believe that there was such a treasure in the world. His father did not explain too much. After watching the sinking sea for a while, he made a plan. The pent-up dead energy in the sea is constantly venting towards the North Pole night sky, which artificially caused the secret realm to open ahead of time. It's good news, but also bad news. It opened ahead of time, but the momentum is insufficient, and it hasn't been completed yet. We have to wait for several months before we can enter. Let's find a place to stay first, and then find an entrance with a louder sound. As he spoke, the giant turtle under his feet slowly dived down and eventually disappeared. On the other side, Ding Yi, who left the shore of the sinking sea, breathed a sigh of relief. The connection is still weak and untraceable, which shows that the secret realm has not been fully opened, but it has left us some time. However, we can't delay it. We must urge the demon lord Qingyan when we go back. As Ding Yi muttered in his heart, there was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. The demon lord Qingyan was the right person he personally selected. He had strength, but he was still under control and would not take over the show. But if the other party was promoted to the late giant stage, the variables would be too great. 1 month later. On Peng Island. Ding Yi and the Lord of Moyan Cave came together and forced to see Luo Chen. This time, Luo Chen did not close the door and refused to see him. The meeting place was placed in the Danki Hall, which was not suitable for receiving guests. Seeing Luo Chen casting a sword box while repairing a flower basket magic weapon, Ding Yi and Moyan Cave Master looked at each other in surprise. "Just because of this, you closed the door and refused to see us?" Luo Chen said without raising his head. "According to what you said, the trip to the sinking sea is quite dangerous. Neither you nor I are sure that we can get out of it safely. So before leaving, some things should be completed from beginning to end. This flower basket magic weapon is what I promised a friend to repair. I will solve this problem before leaving, so that Luo can have a clear mind." Ding Yi was speechless. Moyan Cave Master didn't care much. It was a rare opportunity to personally observe King Guiyangzi casting a weapon. At this moment, he was concentrating on the other party's technique. He just watched for a while, but didn't see anything profound and exquisite, which was quite a pity. Luo Chen slightly slowed down his movements and raised his head to look at Ding Yi. "You are so anxious to see me, I guess you are not concerned about Luo's health." Ding Yi shook his head and immediately told him what he saw and heard in the sinking sea. At the end, he said seriously, "The ruins will be opened right now, you and I have to make plans early." Luo Chen frowned. "Didn't you say that at the beginning? The opening and closing time of the ruins will occur simultaneously with the celestial phenomena, which can be as short as 1 or 2 years or as long as 40 or 50 years. Don't we still have plenty of time? This time is different from that time, so it is definitely not the same. Ding Yi took a deep breath, combined the many situations he observed, and came to his own inference. The opening of the ruins this time was not natural, but man-made. It is said that the mermaid emperor Luo Chen used a secret method to intercept the dead air of the sinking sea, to remove the seal of the night sky, which led to the early opening of the ruins. No one knows whether it will be closed in advance. If we are trapped in it, I am afraid we can't get out. Besides, if we go one step earlier, we can also gain more benefits. King Gaiangzi, we can't delay. After hearing this, Luo Chen's brows were more and more furrowed. After a long while, he said faintly, "Give me a little more time." After that, he continued the previous casting work. This is already a show of sending guests away. Ding Yi's anger flashed across his face, but at the signal of Moan Cave Master, he finally did not make trouble and went back unwillingly. Luo Chen did not send guests away, and was still busy in the Danqi Hall. Half a day later, he stopped his hand. It is actually very simple to repair Duanli's flower basket magic weapon. It only requires some materials. After repairing it, the owner can nourish it for a period of time. He was concerned about the strange magic weapon that Hanzan had given him. Soul Heaven Sword Box. Using better shark silk to replace sick willow silk, the effect of isolating evil spirits was the best. The other auxiliary materials were also excellent. It took a month to complete the task. He couldn't say how powerful it was, but at least it could meet Hanzan's requirements. Stroking the soft surface of the sword box, Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Ding Yi, he was very anxious. And, getting more and more anxious. This was good news for him. Even if his impatience could not make him take the initiative, he could still compete with him in the subsequent actions. But he himself was not in a hurry. He was just one step away from the 4th level of the ancient times. This trump card might be his only means to compete with the Yuanying's Hunren, and no matter how anxious he was, he could not act hastily. Take your time. Maybe those who went earlier would be reincarnated earlier. Luo Chen chuckled, poured away the refined Soul Heaven sword box, and turned to enter the Starred Out Hall. He recently had some feelings about the confluence of 10,000 paths. The closer he got to the 4th level of the ancient times, the more he found many shortcomings in this body refining technique. If he could solve them one by one, he might be able to increase the power of the transformed true body. The 10,000 Immortals Association is a place where scattered cultivators gather. In the minds of low-level scattered cultivators, it is not inferior to those scattered cultivator holy places. With a war between good and evil in recent years, more and more scattered cultivators have gathered in the 10,000 Immortals Association, and every day seems to be a new atmosphere. But this year, those low-level scattered cultivators feel more and more depressed. It seems that there are more and more high-level strongmen in the territory of the 10,000 Immortals Association. Especially when the strange astronomical phenomenon of the Golden Sky and Black Sea appeared, those strongmen who sneaked in gradually couldn't hold back. Slowly, a rumor began to spread among countless people. There is an ancient secret realm in the sunken sea. There are countless treasures left by ancient cultivators after they passed away. If ordinary people can get them, they can either prolong their lives or increase their realm. If they are lucky, they may even be promoted to the nascent soul and become a god, and dominate one side. Logically speaking, these groundless rumors would not make everyone believe them. But the strange celestial phenomena continued. In addition, someone spread the news that Li Kanghe, the current #1 person in the North Sea, benefited from the ruins and was promoted to the realm of transformation. In this way, the authenticity of the news was more guaranteed. Many casual cultivators wanted to explore the sinking sea. Originally, they were worried that the Wangsan Association, which was closest to the sinking sea, would interfere. Unexpectedly, after the 3 8-star monster hunters led the team to sweep the monsters entrenched in the sinking sea, they all withdrew, looking like they didn't care at all. Those cultivators who had ulterior motives immediately became restless. Countless cultivators began to gather towards the sinking sea. Until 3 months later, hundreds of sky-high tornadoes rose from the sinking sea and rushed straight into the sky. When the dragon sucked water and disappeared, cyclones were left on the sinking sea. A large amount of spiritual energy from the heaven and earth was sucked into the cyclone and disappeared without a trace. Some people say that the location of those cyclones is the entrance to the secret realm. There are countless treasures in the secret realm, and they are first come first served. Suddenly, all the onlookers could not hold back. The shore of the sinking sea. Dingyu and Moen Cave Master rode on the clouds and mist, and watched from a distance as the streams of light disappeared into the black ocean and swam towards the location of the cyclones. At this moment, it was as if thousands of mayflies merged into the sea. These people are not stupid. They know not to fly from the air. Moen Cave Master said with a smile. Everyone knows the name of Zhu Fenfin. However, these people who were blinded by the treasure opportunity did not prepare for anything. They rashly stepped into the sinking sea and were simply looking for death. Dingyu snorted, and was extremely disdainful of what those people did. Moen Cave Master agreed very much. In order to enter the sea, all of them had planned for many years, and they had to summon powerful companions before they dared to enter. These people really didn't know how to live or die. Within the range of vision, many casual cultivators fled in panic as soon as they entered. The turbid black sea water was frantically corroding those people's magic shields and protective treasures. Those who practiced key training could not swim more than 10 miles. Those who practiced foundation building could only swim 100 miles at most. This was for those who did what they could. If there were those who did not know their own limits, they would quietly fall into the boundless black sea while swimming. Some giant and cultivators made full preparations and stepped into the sinking sea carefully. But before they could find the cyclone, they were swept away by the invisible nothingness burning wind in the seawater, and were corroded and submerged by the seawater. However, in just a few days, the scene of thousands of escape lights swimming in the same sea disappeared. On the shore of the sinking sea, there were more terrified survivors and onlookers. During this process, the master of Moen Cave, who was proficient in formations, noticed something. The death of these people has brought a lot of dead air to this ocean. The dead air has flowed into the cyclone and strengthened it. It should be some kind of formation that specifically attracts dead air. Dingyu thought, perhaps, this is why the top leaders of the 10,000 Immortals Association do not prohibit low-level cultivators from approaching the sinking sea, filling it with human lives, increasing the dead air in the sinking sea. After observing for a while, the Lord of Moen Cave shook his head regretfully. Unfortunately, the three-queen gorge was destroyed, the terrain has changed, and some dead air is gathering towards the side of Yi motion. As a result, these cyclones are generated and expanded very slowly. Dingyu said decisively, this has nothing to do with us. The sinking sea has accumulated dead air for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. How can it be drained in a short time? It is enough for us to go in and search for treasures. The Lord of Moen Cave hesitated and said, when are we going in? During the days they observed, they even found that Yuan Ying's Hunren, who disdained to hide their whereabouts, had entered. If it is later, I am afraid there will be nothing left. When this question was mentioned, Ding Yi's face instantly became gloomy. King Gang Demon Lord. Are you urging me again? In the Xingdao Hall, Luo Chen flicked away the dust formed by the burning sound transmission talisman. His expression was neither sad nor happy. It seemed that the urgency of others had nothing to do with him. He was naked, covered with black mud. In his body, the true fire was blazing, burning every corner of his body. The extraordinary pain, added to the body, would have made ordinary people fainted long ago, but Luo Chen seemed to be unaware. He even urged the true fire to focus on tempering certain parts according to the 10,000 Daos convergence that he had modified in the past few days. Don't underestimate these details. It is precisely by relying on quantitative changes that there is a chance to achieve qualitative changes. Time passed slowly. While Luo Chen was concentrating on refining his body, the sensation caused by the strange phenomenon of the sinking sea in the outside world was not eliminated by the death of a large number of low-level cultivators, but gradually became larger and larger. One after another, powerful people from unknown places entered the sinking sea from all directions. Even, there was a peerless demon king who rolled up the wind and waves from the depths of the demon sea and forcibly stepped into the sinking sea. Not only that, chaos also emerged in the Wangxin society. The 3 8-star demon hunters disappeared together. Some people said that they also went to that secret place. Not only Diao and others, but even the blood-scattered people who had been active before have not appeared for a long time. The war between good and evil that lasted for decades has strangely ceased after the strange phenomenon of the sinking sea appeared. Some people rumored that Feng Sanrun, one of the 3 scattered people of the Wangxin society, appeared in the Kanghe League, and it was he who caused the truce of the war between good and evil. And all this has nothing to do with Luo Chen. 1 year later, Ding Yi stepped on the shore of Penghu again. The scene in front of his eyes was still vast and misty, and there was no trace of him. Ding Yi was full of anger. Without waiting for the advice of the monk guard in the lake, he went into the sky with a yellow gourd in his hand. He wanted to force his way into Penghu. King Gang Demon Lord, you have broken your promise so much, you must give me an explanation today. He shouted angrily and slapped the green-skinned gourd with his palm. Suddenly, brilliant golden sand rolled out of the gourd and rushed towards the Penghu formation. Just at this moment, a strong wind swept in and stirred the golden sand. Ding Yi snorted, and the golden sand that rolled out suddenly took shape, gathering in the air into a 100-foot monster that looked like a snake, but not a snake in a worm, but not a worm, almost exactly the same as the sandworm in the legend. Smoke filled the air, and a huge dragon slowly floated up from the water, revealing the powerful aura of the great demon king. The dragon soared into the air and flicked its tail. The sandworm was not afraid at all. After being broken into gravel all over the sky, it gathered and formed again, and tried to wrap the black dragon. Another strange wind came, trying to help the dragon blow away the golden sand. Ding Yi's expression remained unchanged, and he slapped the yellow-skinned gourd again, and another sandworm flew out. In the mist, Xiangxun's face changed slightly. While withdrawing, he kept waving the 9-wind banana fan in his hand. Ding Yi's face was fierce. He moved and forced his way into the Penghu formation. You two can't stop me. Let King Gan come out to see me. It was at this moment. In the void, there seemed to be a sound of swords. Clang. The fierce murderous intent covered the sky, and Ding Yi's face changed slightly. Is it the killing move of the Penghu formation? Ding Yi had a hunch that if the sword was swung, he would definitely not be able to resist. This was not an attack that a giant and cultivator could launch at all. It could only be explained by the killing formation arranged by the 800 Li Penghu. I was too careless today. I should have called the Lord of Moyan Cave together. Ding Yi regretted being too careless today and flew out of the Penghu area. Landing on the shore, he looked towards the direction of Pengdao with hatred. King Gang, if you don't go, don't blame us for not waiting for you. After shouting loudly, he no longer lingered, turned around and left, and had already made up his mind to go directly to the sinking sea with the Lord of Moyan Cave. Just as he turned around, suddenly, there seemed to be a thunderclap in the clear sky. Ding Yi looked back suddenly, and the scene he saw made his pupils shrink suddenly. Large patches of clouds and mist formed a trend of collapsing inwards, rolling towards the center of the 800 Li Penghu. The lake surface, which was originally peaceful and calm, was now boiling and rolling. Not only that, a terrifying amount of spiritual energy rose from the islands and even the bottom of the lake, and gathered in that direction like thousands of rivers returning to the sea. Ding Yi was in shock, and the next moment he saw the collapsed clouds and mist flying back and covering the vast Penghu again. It seemed that everything before was just an illusion, as if nothing had happened. Who is Dante? Even with a big formation blocking him, he can still feel the boiling and restless spiritual energy here. Especially in the depths of the unknown Penghu, a terrifying atmosphere is brewing at this moment, as if an ancient wild beast is slowly waking up from its sleep. Thank you for the reward from the leader of the poor monk who loves meat. I will add more tomorrow. Thank you for the reward of 5,000 starting coins from Hong Hong Hong, 1,500 starting coins from the Light of God at night, and 1,000 starting coins from Sanfan Puai. Thank you family members, I haven't received such a valuable gift for a long time. I will definitely add more tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654, Broken limbs are reattached, flesh and blood are reborn. The wild beast Luo Chen takes human form. In the Longjing immortal city, in a cave with rich spiritual energy that almost formed clouds, the handsome and unusually young Longjing's Henren was chatting kindly with the 3 respectful monks below. You are from Zongmiao, which is controlled by my Xianitun Dao sect, and everything is in order. If you want to break through the realm, get more cultivation resources, and go to a higher level, you have to compete with others, and compete with those ancient families that have continued for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. But the North Sea is different. Here you not only have to compete with people, but also with the monsters. Most high-level monsters are psychic, and their trump cards are mysterious and outstanding. They are not inferior to us humans, so how can we take it lightly? The last time with the Nahe Golden Toad was a small lesson. You must remember it in the future, remember it. It is rare for a Yuan Yingzhenren to be so kind and patient to preach to the giant and monks. Chang Fengzi and the other two were moved, but they also felt a little scared. Uncle is teaching me that we were indeed careless before. Guan Zhaoping, who is always spoiled outside, became well behaved at this moment. This is also the first time I have seen a real wild beast. The Nahe Golden Toad is so powerful. It is so small, but it can swallow the ocean. The three of us can't break free from its suppression even if we join forces. Master Longitan smiled. It's normal that you don't know about wild beasts. Zhongzhao, where I was born, was purged by the Taoist sect 3,000 years ago. Not to mention wild beasts, there are not many wild monsters in it. Guan Zhaoping showed curiosity. Master, why do I feel that wild beasts are more powerful than monsters? Aren't they the same? Master Longitan's face became serious and he told the secret. The beginning was the same, but the instinctive choice made their subsequent paths different. You should have studied Dao Zong's textbooks. As mentioned above, the human race has gone through thousands of years of war and conquered the 5 continents in this vast mountain and sea world, laying the foundation of our human race. That period of history is called the Ancient Human-Demon War. From the conclusion of the truce between humans and demons, and the return of all demons to the wild, more than 3,000 years have passed. It can be said that from ancient times to the present, our human race has officially become the darling of heaven and earth, the master of this world. But before that, in ancient times, the real masters of the mountain and sea world were the wild beasts that were spread across mountains, rivers, Gobi and oceans. They were the darlings of heaven and earth and the real masters of this world. The monsters you meet now should actually be called monster cultivators. Like us, they all follow the path of forming pills, condensing infants, and transforming into gods. They have deviated from the original path of cultivation. And the wild beasts nowadays are either the remnants of the ancients or those who follow the old ways. They may practice slowly, but at the same level, they are more powerful than the weird demon cultivators. Comparing it with the memories of the textbooks they had learned in the past, Guan Zhaoping and the other two were confused. Guan Zhaoping still didn't understand it. Master Longitan would not explain too much. After they go back, they will understand it naturally if they think about it more. Instead, he changed the subject and talked about people. Demon cultivators and wild beasts are scary, but the most important thing to watch out for in the North Sea is people. The Yuan demon sect was destroyed, and order no longer exists. The barbaric monks in the North Sea are no longer afraid of doing anything, and are getting closer to demon cultivators. The powerful ones among them may not have sophisticated methods, but their combat experience is no less than that of the pride of our Dao sect. Just like the King Gang demon lord, he saved you for my sake. But if it were someone else with a vicious heart, let alone saving people, it would be good not to add insult to injury. Think about it, with his methods, if he suddenly attacked you when you were trapped by the Nahe Golden Toad, even if you had the life-saving methods given by your elders, could you really survive? The faces of Chang Fengzi and the other two suddenly became unnatural. In particular, the life-saving methods of the three of them were used up when they faced the Mermaid Emperor Legion. Seeing the three people's reflection, Master Long Yuan smiled. So, whether it's against monsters or humans, you should not underestimate the strong men in the North Sea. Chang Fengzi bowed and said, "Thank you for your teachings, second uncle." The other two also bowed and thanked him. After standing up, Wu Tao couldn't wait to ask, "Master, are we really not going to the sinking sea?" Sinking sea. Master Longitan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and was about to say something, when his ears suddenly trembled slightly. Boom. There seemed to be a thunderclap outside. He frowned. Why would there be a thunderclap in the clear sky? When the huge spiritual consciousness swept out, even leaving Langitan Immortal City and sweeping towards the fueling mountains, he didn't notice anything abnormal. Did he perceive it wrongly? Shaking his head, Master Longitan retracted his thoughts. Don't plan to go to the land of fallen demons. Wu Tao was a little unwilling, but he also knew that his realm was not enough, and he was not capable enough, so he shouldn't have these fantasies. Chang Fengzi was puzzled. Second uncle, as strong as you are, why don't you go to the sinking sea to explore? I heard that there are countless treasures in it. Isn't it a bargain for others? I won't go, Of course I disdain it. Long Yuan's Henrin said slowly, as for who will benefit? Haha, as long as the sinking sea is still there, no one will benefit. At that time, our sect will send the most suitable person to go in. The most suitable person? The three people below looked at each other, not knowing who they were talking about. In the 800 Li Penghu, Han Zan left the island and hung high in the void. His spiritual consciousness was transmitted and fell into the ears of the two monsters. Xiangxuan, go to Kalian Island and restrict the Zhang family monks from going out. Black King, stay outside Pengdao and guard for your master. After giving all the instructions, Han Zan stared at Pengdao with a burning gaze, the hall covered by a huge amount of spiritual energy. From time to time, his sight would look up at the sky blocked by the formation. Time passed little by little. Although there were dark clouds in the sky, there was no silver light flashing. In fact, the dark clouds were gradually changing colors, red, orange, yellow, and green. Han Zan showed a thoughtful look. Is this the so-called darling of heaven and earth? When he was promoted to the 4th level, there was no thunder tribulation, but spiritual energy filled his body, as if there were auspicious clouds congratulating him. I never thought that pure body training could reach this point, Luo Chen. While muttering in his heart, Han Zan's eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he was happy for him. In the spacious Xingdao Hall, Luo Chen was wearing black armor, with a large cauldron hanging above his head, and he was on high alert. However, the expected disaster did not appear, but the unexpected spiritual energy filled his body. In the hall, the pearls were shining, and the flags were fluttering. One after another, huge spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into the hall. Gathering all the spiritual energy of Penghu in 800 miles, in a short period of time, the Xingdao Hall was temporarily transformed into an environment comparable to the 4th level spiritual land. Under the watering of this rich spiritual energy, Luo Chen's body uncontrollably devoured the external spiritual energy crazily. These were unrefined spiritual energies. Luo Chen did not dare to take them into the Sea of Qi and devour them with his golden elixir. But it was obvious that the target of these spiritual energies was not the Sea of Qi, but the pure flesh. Countless spiritual energies penetrated into Luo Chen's muscles, bones, meridians, and even merged with his blood. Faintly, a word popped up in Luo Chen's mind. Marrow cleansing. However, unlike when the cultivator used his own refined spiritual energy to wash his marrow, this time it was the heaven and earth that helped him cleanse his marrow. Later, Luo Chen could not even bear the huge amount of spiritual energy filling his body. With a low roar, his body began to expand automatically. 1 zang, 2 zang, until 9 zang. The huge body sat in the Star Dao Hall, even making this spacious hall crowded. The larger the body, the more spiritual energy it could withstand. And Luo Chen gradually found this sense of control over his body. Following the route of the confluence of 10,000 paths, he tried to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and actively cleanse his body. Not only that, the previous Fire Peng's body shape was also gradually changing. Later, it vaguely looked like an enlarged human. If Wang Yuan were here, he would definitely feel very familiar. This was clearly the path of his giant transformation. This was what Luo Chen felt when he was studying physical killing moves. The real body of the Sky Peng was too straightforward and was not suitable for those killing moves. Therefore, he fine-tuned his body shape after the transformation and gradually converged to humans. This somewhat confirmed what Wang Yuan said at the beginning, that the demon-like transformation was not suitable for the human race. In this process, Luo Chen gradually realized that there seemed to be a strange power spreading in every part of his body. That kind of power was not mana, nor was it demon power. It was a bit like the Danjin that Wang Yuanming refined after realizing the change of qi and blood, but it was not so pure, and it seemed a little more complicated. In addition to being complicated, it seemed to be more solid and more controllable. To describe it specifically, it was as if it was formed by the fusion of blood, bone marrow and external spiritual energy. This power spread all over his body, omnipresent and all-pervasive. Even, a blood-red film formed outside his body. About an incense stick later, Luo Chen groaned and completely gained control of his body. At the same time, he also felt a feeling of fullness in his body. Is the merit complete? Luo Chen murmured, and began to slowly shrink his body, and the blood-red film on the outside penetrated into his flesh. The spiritual energy around him was also gradually fading away and returning to the 800 Li Penghu. When everything stopped, Luo Chen sat cross-legged in the hall, refreshed. Suddenly, he lifted up the Zuanshan armor, put his right hand together like a knife, and slashed at his left wrist. This kind of self-mutilation, others would definitely exclaim. Luo Chen's expression was firm, as if he was testing something. After his palm knife chopped down the left wrist, which did not apply any protection and even took the initiative to unload the force, broke with a sound. Luo Chen groaned, staring at the broken edge of the bowl. There, the blood was crystal clear, the bones were like jade, and the muscles were thick. After staring for a while, Luo Chen's mind moved, and the strange power throughout his body gathered towards his left wrist. A tingling and unbearable feeling of pain and itchiness arose spontaneously. As he watched, buds of flesh bloomed on his left wrist, and began to grow along the original shape. Luo Chen's eyes suddenly widened. Blood and flesh are reborn. After verifying his conjecture, Luo Chen controlled the power to retreat, then took back his left hand floating in the air and aimed it at his wrist. The new flesh and blood is not as strong as the flesh that has been tempered thousands of times. He didn't see any medical skills, and after a layer of blood film spread over, his left hand was restored to its original state, without even a trace of scar left. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva. Reconnect to broken limbs. After seeing these two scenes in succession, Luo Chen fell silent. Obviously, his body has undergone fundamental changes. It was as if the essence of life had undergone a transformation at the source. That kind of power, which was different from demonic power, magic power, and even vigorous energy, was very small, but it had a wonderful and extraordinary effect. At this moment, he was more like a wild beast with a humanoid form than a human. A fourth-level wild beast. And the source of power he mastered, let's call it source power. This power gave Luo Chen absolute control over his body. Even if he couldn't achieve the level of blood rebirth as rumored, it was enough to reconnect broken limbs and regenerate flesh and blood while the main body was still there. He even felt that he could move freely even if his body was cut off and separated. In this case, if someone wanted to kill him, they would have to cut off his limbs, cut off his head, and completely destroy the main body. Luo Chen didn't know if other wild beasts would be like this, but at least he was like this. Moreover, unlike ordinary wild beasts, he also practiced the way of refining qi. Even if the body was destroyed, as long as the golden elixir was still there, the soul would still have a temporary place to rest. After realizing all this, Luo Chen raised his right hand and slowly clenched his fist. A strong feeling came over him. It was as if he could destroy mountains and fight the ocean with just this hand. Power. Chapter 655, The Demon Lord's Seventh Disperse, the three cultivators head north. The strange scene in Penghu lasted only a short moment in Ding Yi's eyes. But he stayed by the Penghu shore for a full hour. He did not move until a divine consciousness came from inside. Leaving in half a month. He looked back every few steps, still looking at the lake shrouded in clouds and mist with doubt, as if there was something terrifying inside. And in the Star Hall, Luo Chen opened the attribute panel again after a long time. Lifespan. 165/800, spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, realm, golden core 6th layer 57 out of 100, ancient 4th level 1/100, skills, heavenly phoenix nirvana sutra perfect 457 out of 500, 10,000 Deos convergence great perfection, 10,000 beast sutra grandmaster 500/1000, spells, 4th level, dragon slaying technique great perfection, Yuan Dan technique great perfection, Senluo fire prism perfect 317 out of 500 3rd level, blazing sky 7 rings great perfection, life severing finger entry 15 out of 100, physical skills, explosive sky step great perfection, demon lord 7 Sanshao, cloud explosion claw great perfection, overlord unarmor mastery 201/300, thunder kick perfect 350 out of 500, mountain suppressing style grandmaster 510/1000, mountain pulling style perfect 460/500, mountain breaking style grandmaster 501/1000, mountain crushing style perfect 390/500, achievement points 334. Looking at the attribute panel, Luo Chen smiled with satisfaction. These were all the gains he had made in the 10,000 Immortals Association for nearly 30 years. And this was only in terms of cultivation. If he opened the panels of the alchemist, weapon caster, and array master, his gains would be even more terrifying. After just one glance, Luo Chen's smile became even brighter, and even the corners of his mouth were about to crack to his ears. 800. Lifespan of 800. Rumor has it that the lifespan of a nascent soul is only 1,000 years. And he, Luo Chen, can have a terrifying lifespan of 800 years at the mere golden core stage. Who else in the world can do this but me? This terrifying change in lifespan was obviously due to the physical training realm he had just been promoted to. The 4th level of the ancient Desolate Beast, even without the innate bonus of the race of the authentic Desolate Beast, still gave him a lifespan limit of 300 years. Even though he had expected it, Luo Chen was still smiling after seeing the result. Such a huge investment is worth it after all. In the physical training, Luo Chen consumed countless resources, which was not necessarily less than that of key training. The Black Emperor Cream alone contains at least 1,000 second-level monster crabs and more than a dozen third-level crab kings. If we add the tens of thousands of low-level monsters that he has devoured with the original True Fire over the years, the spiritual stones consumed by these two items must be worth hundreds of millions. The terrifying investment of resources has created the freak of today. The bonus of 300 years of life is justified. The only thing that Luo Chen regrets is probably the improvement of his key refining realm. In recent years, in order to break through the 4th level of the ancient times, he had to delay his key refining practice, resulting in the realm that could have been promoted, but was stuck at half of the progress of the 6th level of the golden core. Of course, it can't be blamed entirely on the time spent on body refining. In recent years, he has been casting weapons, going out to hunt for treasures, and frequently performing the extremely mana-consuming Luo Fire Prison. These things have seriously delayed his key refining practice. It can only be said that Luo Chen may be able to do many things at the same time, but he can't split himself into two and take care of everything. Of course, it's a pity that it's just a little bit. In Luo Chen's view, there are thousands of ways to practice, but the ultimate goal is to seek immortality. The so-called immortality is lifespan. Now that the body training has taken the lead, and he has really improved his lifespan, what's the pity? Especially, there is also a bonus in strength. The 4th level spells, the Dragon Slashing Pill, are all perfect, and the Luo Fire Prison has also entered the perfect level in the battlefield of the Fallen Sea Monster, and can be released at will. As for the physical skills, Luo Chen collected the many scattered and incomplete killing moves he has obtained over the years and named it the Demon Lord's 7 Scattered Hands. The reason why it is called 7 Scattered Hands is, of course, because there are only 7 moves. The Cloud Exploration Claw is elusive. The Overlord's Armor Removal has complicated moves, which are integrated together, but can be completed in one go to remove the enemy's defense. Thunder Kick is a leg method, as fast as thunder. If it is combined with the great perfection of the exploding air step, it will be even more powerful. Han Zhan once said that this move could not hide a Yuanying's Henren, but now that he has reached the 4th level of the ancient times, Luo Chen wants to know if there is a Yuanying's Henren who dares to take this move head-on. Zhenshin, Pulling Mountain, Breaking Mountain, and Crashing Mountain, these 4 moves are from the 6 styles of extreme mountains, but now that Luo Chen performs them, they are seemingly true and their power is even greater than the description in the classics. The reason for this is that Luo Chen combined some low-level moves that he was good at before with his own situation and made corresponding improvements. Of course, if you just collect them together and create the so-called martial arts and fighting skills, it is indeed a bit shameless. Fortunately, in the last few years, Luo Chen practiced these physical skills crazily in order to refine his body, so that the proficiency of the 7 major free hands has also reached a good level. At a glance, except for the most complicated Overlord Unarmoring, which is at the mastery level, the others are either perfect or Grandmaster level. You know, the system's evaluation is very rigorous and harsh. The Grandmaster level on the panel is likely to be the so-called great success in the outside world. Even at the elementary level of proficiency, the outside world often evaluates that one has made some small achievements and has entered the hall. Not to mention the level of great perfection, which must be the pinnacle of perfection and the level of innovation. Relying on the Demon Lord's 7 scattered hands, I may be able to maximize my powerful body now. Luo Chen murmured, with a bit of ambition in his eyes. Before, after he transformed into Xiangpeng's true body, his attack methods were straightforward and too scarce. In the past, he could still carry his life magic weapon Hununding and smash it around, But now Hununding has to assist Jinden in performing Senlo Fire Prison and cannot be used easily. He also thought of using the Beizao Mountain left by the owner of Beizao Mountain as an attack weapon. But the Beizao Mountain is actually the life magic weapon of the mountain owner. After the owner died, its power was damaged, and Luo Chen did not have time to sacrifice and refine it in recent years, so it could not exert 100% of its power. In comparison, these scattered killing moves he collected and sorted out, gathered together, are more reliable and convenient. If there is a chance in the future, and he collects some powerful killing moves, maybe the Demon Lord's 7 Sanshao will become 8 Sanshao, 12 Sanshao, 23 Sanshao, or something like that. In a word, the future is promising. Finally, Luo Chen's eyes fell on the achievement point column. 334, it was a number that made people numb. He hadn't used achievement points for a long time. But he had never stopped refining pills, casting weapons, practicing formations, and learning various killing moves over the years. Over time, he had accumulated more than 300 points. He remembered clearly that the last time he checked the panel, he only had 150 points. In a blink of an eye, he had accumulated more than 300 points without realizing it. In addition to the surprise, he felt more secure. In the future, if he encounters a high-level pill recipe, technique, or even spell, and he cannot fully study it himself, these achievement points will be the master key that he can use to force his way in. Even some incomplete techniques can be deduced and completed through achievement points. For example, the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Luo Chen only got the Golden Elixir chapter of this peerless technique that is said to lead directly to the Mahayana stage. Even the Golden Elixir chapter is profound and extraordinary. It can transform the attributes of spiritual roots, purify mana, and even greatly increase the control of flames. For now, the Golden Elixir chapter is absolutely enough. In Luo Chen's opinion, with the magic of this scripture, even his practice in the nascent soul stage is more than enough. But Luo Chen has not reached that realm after all, and he is not sure how the practice in the nascent soul stage is different. Therefore, the incomplete Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra has become a concern for Luo Chen's future practice. He originally wanted to practice this technique to the great perfection to see if the system would automatically deduce and complete it, just like the Mu Yaga Wang Sutra was automatically completed as the Immortal Evergreen Sutra after perfection. However, the proficiency of this technique is too slow to improve. It has only reached the perfect level after decades, and has not yet reached the Grandmaster level. And this is just a backup. The grade of the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra is too high. If the system cannot automatically deduce the sequel, he will have to consider whether to use a large number of achievement points to forcibly complete it. As for changing the cultivation method after the nascent soul stage, Luo Chen has considered this, but in the end he shelved this plan. Frequent changes in the main cultivation method of a cultivator will cause great damage to the spiritual roots, so it is best to stick to one. The so-called spiritual roots are vague and hard to find, but they are hidden in the body of the cultivator. Specifically, it is not a certain thing, but the affinity of the cultivator to a certain spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Why do those with fewer spiritual roots practice faster? The reason is that the fewer the number of spiritual roots, the higher the affinity to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth of the corresponding attribute. The more spiritual roots there are, the more they will share and affect the affinity to the spiritual energy of a single attribute, resulting in a significant decrease in absorption efficiency. The more a cultivator practices a certain system of cultivation method for many years, the more compatible his body and spiritual roots will be with the spiritual energy of the corresponding attribute. Once he changes his cultivation method, this state of harmony will be broken, and he will be hurt. If it is a cultivation method of the same type and attribute, the damage will be reduced, but it will still have an impact. After all, his body has been accustomed to the meridian circulation route in dozens or hundreds of years of cultivation. Luo Chen has 5 spiritual roots, and it seems possible to change between the 5 systems. But the higher the realm, the less he dares to change easily. After all, the affinity of his 5 spiritual roots to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is not too high. Unless he can achieve the original embryo Deo body that a madman had in mind. That kind of physique in myths and legends, let alone changing the cultivation method, can absorb the vitality of heaven and earth to practice even in the land of turbulent void, which is really desirable. Shaking his head, Luo Chen's mood has gradually cooled down from the previous ecstasy. Now everything is ready, It's time to set off. I'm afraid those two have been waiting anxiously. Luo Chen chuckled, and the restless sense of power all over his body made him feel confident at this moment. Ding Yi? Master of Moyan Cave? Ha. Half a month later, on the misty shore of Penghu Lake, two figures stood on the shore, quietly waiting for something. Suddenly, a breeze blew. A Taoist in a red robe came across the lake with a sword case on his back and stepped on the back of a dragon python. When he reached the lakeside, the Taoist jumped up, holding a spirit beast bag in his hand and waved at the huge dragon python. Come in. The Black King grumbled reluctantly, shrank his body and flew in. Hanging the spirit beast bag on his waist, Luo Chen faced the two people politely. Fellow Taoisting, master of the cave, I've kept you waiting for a long time. It was indeed a long wait. The sinking sea sky phenomenon has been born for more than a year, and the people who should go have already gone. The three of them have been planning for many years, but they have been unable to leave. All this is thanks to Luo Chen. Before, Ding Yi had been full of complaints and even wanted to force his way into Penghu. However, when he really saw Luo Chen at this time, Ding Yi just snorted coldly and said nothing more. The look in his eyes when he looked at Luo Chen was full of fear. The terrifying aura brought by that fleeting moment could not be faked. Now he looked carefully, but there seemed to be nothing unusual, and even Luo Chen's realm did not seem to have broken through to the late Jinden stage. So, what was that terrifying aura at the beginning? Some kind of killing move? Or, was it caused by the Penghu formation? It couldn't be that he was deliberately trying to scare me. Hey, your face, Demon Lord. Moyan Cave Master was also looking at Luo Chen. After a quick glance, he didn't feel anything, but he felt that he had overlooked something. When he looked again, he found that the red skin on the other's face had disappeared. Instead, it was as white as jade, like the cream of a baby. Ding Yi also suddenly realized that he only believed in his perception and consciousness, but ignored what he saw with his eyes. The face of King Yang Demon Lord. His skin was as white as cream, his face was as beautiful as a crown of jade, and his dark eyes were as deep as a cold pool, reflecting the filthiness deep in people's hearts. Especially, against the background of the bright red Taoist robe, the skin color is more conspicuous and glaring. In front of the lake, the morning mist is filled, and the Taoist is like a fairy from exile. Luo Chen smiled and waved his hand. It's just a slight change in skin color. People of my generation don't care about appearance. Let's go. Luo can't wait. After saying that, he passed the two and went north. Ding Yi and Moyan Cave Master looked at each other, looking at Luo Chen's back, which seemed to have even taller, and realized that there must be some unknown changes in the other party. But since they were about to set off, they didn't care about guessing and hurriedly followed his footsteps. 2 hours after they left, the sky was slightly bright and the sun was rising. The warm light sprinkled on the clear lake, reflecting the beauty of the 800-mile Penghu. When the early monks rode past, ripples appeared, and the tranquility of the immortal land was even more evident. No one realized that the dense fog that once covered the 800-li Penghu Lake had dissipated without a trace today. No one noticed that Qing Yangzi, the Lord of Penghu, had quietly left. I set a small goal in the activity center of the Kidian client for double monthly tickets and extra chapters. If you reach 4,000 votes, you will get 3 more chapters. It's a small task, especially during the double period. Brothers, please vote more for monthly tickets recently. After reaching it, not only will there be more chapters, but it seems that there will be a 10% bonus effect for monthly tickets, which can increase the exposure of this book. So, Xiaoyi will leave it to you all. Chapter 656, Entering the Sinking Sea, Wild Beast Ghost Tower. Light golden sky, dark black sea. Between the sea and the sky, there was no human habitation. Only hundreds of cyclones rose up one after another in the boundless ocean, swallowing up the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Luo Chen stood on the air, his robes rustling, looking at this scene in amazement. Is this the golden sky and black sea? Seeing is believing, it is truly magnificent and unparalleled. Facing the breeze, the Lord of Moyan Cave stroked his beard and was also amazed. I wonder what kind of great magical power the owner of the ruins used to arrange the formation, which could actually change the environment of the entire sinking sea, and even operate automatically after 1,000 years of his death. Both of them are well-known weapon refiners, and both have excellent attainments in formation. In front of this ingenious formation that can cause strange phenomena in heaven and earth, It is naturally difficult to calm down. Only Ding Yi was full of impatience at this moment. Alright, it's fine for Demon Lord King Yang to be amazed. Cave Master, you and I have come here to see it several times. Why are you still acting like this? Cave Master Moin laughed. It's always new to see it. Humph. Ding Yi snorted lightly, and in front of the three people, he summoned a beast from the storage bag on his waist. As soon as the beast fell into the water, it made a loud noise, as if a continent fell from the sky and hit the water. If Ding Yi hadn't arranged the sound insulation in advance, I'm afraid some of the casual cultivators who were reluctant to leave nearby would have been attracted. Luo Chen looked carefully and couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. Hey, is this the treasure basin fish? Ding Yi nodded. You are not mistaken, it is indeed the black and blue treasure basin fish of the third stage. This is the treasure I prepared to cross the sinking sea. In the sight, a large fish with a length and width of dozens of feet was undulating on the sea, and the exposed scales were covered with moss. Undoubtedly, this is obviously the black and blue treasure basin fish that caused a small sensation at the auction in Filang City. It is said to be a mobile spiritual vein in a portable cave. However, unlike what Luo Chen saw at the beginning, there is no rock soil, flowers, plants or trees on its back. Instead, there is a monster beast that looks like a turtle or a tortoise lying on it. The two are fused and indistinguishable from each other, which looks very strange. Seeing Luo Chen's surprise, the owner of Moin Cave showed a proud smile. King Gangzi, what do you think of my method? Is this your method? The owner of Moin Cave smiled complacently. This method of refining tools with living things was not commonly used in ancient times. I refined this Huilan beast and the black and blue treasure basin fish together alive, so that it has many more wonderful uses. The most important thing is that this Huilan beast contains the blood of the black turtle, which can resist the void-burning wind. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. The other party's creativity is not bad. To pass through the sinking sea, you must face the black turbid sea water that corrodes everything and the void-burning wind. The former erodes the mana, and the latter disturbs the soul. Obviously, this treasure basin fish, which is known as the mobile spiritual vein, has no shortage of spiritual energy at all, and it has this Huilan beast to resist the void-burning wind for it. The cultivator can ensure the complete state by moving it. Wonderful. Wonderful. Luo Chen exclaimed sincerely. Ding Yi didn't say much, but cast a spell beside him. The huge treasure fish under his feet began to shrink in size, from dozens of feet to only 10 feet in size. It was not until this time that he freed his hands to look at Luo Chen. Wonderful, but this beast's vitality was greatly damaged during the refining process. I nurtured it for more than 10 years before it was restored. Now, it can only carry 2 people at most. So, Demon Lord, you can only do as you please. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, but he was not angry. Don't worry, I have my own preparations and will not hold you back. That's good. After saying that, Ding Yi landed directly in this Huilan shell on the back of the treasure basin fish and walked in. The Lord of Moin Cave bowed to Luo Chen and smiled apologetically, and flew in. The 10-foot square could accommodate 2 people, but it didn't seem crowded. Luo Chen smiled and patted the storage bag on his waist. Come out. The Black King appeared again. As soon as he appeared, he looked around, and finally looked at the dark ocean with fear. Master, do you really want to do this? Did you swallow and digest the sea-covering demonic dragon, and also gain the ability to temporarily resist the corrosion of the dark sea water? The Black King was distressed, but you always said it was temporary. This time the journey is long. What if I don't have enough strength? Luo Chen glared at him unhappily. Don't worry, when I don't have enough strength, I will take action myself, and I won't tire you out. The Black King was excited for a while, but twisted his body again. What about the void-burning wind? Luo Chen shook his head helplessly, pointed at the Taoist robe on his body, and suddenly a black armor spread out, gradually covering the huge body of the Black King. Smaller. Oh. The Black King obediently shrunk his body to a size of about 5 meters. If he went any smaller, it would affect his immediate combat power. From this point of view, the treasure basin's Huilan beast that Moin Cave Master had refined alive was indeed somewhat unique. King Gang Demon Lord, are you ready? Here I come. Luo Chen responded, stepped on the back of the Black King and sat cross-legged. The next moment, a green fish and a black dragon, running side by side, swam into the dark sea water. In the shell of this Huilan, Ding Yi looked through the hole, frowning slightly at the black dragon outside. I have never heard of a dragon transformed from a black-scaled giant python that can resist the sinking sea water. King Guiyang is really lucky. Moyan Cave Master stood aside, looking outside with a burning gaze. After a while, he shook his head gently. Don't worry, the black dragon that is not completely transformed is still not as good as her treasure basin turtle beast. The Black King did not completely transform in the eyes of outsiders. It clearly had the horns of a dragon, but no dragon claws, and its body shape was closer to a snake and python. And what the Lord of Moyan Cave said was indeed verified. After swimming in the sea for half a day, the Black King showed signs of fatigue. And every time at this time, Luo Chen, who was sitting on his back, would take the initiative to release a magic shield to resist the black and turbid seawater from all directions. One person and one dragon took turns to resist the outside world, ensuring that the speed would not be reduced. Ding Yi looked at it for a long time and figured it out, but it was also a little strange. Then how did they resist the void-burning wind? The Lord of Moyan Cave pointed to the black armor that covered Luo Chen and the dragon without hesitation. It should be the work of this thing. On the back of the Black King, Luo Chen's eyes were burning, and his eyes were always looking around. In this sea water, the spiritual consciousness was suppressed and could not spread far. His eyes, which had been nurtured for many years, could see more things through the layers of black and turbid sea water. Suddenly, Luo Chen's whole body was shaken, and his soul was a little agitated, and so was the Black King under him. Just now, there seemed to be a breeze blowing. Is that the void-burning wind? Luo Chen pressed Black King's back with one hand to comfort him not to be agitated, and touched the hot Zuanshan armor with the other hand. Just now, when the void-burning wind blew, his top-grade magic weapon seemed to be summoned and automatically activated for a moment. The speed of activation was so fast that it seemed like instinct. If it were any other secret technique, it would not be able to resist this wind in that silence. Blood echo from the Black Turtle clan. Luo Chen thought for a moment, and only this reason could explain that situation. If those cultivators who did not have the Black Turtle treasure were in that situation just now, I am afraid that their souls would be affected in an instant, and they would lose control of their magic power and be buried in this endless sinking sea. It can be said that based on this point, the ancient cultivators' ruins on the other side of the sinking sea can be avoided from being set foot by hundreds of millions of cultivators in the world. In the current world of immortal cultivation, the wild beast Black Turtle has long disappeared. The monsters with the blood of the Black Turtle are scattered in the world, but they are also gradually dying out. It can be imagined that if these monster races cannot grow stronger in the future, it will be more difficult for later people to enter the ruins after they gradually decline. Maybe I am right on this trip. Luo Chen smiled and swallowed a top-grade true flame pill. After the pill was refined, large amounts of pure spiritual energy filled the sea of qi. The golden pill hidden in the natal magic weapon Hununding rotated and began to absorb these spiritual energy. In the sea of qi, his second Yuandan was still and did not snatch these pure spiritual energy. 3 people and 2 beasts quickly moved towards the depths of the sinking sea. Their speed was very fast, far faster than many unprepared casual cultivators. While rushing to the entrance of the cyclone mentioned by Ding Yi, Luo Chen also saw several unfamiliar giant monks using strange magic weapons to slowly swim in the sinking sea. One of them seemed to have insufficient mana. He suddenly froze while swimming, and then sank silently into the boundless seabed. Some things cannot be hidden from others. More and more people entered the sinking sea one after another, and the relevant solutions naturally spread out. Black Turtle Blood Treasure. If you are willing to look for it, you can always find a few. After all, most of this stuff falls on monsters such as turtles and tortoises, and these monsters are the most suitable materials for refining defensive weapons. However, these people obviously thought too simply. The Black Turtle Blood Treasure that was hastily found was not specially made after all. It may be possible to advance in this sinking sea for a while, but the deeper it goes, the more difficult it will be. Unless, like the black dust armor on Luo Chen. Even though it is not specially made, it is made of the genuine remains of the 4th order black tortoise, which can withstand the burning wind of nothingness in the depths of the sinking sea. As they moved forward, Luo Chen and his 3 companions gradually surpassed many latecomers and got closer and closer to the cyclone where Ding Yi was sensing. According to Ding Yi, there are a total of 360 cycles of cyclones in the sinking sea that absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And the cyclone he identified must be one of the entrances to the ancient monk's ruins and spiritual medicine garden. As long as they enter smoothly, they can easily get what they want. Tai Sui, and the Five Elements Lotus platform. Luo Chen didn't know whether other people knew this secret, but his heart was extremely hot. And as the destination got closer, he looked forward to it more and more. This day. It has been more than a month since Luo Chen and his companions entered the sea. Calculating the speed of full strength advancement, they have already entered the deepest part of the sinking sea. The Black King's forward momentum suddenly stopped. Master, what's wrong? The one who asked this question was Ding Yi, who was not far away. King Gang Demon Lord, why did you stop? Luo Chen looked confused and stood on the back of the Black King, looking into the distance. There seems to be something in front. Something. Ding Yi was puzzled. He expanded his spiritual sense as much as possible, but found nothing. The Lord of Moan Cave took out a mirror-like magic weapon and cast a few spiritual spells, and a foggy and turbid scene suddenly appeared in it. It seems that there is something blocking the front. He asked hesitantly, how about going closer to see? Ding Yi asked, King Gang Demon Lord, what do you say? Luo Chen was also a little hesitant. Since it was related to the spiritual medicine garden, there was no room for too much hesitation. Then get closer. Although he said so, the Black King's movement fell behind the big fish imperceptibly, obviously receiving Luo Chen's signal. Ding Yi did not notice this either, and controlled the spirit beast to continue moving forward. Getting closer and closer. Until, 2 rounds of red suns jumped into view. What is that? Ding Yi was stunned. How could there be red suns in the dark seabed? The other 2 were also puzzled. Luo Chen took a deep breath and wiped his eyes with one finger. The spiritual eye technique was stimulated to the extreme. Not only that, even the source power born from the promotion to the 4th level of the ancient not long ago was attached to the eye mask. Under the bloody vision, Luo Chen vaguely saw something. A huge monster that was hundreds of feet tall stood in front of a tiny cyclone, constantly extending its tentacles into it. It seemed to want to go in. Just as Luo Chen was looking, the guy suddenly moved. 2 rounds of red suns met Luo Chen's eyes. Boom. In an instant, Luo Chen's mind was shocked. The black chess pieces flashed violently, and the black halo continued to overflow, but it still couldn't stop the inexplicable pressure. In the sea of consciousness, Luo Chen suddenly entered the boundless illusion. There were high-rise buildings, ghosts, countless immortals coming and going, and fairies scattering flowers. Even between the jade buildings, there were immortals overlooking the world, giving rise to the boundless universe. Wake up! A low roar, like a needle, fell heavily into the depths of Luo Chen's soul. He suddenly woke up, and then he realized that only a moment had passed. In his sight, the blurry scene became clearer. Those 2 red suns, where are they from? They are clearly the eyes of the monster. Looking closely, they don't look like eyes but like 2 living things. Blood lanterns. Yes, it's the blood lanterns, a 3rd-level great demon king that Luo Chen had killed before. But compared to that powerful demon king, the 2 blood lanterns in the eyes of this monster are even bigger, at the 4th level. Not only that, his hands are not hands at all, but the tentacles of giant squids. The monster lives in the bottom of the sea, like a tall building, with blood lanterns living between his eyes, and giant squid tentacles all over his body, becoming his hair. When Luo Chen woke up from the illusion, the monster seemed a little surprised. The hair behind him floated out, turning into a group of tentacles with bared fangs and claws, grabbing Luo Chen and the others. Before he made this move, Luo Chen had already shouted loudly, "Run!" Without any hesitation, he was the first to run away. The Black King was slow, so he put it directly into his spirit beast bag. Facing the corrosive magic power and the seabed environment full of nothingness burning wind, Luo Chen was almost panicking. Behind him, Ding Yi and Moan Cave Master also noticed something was wrong and fled frantically. But they were a little slow after all. The group of tentacles directly grabbed the treasure basin fish that was a little slower and pulled it back. The treasure basin fish was caught, and Ding Yi's face turned pale. Fortunately, Moan Cave Master took out a bead and transformed it into a light curtain to cover the 2 of them. I will block the nothingness burning wind, and you use the magic shield to protect me. Run. The 2 cooperated seamlessly and immediately cooperated to speed up their escape. Seeing that the group of tentacles behind them had returned, the 2 used all their strength to escape, and Moan Cave Master even threw a few red beads behind them. Boom. 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 The violent explosion caused the surging seawater to boil. The tentacles were first blasted by the red beads, and then eroded by the seawater, so their speed slowed down. Taking this opportunity, Ding Yi pinched a spiritual formula, and a piece of flesh and blood suddenly exploded on his body. Escape. The next moment, the sky was full of red light, which enveloped him and the Lord of Moyan Cave. Like an arrow from a string, it cut through countless seawater and rushed to an unknown direction. It was not unknown, because there was still a guide in that direction. Ding Yi looked at Luo Chen's back with trembling wings, and gritted his teeth. This guy ran too fast. Beside him, the Lord of Moyan Cave said in a low voice, "We need to find an entrance immediately. The black tortoise blood contained in my Immortal Pearl is not much, so it can only be used as a backup. It takes time to accumulate strength." Ding Yi naturally knew this situation. At this time, Luo Chen's figure in front of him suddenly stopped. A cyclone of medium size was rising on the seabed. This is the starting point, so it is small in size. The cyclone is getting bigger and bigger as it goes up. I don't know how spectacular it would be if it was on the sea. Luo Chen looked back at the two of them, and finally jumped in without hesitation. Ding Yi and Mo Yundong Lord also did not hesitate too much. After they rushed over, they disappeared in a flash of blood. After the three disappeared without a trace, several tentacles slowly flew over. They circled around the key and reluctantly retracted. The wind was almost visible to the naked eye, blowing all over his body. Luo Chen's whole body was covered by the key armor of Zhuan Chenjia, but his mind was still extremely agitated. Suddenly, his body loosened. Plop. Luo Chen's feet stepped on the ground. The next moment, two figures followed closely. Crack. Mo Yundong Lord frowned and looked at the Immortal Pearl in his hand, which broke. In his ears, Luo Chen's doubtful question came, "What exactly is that monster?" Sitting on the ground, Ding Yi, who was almost a circle thinner, was panting and looked extremely ugly. What else could it be? The rumored wild beast Ghost Fairy Tower roaming the North Sea. Ghost Fairy Tower? Luo Chen was stunned. Isn't this the name of the second level of his mirror flower water moon illusion? Or is it derived from what the white-robed monk of the Yuan Mo sect said? The Lord of Moyan Cave had a solemn expression. The legs are like elephant feet, and the body is like a red tower. When sitting or standing, ghosts are everywhere, and when running, mountains and seas collapse. That is indeed the rumored wild beast, Ghost Fairy Tower. Chapter 657, The Land of Falling Demons, Master Liang Su. Listening to the words of Cave Master Moyan, Luo Chen recalled the quick glance just now, and there was indeed nothing wrong. That monster, standing beside the cyclone leading to the spiritual medicine garden, was like a red high-rise building. Because the dark and turbid sea water blurred the vision, most people really wouldn't notice that it was actually a wild beast. However, such a famous wild beast, how come I haven't seen the corresponding record in the classics? But you, the Cave Master, know it so well. Luo Chen stared at Cave Master Moyan with a burning gaze. Cave Master Moyan had no choice but to look at Ding Yi, who was sitting on the ground gasping for breath. You have to ask fellow Taoisting about this. He told me everything I know. Oh. Ding Yi looked over at this time. Why do you think I know? Have you forgotten the piece of soul-nourishing wood you took a picture of? Soul-nourishing wood? Ghost Fairy Building. In an instant, Luo Chen connected the dots. The soul-nourishing wood that Luo Chen bought for Hanzan had an extremely terrible bad luck on it. Luo Chen spent a lot of energy and even practiced a 4th-level spell to perfection before he could remove it. At that time, he was guessing who the owner of the bad luck was. Now that he compared it, even after decades, a sense of familiarity came over him like a tide. The bad luck was clearly the breath emitted by the wild beast Ghost Immortal Tower. Huh? Ding Yi took a breath, and the fat on his body swelled up again as if it was inflated. He showed disgust on his face, but he didn't show it too much, as if he was used to it. Luo Chen took a few more glances. Just now, the other party used the fat on his body to perform a blood-transforming escape method, which was extremely fast and almost comparable to his great escape speed in a short period of time. But it seemed that there was no cost. It was really amazing. But at this moment, he was more concerned about the terrifying wild beast Ghost Immortal Tower. Ding Yi didn't keep it a secret and explained it to him. This beast is born to feed on sea monsters, and it particularly likes turtles and giant squids. Every time it swallows a giant squid, it will keep its tentacles and wrap them around its body like hair. I don't know if it is showing off the trophy or for some other purpose. The blood lanterns are very powerful, But they especially like to live on the ghost immortal tower and act as his eyes. We just saw 2 blood lanterns, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. I don't know how many low-level blood lanterns are living on that huge body of hundreds of feet. This beast has killed too many lives. Over time, countless bad luck will be entangled on its body, and it will create illusions, causing those who see its true body to sink instantly. The reason why you can't see any records of this wild beast in the classics is that for thousands of years, the Yuanmo sect cultivators have been thinking about subduing this wild beast and once forced it to the depths of the monster sea. Even if there are occasional human cultivators who go deep into the monster sea and see it, they will be affected by the strong bad luck on its body, fall into illusions, and become its food. So, over the long years, few people in the North Sea cultivation world have recorded information about the wild beast ghost immortal building, except for the Yuanmo sect. I was also injured by the bad luck of the soul-nourishing tree. In order to heal my soul, I searched many times and finally learned the relevant information from the remnants of the Yuanmo sect. Luo Chen was shocked when he heard it. In order to practice Senlo Fire Prison, he personally killed a 3rd-level late-stage blood lantern by the sinking sea, and naturally knew how powerful this monster was. But this generation is just a parasite on the wild beast ghost immortal building? And the giant squid is even more powerful than the sea-covering demon dragon, golden horn silver rhino and other monsters. Hundreds of years ago, one appeared in the Coral Sea and slaughtered countless low-level cultivators of the Zhou family in the Coral Sea. In the end, it was the ancestor of the Zhou family who personally killed it. Even if we don't talk about hundreds of years ago, he saw one in the sinking sea just 3 years ago. It forced Aolan to flee into the sky above the sinking sea, and to avoid the attack of the giant squid despite the pressure of the void-burning wind. Such an existence is actually the food of the ghost immortal tower. When Luo Chen heard that the Yuanmo sect, the sacred land of the god of transformation, had failed in several attempts to subdue this beast, he was even more awed. I wonder what the rank of this beast is. Dingyu replied, the rank of wild beasts has always been difficult to judge. In terms of size, the big ones are rampant, but the small ones can also swallow the ocean. They don't have any concept of demon pills and primordial infants. If cultivators want to judge the strength of wild beasts, they can only rely on the experience of their predecessors and personal tests. And this ghost immortal tower, his strength is at least in the late stage of the primordial infant compared to our human cultivators. In fact, judging from his record of repeatedly escaping from the hands of the Yuanmo sect's strong men, I'm afraid he is infinitely close to the 5th-level god of transformation. When he said the latter, he clearly showed a look of fear in his eyes. Looking at Luo Chen, the fear became stronger. He remembered very clearly that under the influence of the bad luck of the ghost fairy building, Luo Chen had clearly been in an illusion. But in just a short moment, the other party woke up and was the first to escape. Luo Chen was amazed at the realm of the ghost fairy building, and also noticed Ding Yi's fear. He did not explain anything. Any giant and cultivator would be fascinated by such an illusion. But he was different. He was already proficient in the illusion of mirror flowers and water moons, and used the bad luck of the ghost fairy building as a template to deduce the 2nd level of the ghost fairy building of mirror flowers and water moons. It can be said that he has a certain resistance. In addition, Hanzon's soul roared at the critical moment, and he could easily escape. After understanding the situation of the ghost fairy building, Luo Chen focused his attention on the surrounding environment. In other words, since they entered the passage behind the cyclone, they have been carefully paying attention to the surrounding situation. This is a narrow corridor. Deep and bottomless. There is a large amount of nothingness burning wind gushing out from it, and then cyclones from their heads to the outside world. If you want to enter the real ruins, you can only go back to the corridor. Luo Chen was not afraid. With his Zuanshan armor on, he could ignore the void-burning wind. But Ding Yi and the others were not in a good situation. The treasure basin fish was caught, and the spare Guian pearl was turned into powder. This tunnel that was constantly gushing out a void-burning wind became a natural barrier. What are you going to do next? Moyan Cave Master frowned. I do have materials on me, and I can refine new Guian pearls on the spot, but it will take at least half a month. No, it's too long. Ding Yi flatly rejected this proposal, and then looked at Luo Chen. King Guangzi, your armor was able to cover the black dragon before, so it shouldn't be a problem to protect the two of us, right? Luo Chen smiled. He called him Demon Lord before, but now he respectfully calls him King Guangzi. Protecting you is not a problem, but the question is, why should I do this? As he spoke, he moved slightly and approached the entrance of the tunnel. As soon as this action was made, the faces of the two people opposite changed immediately. King Yang, Demon Lord, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to take advantage of this opportunity to threaten me? King Gangzi, we are in the same boat, grasshoppers on the same rope. You can't get what you want in the ruins by yourself. Luo Chen didn't care and chuckled calmly. Yes, we are in the same boat, but activating this magic weapon will also consume a lot of my mana. I remember very clearly that when you went to the treasure base and fished before, you didn't think of taking me with you. Ding Yi was a little unhappy. Do you think we are deliberately targeting you? Luo Chen shrugged, who knows? You. Ding Yi was so angry that he stretched out his finger, and the movement of pointing at Luo Chen was trembling slightly. The Lord of Moin Cave calmed down. King Gangzi, you have great magical power, we all know it, it's just a short distance, why are you so stingy? Magic power is not a reason for you to take advantage. Then what do you want? Magical weapon? Key recovering pills. I don't want any of these. Luo Chen put away his smile and said seriously, I want the specific location of the medicine garden where the 5 elements lotus platform is located, and all the information about the ruins. The Lord of Moin Cave suddenly realized, and then looked at Ding Yi. Ding Yi was relieved, so that's it, why make everyone's relationship so stiff? Luo Chen stared at him, then can you tell me? He knew very well that his 3-person team was not harmonious, and there was no means of restraining each other. The situation of the ruins of the sunken sea was all in Ding Yi's hands. If he didn't know as much as possible, even if he had a strong martial arts, he would be controlled by others. Therefore, he would do such a shameless threat in the case of cooperation. Ding Yi thought for a moment and said seriously, I really don't know the exact location of the 5 elements lotus platform. Luo Chen frowned, impossible, you clearly said before that the cyclone leads to the location of the relic spiritual medicine garden. So, there's only that cyclone. Ding Yi vowed, only that cyclone can stably lead to the spiritual medicine garden area, but that place is occupied by the ghost fairy building. If I don't go in from there, I have no clue. How can that be? Luo Chen was half believing and half doubting. Ding Yi looked sincere, this is the situation, I can't lie to you. Then how can you determine that the cyclone channel is correct? Luo Chen was going to get to the bottom of it. Under his questioning, even though Ding Yi was unwilling, he could only tell the truth. Remember what I told you about Tai Sui? The flesh and blood on my body is affected by Tai Sui, and it is endless. And the remnant thoughts on it guide me to where its body is. That cyclone is the place where the remnant thoughts are most perceived, so I am so sure. Luo Chen glanced at the fat that was swelling up on the other person's body and finally chose to believe it. However, the other party has not answered Luo Chen's other question. Any information about the ruins? Ding Yi smiled bitterly and asked a question in return. What kind of ruins do you think the cultivator left behind after his death can allow the Yuanmo sect to explore the sacred land of the god of transformation for thousands of years? The Lord of Moin Cave obviously didn't know much about the inside story before. When asked, he and Luo Chen looked at each other in surprise. Yes. What kind of existence can still block the exploration of a person with 3 great ancestors of the god of transformation and many Yuanying true persons after sitting in meditation? Yuanying true person? The ancestors of the god of transformation can easily push them away. The powerful god of transformation? When they were alive, they were evenly matched. How could the means left after death resist the living? Fatally, a possibility emerged in each other's mind. The wooden sign on his chest trembled a little. A vicissitudes of life came to Luo Chen's ears. Sure enough, just as I guessed, this ruins was left by the true lord. True lord. Luo Chen blurted out. Lord Moin thought without hesitation, a powerful person in the realm of refining emptiness. Ding Yi nodded slowly. Yes, according to the records of the Yuanmo sect, this ruin is indeed the palace of a real master in the realm of refining emptiness. Moreover, that real master may be the strongest person in the realm of refining emptiness in history. Because he fell here, this place is also called the land of fallen demons. Chapter 658 Luo Chen, are you willing to enter my alchemy hall? In the quiet corridor, 3 footsteps echoed clearly. Suddenly, a click sound was heard. Ding Yi stopped and looked at the bone. Is this the so-called turtle ruins? The bone was clearly the skeleton left by the wild beast black turtle after its death. The Lord of Moin cave side beside him. For tens of millions of years, a large number of black turtle corpses have been buried here, thus forming the void-burning wind. That true Lord used the means of casting and formation to expand this wind, thus covering the entire sinking sea. It is really an incredible great magical power. While speaking, he and Ding Yi tacitly looked at Luo Chen, who was walking in the middle with a corner of their eyes. But he saw that the other party did not look away, as if he was not interested in these black turtle remains at all. Of course, the black turtle remains scattered in the corridor have long been waste materials and have little use. The place where the void-burning wind is truly formed and expanded is not here. At this moment, Luo Chen was talking quickly with Han Zan without the two of them noticing. Senior, have you known that this is the place where Master Liangsa fell? I have this speculation, otherwise I would not have come here on my own initiative. What's your basis? It's very simple. Do you remember what I told you about the secret realm? Luo Chen's memory surged, and he gradually got a clue. You once said that the place where the great gods of the Huashan realm died could not be easily entered by Yuanying true people. This is because it is filled with the power of the laws that the great gods had realized during their lifetime, and it can easily affect Yuanying cultivators who have not mastered the power of the laws. Yes, that's right, you have a good memory. Han Zan said with a smile, his tone more expectant. So, when I knew there was such a relic that made the Huashan realm sacred and helpless, but Yuanying cultivators could enter and exit, I understood that it must be a secret realm left by a being above the Huashan realm. Luo Chen was puzzled. Will the burial place of the true monarch affect the practice of Yuanying cultivators? You, after all, don't understand the word Liangsu. Oh? Junior is willing to hear the details. Luo Chen humbly asked for advice. Han Zan was generous and gave instructions. The so-called refining the void is to refine the illusory laws into concrete things, and have absolute control over the mysterious power of the laws. Therefore, this realm is also called the realm of image and the realm of law. Under that terrifying control, even if you die, the laws you leave behind will not affect those who have not yet realized the laws. On the contrary, the incarnation cultivators who are new to the way of laws will suffer absolute suppression. Refining the void? Laws? Image? Absolute control? Luo Chen's head swelled when he heard these seemingly high-level words. He couldn't help asking, Senior is only one realm higher than me, and he is not a disciple of the Holy Land. Why do you know these secrets so well? Is it detailed? Han Zan chuckled, it's just the simplest summary. After a pause, he continued, and there was a bit more sigh in his words. The founder of my Luo sect received the corresponding inheritance from an ancient cultivator's cave, and then established the sect. The ancient cultivator's relics contain descriptions of these realms, and I am just repeating what others have said. So that's it. In the ancient war between humans and monsters, countless ancient cultivators died. The world has changed, and people have changed. I don't know how many true cultivators have been buried in the dust of history. It is a blessing for future generations to obtain it, or rise for a while, or establish a sect. Luo Chen used to be afraid of those secret realms and dangerous places, not because he was not tempted, but because he kept in mind that there were risks besides the benefits. The so-called ancient cultivator relics are not just for him. Even this time, he planned to retreat after obtaining the 5 elements lotus platform. However, Luo Chen still had doubts in his heart. Ding Yi said that the ancient cultivator who passed away in this land of fallen demons was probably the strongest true lord of refining void in history. I wonder why he was praised as the strongest? And how could such a strong man fall in this world? Isn't the highest level of cultivation in the mountain and sea realm limited to the spiritualization stage? How could it accommodate him? In addition, where did the word demon come from? Could it be that this person is also a demon cultivator? Then the relics he left behind would not be so friendly. Luo Chen had asked about these doubts before, but Ding Yi could not give a specific answer. At this moment, Han Zan seemed to be confused and remained silent for a long time. Speechless. Huh? Luo Chen paused and looked up suddenly. Blood was flowing and corpses were piled up like mountains. A young man stood with a sword in his hand, his back to Luo Chen. He slowly turned around and looked at Luo Chen in confusion. King Gang Demon Lord? Luo Hai. Looking at the strange yet familiar face, Luo Chen hesitated and said, He Yuan. But the next moment, a sense of horror rushed to his head. Blood Nightmare Demon Luo. Blood Nightmare Demon Luo nodded, it seems that you still remember me. The tip of the sword shook and pointed at Luo Chen diagonally. I'll give you another chance, submit to me. Luo Chen frowned, without any hesitation. The golden elixir in his body turned, the Hununding increased, and a huge mana suddenly spread out. Senluo fire prison reappeared. Luo Chen stood in it, raised his hand and hit it through the air. A huge handprint came out. Blood Nightmare Demon Luo wanted to resist, but under the fire prison, he was shocked to find that the mana in his body was restless and difficult to mobilize. He dodged in a hurry. However, the green handprint was already approaching. Boom. There was only a loud noise. Luo Chen stepped to his side, looked at the broken and dying young man, and shook his head slightly. If it was Blood Nightmare in person, I might have to deal with it carefully, but you are just an incarnation, and you dare to speak so arrogantly? Ha! With a sneer, the green flame in his hand burst out, and the man under his feet was reduced to ashes. Luo Chen did not stop, and his figure fled and flew away. At some point, the sky became dim, and a bright moon gradually hung high. Luo Chen looked up at the bright moon, and under his feet was a small island surrounded by a 10-mile flat lake. Raising a glass to invite the bright moon, the shadow became 3 people. A man with a sallow face half knelt at Luo Chen's feet. Daoyao, please spare Yan's life. You attacked Daoyao Island this time just for this place of practice. Yan can give up, just to save his life. Looking at Yan Nanshan's lowered head, Luo Chen's expression was slightly moved. After a while, he said in a cold voice, I can spare your life, but you have to submit to me and serve me for 100 years. If you don't agree, I will not spare you. As he spoke, he raised the Zhuanghe sword in his hand slightly. Facing this shameless bandit who robbed him and wanted him to surrender to others, Yan Nanshan's face was ugly, but after a long silence, he finally couldn't agree. Luo Chen smiled. In this way, there will be one more giant and cultivator running around for me, which is great. When he didn't notice it, his momentum was dissipating continuously, and he soon fell into the giant stage. He landed from a high altitude and was already in a rocky place. There was an empty valley in front, surrounded by mountains. Several foundation-building cultivators fought on their own. Luo Chen held a sword and soared into the sky, beheading a man. The man looked terrified. I am the son of the giant and of the Yan Men. You can't kill me. The sword stopped between the man's neck. Yan Lizi panted and quickly told his origins. Luo Chen, who was opposite, had a gloomy face. It's not worth it to offend the giant and cultivator for this man. After putting away the Zhuanghe sword, Yan Lizi felt relieved. After thanking him, he hurried away. When he was far away, he looked back with hatred. Dan Chenzi, I will remember you. Wait for death. Half a month later, Luo Chen, who was killing people wantonly on the battlefield, ran into an old man with a sky full of golden clouds. Luo Chen, come and die for my son. Luo Chen looked terrified. I let him go. You can't kill me. The old man smiled contemptuously, and pointed his finger like a sword, and the sky full of golden clouds suddenly turned into golden swords that broke through the air. Luo Chen hurriedly fled, and Chu Kui beside him helped him resist. However, this time, the old man had another mirror in his hand, which fixed Chu Kui, and the golden sword landed in front of Luo Chen like a swimming fish. Luo Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the sword tip that was about to hit his body. No. With a shout, Luo Chen suddenly woke up from the table. The graceful woman worriedly helped him up. President, what's wrong with you? Luo Chen was sweating profusely, looking at the worried Sima Wei Niang, and kept panting. I had a dream. I dreamed that I was chased by the Golden Core Master and almost died. In that dream, he talked incessantly, and Wei Niang listened quietly. After a long time, the woman's voice came from the silent Luo Chen Hall. President, you are under too much pressure. All the burdens of the Luo Chen Association are on you, so you have such a nightmare. In fact, it is unnecessary. Now you are in charge of the outside, and I am in charge of the inside. With the protection of masters like the Juking Fairy, our Luo Chen Association will definitely get better and better. Listening to the gentle woman's comfort, Luo Chen gradually calmed down. Just looking at the woman's gorgeous palace dress, black hair, and a touch of white on her chest, he couldn't help swallowing a saliva. The woman seemed to have sensed something and gently leaned on the man's shoulder. President, it's getting late, don't go back. Luo Chen was about to hug her shoulders, but the scene in his dream suddenly came to his mind. Thinking of the long journey to immortality, why bother dragging others into the water when he couldn't even protect himself? He sighed slightly and gently pushed the woman's shoulders away. President, The woman was about to cry. I don't blame you, you're fine. Luo Chen got up and left the hall. In the solemn hall, there was no longer the bustle of the daytime foundation building ceremony, only desolation and sobbing. When Luo Chen walked out of the hall, he felt empty in his heart. Looking at the bright moon outside, he seemed to feel that he had lost something. At this moment, an old man looked over with a smile. Luo Chen, what do you think? What do I think? Luo Chen's wandering eyes fell on the weak girl beside the old man, who was crying while holding the body of her loved one. It was Li. Luo Chen thought without hesitation, of course I killed her. Swish. A sword swung across the sky. The girl died with her eyes wide open. Qin Liangjun, who was standing by, opened his eyes wide and looked at Luo Chen in disbelief. You. Me. Luo Chen's heart was agitated. How could this be? The old man Miao Wen walked past him, patted his shoulder, and heard his cold words. You are very good. Under the cold eyes, disbelief, and a pair of eyes that could not close their eyes, Luo Chen fell into confusion. No. It shouldn't be like this. How could this be? His aura was also constantly disappearing in this chaos. He staggered back, feeling a splitting headache. Back and forth, Luo Chen rubbed his head, but found himself moving forward. The bright moon, it was still the same bright moon. On the open bluestone slab, a wealthy old man suddenly turned around. Half of his face was covered by shadows, and the other half was smiling as he looked at Luo Chen. Luo Chen, right. In my Passion gang, there is now the 7 Tiger Hall in the Dragon Hall, with Wang Yuan as the hall master. Now only the Alchemy Hall is ownerless. Would you like to join my Alchemy Hall? Chapter 659, Blurred Colors, Starry Sky Fantasy, Li Wangshan. Luo Chen, are you willing to join my Alchemy Hall? The enthusiastic solicitation sounded in his ears, and the warm smile like spring breeze came into his eyes. Luo Chen felt that his mind was in chaos. A violent aura arose for no reason. He had practiced for 100 years, and he had been above 10,000 people. He had also escaped from the sacred land of the Feather Clan. Even if he faced a Yuanying's Hunrin, he felt that he had the strength to compete. Now, a mere foundation-building cultivator dared to say that he could subdue him. Kill. 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 With one sword, the piece can be cut off. Just as Luo Chen's eyes became more and more red, thousands of voices seemed to ring in his ears. Xiao Luo, at this moment, it seems like that moment. It was Qin Liangjun's voice. But when Luo Chen looked at the man standing next to the rich man, the other party did not open his mouth. Is it the same now as it was then? Luo Chen asked himself. You are a smart man, let's stop here. It was Miao Wen's voice. I have always been smart and decisive. Even if I think my choice was wrong later, it was definitely right at the time. Now, how can I be too smart and make mistakes? President, I'll wait for you to come back in Dangsha. Fellow Taoist Luo, I'll trouble you with the future of my Li family. Luo Chen. Demon Lord Qin Gaiang. One voice after another, like a tide, was subtle at first, but later, it was as loud as thunder, shaking Luo Chen's soul. At this moment, Mi Shuhu's voice came into his ears again. Luo Chen, are you willing to join my Dan Hall? Facing the sinister eyes, Luo Chen slowly raised his head, took a deep breath, and then bent down slightly. The sinister look dissipated, and the wealthy old man laughed heartily. He who knows the times is a hero. Luo Chen, you will not regret your choice today. In this rumbling laughter, his figure began to dissipate. Luo Chen watched this scene quietly, but his body was trembling slightly. Yes, he did not regret it. If he was regretting all the time, he would not have come to this point. He never regretted everything he had done in the past, even if it was ugly and dirty, even if he had to humble himself to others. No matter how high his realm is now, no matter how beautiful the flowers and scenery are, it cannot cover up the fact that the road he had walked in the past was once a muddy one. Only by facing the past and accepting the ugliness in his heart can he move forward. When Luo Chen woke up from the pain of changing the past and indulging in pain, he slowly blinked. There was no small town moon or Dangsha night view in the scene. It was just the endless starry sky, and he was alone in it. Floating in the starry sky. Luo Chen opened his mouth and spit. A black chess piece fell into his palm. Without wind or breath, the black chess piece turned into a handful of powder. The black chess piece of Lan Ke, who had protected him all the way, had died of old age. Luo Chen was not surprised to see this day. The black chess piece of Lan Ke was damaged in the previous attack of the bad luck of the wild beast ghost fairy tower. When he stepped into the starry sky, the horrible illusion that made people have no reaction or even no resistance fell, and the black chess piece of Lan Ke quietly shattered. Before it was shattered, years of sacrifice and refinement made it give Luo Chen the final warning. And this warning reached its maximum in the memory of Miao Wen's interrogation of Luo Chen's heart in Donghuang Yuanxi Valley, which set off the chaos in Luo Chen's heart. Thanks to this, Luo Chen made the right choice in the last level. Respect history and firmly believe that it is the right path for his success. Instead of regretting and thinking about changing everything in the illusion. What's more, change. How to change it? Reject Mi Shuhu's recruitment, young blood, proud and unyielding? Then he would have died under the other party's sinister means. Just like killing Mi Li, Miao Wen would be afraid of him. How could he rise up later? Rejecting Sima Wei Niang, is it the right choice? Not necessarily. When he let Yan Lizi go, the other party would definitely seek revenge on him, so it was right to kill him forcibly regardless of the pressure from the other party's giant and father. Just like on Yaoyu Island, he killed Yan Nanshan brazenly instead of keeping him around and raising a tiger to cause trouble. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is right. Luo Chen smiled and raised his hand. The black powder in his hand fell into the starry sky. Until this moment, he had the energy to observe this starry sky. Endless black space, only thousands of stars hanging above his head. The starlight sprinkled on him, which was dim before, but now it became dazzling. Looking at those stars and the starlight on his body, Luo Chen was thoughtful. The illusion must be born from this. And this illusion is completely different from what I have seen in the past. It is not about seeking beauty and light, nor the temptation of wealth, sex and power. Instead, it sees through the ugliness in people's hearts and makes people face it. If you dare not face your past and try to change history, you will most likely sink into it and never wake up. It is really exquisite and incredible. Luo Chen exclaimed, looking at the wooden sign on his chest. It is the soul-nourishing tree, where Hanzan lives. At this moment, the other party is silent. I don't know if he hid or was forced to enter the illusion. Looking around again, I can't see the figures of Ying Yi and Mo and Cave Master. It should be that when they left the skeleton corridor unknowingly, the three were forced to separate. I don't know if we will be in the same place after we go out. Luo Chen thought about it and took a step. As he took a step, figures gradually emerged in the dark starry sky. The seductive demon woman in revealing clothes and the holy fairy in white gauze were on both sides of the way, posing and panting, or caressing the mountains. Come again. Luo Chen shook his head and strode forward without stopping. This kind of illusion might affect a cultivator with a weak will. But Luo Chen has experienced countless illusions in his life. Whether it is the illusion of entering a dream after taking the Zongmiao Pill, the illusion of the soul-searching mirror of the ghost and god, or the illusion of bad luck in the ghost fairy building, none of them are easy to deal with. After long-term training, he has already developed a strong resistance. At this moment, even without the protection of the black chess of Lan Ke, his firm heart of Taoism is not affected at all, and he just keeps running. In the process of moving forward, the illusion is constantly changing. From the beauty that catches the eye at the beginning, to the delicious food that makes people salivate, the fragrance surges between the wings of the nose, and even the rolling of magic sounds and immortal sounds in the ears. Luo Chen remained unmoved, but he was more and more amazed. The environment arranged in the starry sky was really too wonderful. The eyes, ears, mouth, nose and heart were all targeted. If you are not careful, you will sink into it. Only those who have a firm heart and are indomitable can be unaffected. Even if he is as strong as himself, even if he is also proficient in the illusion of the eyes, he was almost confused and sunk in his heart when he first came into contact with it. Moreover, Luo Chen could see that the power of these illusions was equivalent to his own realm, not too much beyond, just right. The owner who arranged this starry sky illusion is really extraordinary and awe-inspiring. Luo Chen sighed, his feet speeding up, and the starlight in front of him gradually paved into a road. Looking up, a glowing exit was looming at the end of the star road. Luo Chen was in high spirits, regardless of the blurred voices and the floating fragrance behind him, and jumped into that exit. Horizontal ellipsis. This is, in the quiet palace. Luo Chen turned his head and looked at the exit. There were 3 words written on it. Li Wangshan, is that starry sky fantasy called Li Wangshan? Luo Chen thought for a moment, then retracted his gaze and looked around the palace. Rather than a palace, it was more like a huge stone house. Array patterns appeared under his feet, and spiritual energy poured in from the outside world, then disappeared under the stone house along those array patterns. Obviously, this is the origin of the cyclone channel. After passing through the starry sky fantasy Luo Chen, the black tortoise skeleton corridor, and finally breaking through the sinking sea, revealing the mountain and sea realm. And a large amount of spiritual energy from the outside world was also absorbed in. At this moment, the spiritual energy in this stone house is so rich that it can be called scary. From what Luo Chen saw, it is at least at the 4th level or above. If it weren't for the excessive movement back and forth, it would definitely be an extremely high-quality place for cultivation. But violent, that's right. Luo Chen showed satisfaction in his eyes. With his current physical condition and the help of the formation, he might be able to recover a little bit with this spiritual energy here. The previous month's trip to the sinking sea, even if he was taking the top-grade True Flame Pill all the time, still consumed a lot of his mana. The second yuan was much dimmer at this moment. However, before adjusting his breath, Luo Chen did two things first. Check the soul-nurturing tree. Senior. A voice came from inside as usual. I'm here. Does it seem that Hanzan is safe and sound? Luo Chen looked at the soul-nurturing tree, which had dimmed a little bit, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't ask the other party about the situation. The illusion was too mysterious and could most arouse the ugliness in people's hearts. It would be impolite to ask too much. Then, Luo Chen put his consciousness into the two spirit beast bags. How are you? Master, what's wrong? Master, do you need help? The voices of Black King and Xiang Sun came one after another, as if they had encountered nothing. Luo Chen frowned. Didn't you encounter the illusion? Both monsters answered no. Luo Chen glanced at Li Wangshan again. Why were the two monsters not affected? Was it because of the difference in race, or because they were enslaved and lost their independence, so the starry sky illusion did not deal with them? No one answered Luo Chen. Luo Chen did not want to get to the bottom of it. He took out the conferred god compass, set up the Lanyan misty formation in the corner, and then sat cross-legged in it and meditated quietly. The violent spiritual energy around him washed away. Luo Chen groaned and began to absorb and refine it forcibly. In the past, he would never dare to do this. But now, with his 4th-level ancient physique, he felt that he could withstand this violent spiritual energy of heaven and earth. And the result was indeed so. A large amount of spiritual energy entered the body, first filtered by the blood membrane condensed by the source force, and then began to be continuously refined in the circulation of the meridians. When it entered the sea of Qi, it already seemed gentle and calm. Even if the quality was not as good as the normal refining outside, this part of the mana did not enter the natal golden elixir, but restored the second elemental elixir. Wait a little longer. If they don't come out, I'll leave on my own. This wait lasted for half a day. Half a day later, Lord Moyan stepped out of the exit. Luo Chen dispersed the formation and stepped out refreshed. Cave Master, are you okay? Lord Moyan looked a little pale, but his eyes were extremely clear. He nodded to Luo Chen. I'm fine. Then, he walked to the side and took out a shell-shaped magic weapon from the storage bag. As the magic power was injected, the shell continued to expand. I plan to regulate my breath to restore my magic power. I'll trouble you to take care of me. Luo Chen nodded, and then watched the other party step into the shell. When the shell closed, the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth washed over the shell, and the spiritual energy could be seen seeping into it. Interesting magic weapon. Luo Chen muttered, and looked at the exit with starlight. Ding yi, it's been a long time. He curled his lips, opened his air armor, and walked in the stone hall. After walking for a while, Luo Chen stopped beside a stone pillar. I don't think I've ever seen this architectural style before. Luo Chen frowned as he stroked the relief on the stone pillar. On it, there was a 3-headed demon wolf carved. The color could not be seen, but the demon wolf looked extremely ferocious. He had never seen such a demon wolf in the classics of the East Wilderness and the North Sea. Senior, do you know this thing? Han Zan's voice came out faintly. I don't know it, and I haven't seen it. It doesn't look like a demon from the mountain and sea realm. What about the others? Luo Chen's eyes swept over the other stone pillars in the hall, and there were also many relief carvings. There were many strange beasts, with different styles. Han Zan was silent for a while, and finally said, I don't know it either. Luo Chen became more cautious about his next move because he could make the knowledgeable Han Zan feel so unfamiliar. Master Liang Su, the land of falling demons, the owner of this place was probably not from the mountain and sea realm when he was alive. Luo Chen muttered. Just at this moment, a light flashed at the exit. Luo Chen looked back suddenly, and a pair of cunning and cruel eyes suddenly met his gaze. But after just one glance, the gaze dissipated and turned into a blank look. Dao Iao. Luo Chen took a step back and asked in a deep voice. Ding Yi looked around blankly, then shook his head violently, covered his head, and made a painful sound. Luo Chen became more and more alert, and even the sound of a sword chirping could be heard faintly in the sword box behind him. Just as he was about to make a move, Ding Yi's trembling body slowly regained its calm. I'm fine, but my soul was hurt by the illusion, and it's a bit painful. Ding Yi stretched out his hand to signal Luo Chen not to take action, and found a corner with weaker spiritual energy and sat cross-legged. Luo Chen frowned as he watched this scene, and his mind kept replaying the cunning and cruel look that the other party had shown when he first entered this hall. That was not Ding Yi's look. Luo Chen was alert in his heart, and his figure had unknowingly walked to the gate of the hall. Everyone had gathered, and it was time to explore this land of falling demons and find the 5-element lotus platform. He looked back at the two of them, and then firmly opened the door. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in, carrying with it the rusty iron gas and endless sharpness. At just one glance, Luo Chen was stunned by the scene in front of him. One after another, the mountains towered into the clouds, like upside-down long swords, all the way forward, with no end in sight. Luo Chen murmured, "Is this still the lifeless sinking sea?" Chapter 660, 1,000-foot mountains, 9 Sun Golden Eagle. Come out. Luo Chen patted the gray bag on his waist. Instantly, 2 streams of light flashed out, both kneeling in front of him. It was the Black King and Bian Zhuan. Master. Master. Luo Chen nodded, pointed to the outside world and said, use this palace as the center, explore the area of 1,000 miles in radius. If you encounter special circumstances, use this talisman to report to me at all times. The 2 talismans fell into the hands of the 2 monsters under the cover of magic power. It was the only sound transmission sound that Luo Chen bought from Lushenzhen that year. In the mountain and sea world, after the ancient human-monster war, some battlefields were even deep in the wilderness. When the war ended, many ancient cultivators fell in various places and had no time to recover their bodies. Because of their different abilities, some strong men left behind inheritances before they died, evolving secret realms in caves. Even if the human cultivators later established the 5 continents, they did not necessarily recover all these secret realms in caves. This is why the major sects today have gradually discovered some ancient cultivators' secret realms. In these secret realms, due to the methods used by the ancient cultivators before they passed away and the passage of time, the secret realms have undergone various changes. Either the spiritual energy has changed, or the creatures in them have evolved extremely, or in serious cases, the speed of time has changed. Even high-level cultivators dare not easily set foot in them, and can only send low-level disciples to explore. Luo Chen had previously guessed about this land of falling demons. The sunken sea that guards the secret realm outside will suppress the cultivator's spiritual consciousness, and the secret realm inside is probably even worse. Now it is as expected. Luo Chen had tried to release his spiritual consciousness before, and it could have a range of 700 or 800 miles, but in this illusion, the limit is only less than a few dozen miles. Dozens of miles sounds like a long distance, but for cultivators with clear ears and eyes, it is not as far as what the eyes can see. But unfortunately, what the eyes see can deceive people. In this case, the danger brought by the unknown becomes the greatest. The only transmission node will be of great use at this moment. After receiving the talisman, He Wang and Bian Zhuan looked at each other, and then each chose a direction to fly. Luo Chen stood at the gate of the stone hall, watching them leave, his eyes focused more on the sword-like peaks. But after looking at them too much, his eyes felt stinging. At this moment, the wooden sign on his chest trembled slightly. Luo Chen, have you noticed that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here seems to be a little different? Han Zan's spiritual consciousness transmitted the sound into his ears. Luo Chen was stunned when he heard it. He tried to practice the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra and began to capture the free spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the outside world, but he was stunned just after the beginning of the practice. So little. Right. I also felt that there is so little wood-attributed spiritual energy here. Han Zan's main practice is the wood-attributed practice, and the spiritual energy absorbed from the outside world is mainly wood-attributed spiritual energy. Luo Chen's is fire-attributed. The fact that both of them said it was little shows how little the wood and fire attributes in the outside world are, and it is obvious that there are more than just these two. In Luo Chen's perception, in addition to wood and fire, the water and earth attributes are also very little. The most is the gold-attributed spiritual energy. After noticing this, Luo Chen's face changed slightly. This secret realm seemed to have the most common phenomenon recorded in the Secret Realm Exploration Guidebooks, the spiritual energy mutation. The principle of this mutation is unknown to later generations, but it is speculated that it is probably related to the great way the master practiced during his lifetime. Whichever system is leaning towards, after sitting and passing away, the spiritual energy of the place left behind will gather a lot of that system. In this way, the environment of the secret realm can be well preserved. But for later explorers, it is extremely dangerous. Because this means that if the cultivator is not practicing the same system as the master of the secret realm, then the mana will be used less. On the contrary, those who practice the same system will be like fish in water in it, and will become more courageous in battle. Not only that, Luo Chen has a bigger worry in his heart. He looked at the boundless space in front of him and quietly asked Han Zan a question. Are we really still in the sinking sea and the mountain and sea realm? Han Zan was silent for a long while, and finally answered, maybe we are still in the mountain and sea realm, but I'm afraid we are no longer in the sinking sea. After getting the answer to his guess, Luo Chen couldn't help but take a breath. What kind of magical power does the owner of this place have to create such a spiritual place before he passed away? Have you forgotten what Ding Yi said about the Yuanmo sect's evaluation of the owner of this relic? The strongest Liangsu's hengine in ancient and modern times? But can a Liangsu realm existence do this? Whether the existence of that realm can do it, I don't know. But I know that the basic principles of all things are roughly the same. If you regard this meteorite land as a large storage bag, you can explain a little bit. One or two, it's just one or two. What kind of storage bag can accommodate a vast and boundless world, and it is full of vitality? Luo Chen thought a lot, such as space restrictions, mustard seeds containing zumi, and even space cracks, but he felt that it was far from enough. Because these things are more than enough for small things, but in such a vast environment, it is absolutely impossible to achieve such stability. Suddenly, Luo Chen remembered a rumor about the owner of this place. The attainment of the formation is superb. Li Kanghe, the only human god transforming great power in the North Sea, got the opportunity in this meteorite land and was promoted to the great power of the formation. It was just a little blessing to create a generation of great gods. It can be seen that the original owner's formation is strong. And the formation is also a kind of avenue that can take into account various means and turn many attributes into its own use. Perhaps, the formation is the core of the construction of this space. Thinking of this, Luo Chen looked at the stone hall behind him. His eyes were shining, and he carefully observed the flow of the formation patterns inside and outside, and he became more and more certain of his guess. This seemingly ordinary stone hall brings together 4 large formations, receiving spirits, gathering spirits, dispersing spirits, and transforming spirits. They are integrated together but do not conflict with each other. At least with his current attainments in formation, Luo Chen can't do this. And this is just the most basic formation construction. If there are hundreds of stone halls like this in this space, perhaps the spiritual energy inside the space will be guaranteed to be endless, just like the outside world. While Luo Chen was thinking and observing, the sound transmission talisman on his body moved. It came from Xiangxuan. After Luo Chen heard it, he showed surprise on his face. But in a flash, he buried this surprise deep, because Ding Yi and the others left the hall. Have you adjusted your breath? Moyan Cave Master nodded, almost. Fortunately I had expected it and prepared many external objects. Luo Chen watched and saw that the opponent's magic power had gradually recovered to its peak state, which showed that what he said was true. But the other person was not so good. Fellow Taoisting, you. Ding Yi waved his hand. It's okay, it's just a little loss of magic power, it won't affect the next action. Moyan Cave Master asked curiously, then how should we go next? This is also what Luo Chen wanted to ask. He had no idea about the location of the spiritual medicine garden. Ding Yi took a deep breath, stretched out his finger, and pointed far away. It's in that direction. Luo Chen and Mo Yundong Master looked at each other, and then spoke together. Then, let's ask fellow Taoisting to lead the way. Ding Yi's face remained unchanged, and he opened his mouth and spit out a gourd. He moved his body and jumped onto the yellow gourd. Mo Yundong Master did not see any movement, but the cloud boots under his feet had already created wind, carrying him slowly into the air. This was a posture of rushing on the road. Luo Chen's shoulders and waist moved slightly, and a pair of fiery red wings appeared behind him. Mo Yundong Master took a look and said, "Not a bad magic weapon, especially if it is well nurtured. I'm afraid it's close to the middle level." Luo Chen smiled slightly and didn't say anything, but after the three of them set off, he fell behind a little. Looking at Ding Yi, his eyes were also a little gloomy. "You haven't even recovered your magic power, and you are in such a hurry to set off. It would be strange if you don't have ghosts." In the sky, 3 escape lights were flying at a very fast speed. Soon, they approached the first high mountain. As the distance got closer, Luo Chen's expression became more and more solemn. "It should be here." As he murmured in his heart, there seemed to be something unusual on the mountain. The next moment, a golden light flew out of the mountain, and the buzzing sound made people feel annoyed. The 3 of them stopped instantly. Seeing that the golden light was getting closer and closer, the hostility was exposed, and the 3 of them were facing a great enemy. As the distance got closer and closer, Luo Chen and the others also saw the specific appearance of the attacking creature. It was the size of a watermelon. It looked like a cicada, but also like a mosquito. The wings were as thin as golden gauze, and there were long sharp mouth parts on the face. What is this? The face of the Lord of Moin Cave changed slightly. It's a first-level creature, so it shouldn't be a threat, but there are a lot of them. Luo Chen said. Ding Yi didn't even look back, and slapped the gourd under his crotch, and a large amount of golden sand flew out. "It's just some golden gourd mosquitoes. Don't be nervous. I'll do it this time." As he spoke, the golden sands flew out and covered the dense golden gourd mosquitoes. The golden sands and the golden mosquito collided, and before their sharp mouth parts could show their power, they were submerged in the endless sea of sand. Luo Chen and Mo Yundong watched this scene and did not move. After a few breaths, there was a click. Ding Yi put the stopper on the gourd bottle, showing satisfaction. "Keep going." Mo Yundong showed hesitation on his face, holding a small mosquito in his hand, and seemed a little confused. He looked at Ding Yi's gourd again, and it seemed that the spiritual light was a little brighter. Perhaps sensing Mo Yundong's gaze, Ding Yi explained, "This kind of golden gourd mosquito is formed by the 5 elements of gold. If it is refined in large quantities, it can promote the power of gold magic weapons." "Is this the reason why you took action first?" Mo Yundong was half believing and half doubting. When they flew to the foot of the second high mountain and a large group of ants rushed over, Mo Yundong spoke in advance, "This time, I will do it." Luo Chen and Ding Yi did not refuse. Then, right in front of their eyes, they saw the Lord of Moin Cave shaking his hand and throwing out a large net, which covered tens of thousands of ants. The mesh of the net was obviously very large, but after these ants entered it, they could not break free. The Lord of Moin Cave activated his magic power, and the ants died silently. In the end, a large handful of black ash was left in the net. The Lord of Moin Cave stretched out his hand and the black ash came to his side. After a sweep of his spiritual sense, the old man's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. "It's actually grinding iron ash." Luo Chen couldn't help but show a look of surprise when he heard it. Grinding iron ash is a first-level mineral material in the world of immortal cultivation. Although the grade is low, it is expensive, mainly because the output is rare. If this thing is added to magic tools and magic treasures, it can greatly improve the toughness of the weapon. In other words, it can improve the durability of the weapon. If his Zuanhou sword had a lot of grinding iron ash added to it, it would not have been broken into pieces in the battle. "I didn't expect that these ants would produce so much iron dust after death." The Lord of Moin Cave stopped and looked at the mountain where the ants climbed out. He was a little tempted. Seeing this, Ding Yi snorted coldly. "Lord of the Cave, each of these Kaienren mountains contains a rare mineral deposit. Now you are greedy and stop moving forward just because of a first-level mineral deposit. Do you still want the inheritance of refining weapons later?" The motivation for Lord of Moin Cave to explore the ruins together was that it was rumored that the owner of this place had an excellent refining skill in addition to his array skills. Hearing this, he couldn't help but get tangled up. Luo Chen was a little surprised. Does each mountain here contain corresponding mineral deposits? Dingyi nodded, and seeing that Lord of Moyan Cave was even more eager to move, he couldn't help but frown. Although there are many mineral deposits, each mountain is guarded by a corresponding beast. The higher the grade, the stronger the beast. In the back, there are even 4th grade beasts. Are you really ready to face 4th grade beasts? After this, the two were speechless. Dingyi sneered and stopped persuading them. Instead, he urged the magic weapon to fly forward again. Luo Chen and Moyan Cave Master looked at each other and had to suppress the urge to go up the mountain to explore and followed him. However, when they encountered attacks from beasts, the frequency of their attacks gradually increased. Every time they killed a beast, they could more or less harvest a good mineral deposits on them. From the 1st level, to the 2nd level, and then to the 3rd level. Dingyi did not compete with them for monsters, but was happy to see it happen and save mana. Time passed slowly. 5 days later. 3 figures fled frantically, their breath was a little hurried. And under their feet, there were hundreds of huge black gold vipers, chasing them like a tide. Dingyi looked grim. Damn it, I told you not to provoke these vipers, but now they are impossible to kill, and they are holding grudges, forcing us to deviate from the nearest route to the spiritual medicine garden. Moyan Cave Master had a bit of shame on his face. He couldn't help it, because these vipers had extremely rare Kigen. He wanted to kill only one, but he didn't expect that he would actually mobilize a large army. Moyan Cave Master found that Luo Chen's figure was far behind. Seeing that he was about to fall into the circle of vipers, Moyan Cave Master shouted loudly. Demon Lord, be careful. Luo Chen's face turned pale, and he subconsciously looked back. A bloody mouth opened instantly and swallowed him. Such a scene instantly shocked Moyan Cave Master. Even Dingyi didn't expect this to happen. Is King Gang Demon Lord so useless? Just when he was in doubt, the black viper that swallowed Luo Chen had already disappeared into the snake group. Cry. Suddenly, a sharp bird cry sounded in the sky. Dingyi looked back and saw a majestic blue bird swooping down towards them. Behind the bird, there was another golden eagle that seemed to be bathing in the sun, rolling up the wind and clouds. The 2 birds, one in front and one behind, rushed straight towards Dingyi and Moyan Cave Master. Seeing this scene, Dingyi's face turned pale and his eyes showed despair. Although he was desperate, he did not panic. He opened his mouth and spit out a small sword that broke through the air and slashed at the blue bird flying in front. The blue bird swayed repeatedly at a very fast speed. It used a familiar body movement to avoid the slash. Although it avoided it, it had already fallen into the group of vipers below. Then, it disappeared in an instant. Huh? Dingyi was stunned for a moment. At this moment, the group of vipers slowly retreated like a tide. The golden eagle lost its target and its angry eyes fell on Dingyi and Moyan Cave Master. Gudong. The sound of swallowing saliva came from the throats of the 2 giant cultivators. The Lord of Moyan Cave said in a hoarse voice, a 4th level beast. Dingyi vaguely realized that something was wrong at this time, but with a powerful enemy in front of him, he could no longer think about what was wrong. This is the 9-sun golden eagle, which lives by absorbing the sun's fire and swallowing the Zhengjin ore. It is ranked 4th, with fierce and overbearing offensives, unparalleled sharp attacks, and especially extremely fast speed. Cave Master, don't hold back. This battle, you and I have to overcome the difficulties together. The Lord of Moyan Cave nodded. And behind them, in the slowly retreating group of 3rd level vipers, a huge black python left the group and coiled around an iron tree, staring at them from afar with ruthless and indifferent eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661, Spirits of Heaven and Earth, The Troubles of Tai Sui. On the undulating cliff, there is an iron tree. On the iron tree, branches and vines are everywhere, and at this moment, a bright and evil flower blooms. Looking closely, it is not a flower, but a giant python's tongue. Black King, well done. Luo Chen's praise was heard, and the Black King hissed twice, seeming to be quite pleased. That's right, the black gold viper that swallowed Luo Chen was actually the result of the Black King's illusion. Luo Chen was not stingy with the 2 demons who followed him. Whether it was magic weapons and elixirs, or even some practical spells, he would teach them. For example, the spiritual art of condensing breath that Luo Chen used most frequently in his early days. The Black King and Xiangxun started learning it very early. The progress of their practice was different, but the Black King showed a very high talent in this regard. It may be related to his awakened innate demon art of swallowing magic. The Black King practiced this art to a level comparable to Luo Chen's early great perfection a long time ago, and possessed the magical power of concealing breath and becoming invisible, and using objects to transform ki. This is why Luo Chen dared to let Black King explore Xiling Island alone. It's not just that Black King is stronger than Xiangxun, but also that he can better restrain his own breath and disguise himself. This time, Black King explored this world in advance, and he always urged the art of gathering breath. After finding this group of third-level vipers, he received Luo Chen's instructions and collected the relevant breath, disguised as a black gold viper, and mixed in the snake robe. Just like Luo Chen disguised himself as a demon wolf to explore the Xiaoyu Mountains. Moreover, Black King himself is also from the Python class, which has a natural advantage. With this convenience, the subsequent operation is even simpler. In one of Moyan Cave Master's hands, Black King attracted a large group of black gold vipers to go out, chasing the three people off the route and coming to the territory where the 4th level alien beast 9 Sun Golden Eagle was sitting. And Luo Chen's arrangements are obviously not limited to this. Xiangxun, are you okay? Xiangxun's light cough came from the spirit beast's bag. That golden eagle is like a demon but not a demon, nor like a wild beast, but it is extremely powerful. Fortunately, I have practiced the 9,000 miles that you, my master, taught me over the years, and I am afraid I would not be able to hold on until you come. You have worked hard. After a word of comfort, Luo Chen asked again, next, can we do it? Yes. After getting the accurate answer, Luo Chen showed a satisfied smile. Maybe it is a bit ruthless, but this exploration of the ancient ruins is full of dangers, and Luo Chen must use all the power he can mobilize. For this, even if there are sacrifices, it is worth it. After determining the status of the two demons, Luo Chen focused all his attention on the two companions who were fighting in full swing. Facing the 4th level Golden Eagle, Ding Yi and Mo Yundong Master have already used their own abilities. The first person who came into view was Mo Yundong Master. This person has many methods, which is astonishing. Golden silk nets, sharp flying swords, one after another one-time explosive beads, countless flags, spears and halberds. These things may not be of high grade, but they are in great quantity. They were used again and again to hinder the attack of the Golden Eagle. Luo Chen was dazzled and even shocked. Is the magic power of Moyan Cave Master so powerful? He can control so many magic weapons. Even if he didn't control them at the same time, each one was used in a very good way, which was still amazing. Because this means that each magic weapon has gone through a long period of sacrifice and refinement. Moreover, at least a very deep soul foundation is required to achieve this level. In a short period of time, Moyan Cave Master used 7 or 8 magic weapons to attack the Golden Eagle, and there was no sign of decline. Han Zan's voice came, he shouldn't have sacrificed every magic weapon. After all, even us nascent soul cultivators won't waste too much mana to sacrifice so many magic weapons. Luo Chen was puzzled, then how do you explain that he can control so many magic weapons, and it seems that there is an endless supply? Han Zan thought for a while. I have heard of Xianfan City. There used to be a one-Bao formation that can use the same mana to sacrifice more magic weapons. At the limit, it can even turn hundreds of magic weapons into your own use. This method is especially suitable for those who are wealthy. One part of mana can be used to sacrifice more magic weapons, even hundreds. Luo Chen's eyelids twitched wildly. Is there such a magical formation in the world? He has collected a lot of powerful magic weapons over the years, but he suffers from the limitation of mana and soul, and he doesn't have enough energy to sacrifice and refine them. He is reluctant to sell them, so he can only put them aside. If he can master this formation, wouldn't it be? For a moment, he was very excited. Han Zan seemed to sense Luo Chen's excitement and chuckled, don't even think about it. Such a wonderful formation has its own strict restrictions. Oh. First of all, the practitioner of this formation must have a very thorough understanding of the magic weapon to be sacrificed, and it is best to refine it by himself. Secondly, once included in this formation, all magic weapons lose the opportunity to advance in the future, and their own power cannot be fully exerted. Just hearing these 2 points, Luo Chen frowned. When he heard the third restriction, Luo Chen directly gave up the idea. Finally, the 10,000 treasures formation needs to be maintained for a long time, and the mana consumed is not necessarily less. This Lord Moyin is very old and is still trapped in the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. It is possible that the long-term maintenance of this formation has brought about an impact. Luo Chen sighed, a little regretful. There are hundreds of arts in the cultivation of immortals. Those who can achieve something in each skill must have outstanding qualities. Although I also practiced refining, I obviously won't put all my energy into it. The 10,000 treasures formation is not for me. After watching the Lord of Moyin Cave for a while, Luo Chen focused his attention on Ding Yi. Although the fighting style of quantity over quality has no shortcomings, it obviously has no advantages, so he does not adopt it. However, Ding Yi's overly single fighting style also made him frown. From beginning to end, Ding Yi did not activate other magic weapons, and had been fighting with a yellow gourd that spewed golden sand. It is true that the quality of the yellow gourd is very good, at least a medium-grade or even high-grade magic weapon. But Ding Yi has reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm and has been in the world of immortal cultivation for hundreds of years. How could he only have such a few tricks? Don't want to, or can't. Luo Chen muttered to himself, his eyes narrowed slightly, as if he wanted to see through Ding Yi. Han Zan, on the other hand, exclaimed after some observation. Luo Chen, have you noticed that the creatures I've encountered since entering this so-called Kainrin mountain are a little strange? Luo Chen hummed, of course they are strange. They are called monsters, but they don't have any intelligence. But if they are wild beasts, they don't have that kind of strong physique. Before, Ding Yi said that this relic is called the Land of Falling Demons, so I tried to associate these strange beasts with the legendary monsters, but I didn't see any demonic energy on them. Finally, Luo Chen concluded puzzledly, I have never seen such a creature that is like a monster but not a monster, like a wild beast but not a wild beast, and not even a monster in my life. No. The resolute voice came into his ears. You may have seen it. Luo Chen was stunned. I have seen it. Han Zan said in a somewhat solemn tone, you and I should have seen it. Luo Chen was confused. While staring at the huge golden eagle that was rampaging in the mountains, he frantically searched for similar memories in his mind. Gradually, he really found a familiar feeling. He hesitated and said, my second Yuandan, Yinchensha. Yes. After Han Zan said this yes, Han Zan seemed to be more certain. Yes, if I am not mistaken, the strange beasts I saw along the way are clearly wood and stone monsters like Yinchensha, the spirits of heaven and earth. The so-called wood and stone monsters, the spirits of heaven and earth, are a rare and peculiar kind of creatures. They are born without souls and flesh and blood. They may be stubborn stones, flowers and trees, or they may be mountains and rivers, flames and breezes. With the passage of time and the contamination of spiritual energy, spiritual intelligence was born over time, thus forming a kind of creature similar to monsters. In order to distinguish monsters with flesh and blood, cultivators named them spirits. For example, the second Yuandan in Luo Chen's Qi Si is a pearl spirit evolved from a pearl in the sea. After death, it will reveal its original form and become a huge pearl. If we compare them with this, then the various strange beasts seen in this Kainrin mountain. The body of the golden gourd mosquito is actually a golden gourd stone, the body of the grinding iron black ant is actually grinding iron ash, and the clear deer is clear light sand. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva and looked at the golden eagle. Then is this Nine Yang golden eagle actually Nine Yang Zhengjin in essence? It should be correct. You also heard what the junior said before. This beast is fond of the sun's fire and devours Zhengjin deposits. The so-called Nine Yang Zhengjin is itself a variant of Zhengjin. It is named Nine Yang because it absorbs a lot of sun's fire. After getting Han Zan's affirmative answer, Luo Chen felt cold all over his body. A chill rose to his head. In this Kainrin mountain of tens of thousands of miles, there are thousands of mineral deposits. If each mineral deposit has a corresponding strange beast guarding it, doesn't it mean that there are thousands of monsters in this Kainrin mountain? And each kind is not limited to one or two, it is very likely to appear in groups. Are you kidding me? How can there be so many spirits of different races gathered in one place? Luo Chen's scalp was numb, and he was a little unwilling to accept the reality. Han Zan was silent. At this time, the battle outside had reached a white-hot stage. The battlefield of the two men and the eagle had moved several places. The Black King cruised with his huge body, always following within the controllable range. Boom! With a loud bang, the Nine Suns golden eagle flapped its wings and fanned the golden sand all over the sky. The golden sand that had been invincible before was in no danger in front of this golden eagle. The golden eagle screamed and dived towards the Lord of Moin Cave. Its speed was so fast that it was like a sharp arrow. The Lord of Moin Cave waved his hands repeatedly, and several flying swords blocked in front, but failed to succeed. Seeing this scene, he gritted his teeth and slapped the back of his head. He opened his mouth and spit, and a small furnace flew out. The small furnace was in the air, growing against the wind. Not only that, a large amount of white flames flew out from the furnace mouth. When the white flames came out, the void seemed to be melted. Obviously, this was a kind of original true fire refined by Lord Moyen. It was also with this fire that he was able to become even more powerful in refining weapons. The white flames spread in the void, turning into flying birds, flying towards the golden eagle. However, the Nine-Sun golden eagle just opened its mouth and sucked, and countless small flying birds fell into its mouth, making it more powerful. Seeing this, Lord Moyen's face turned pale. No, the five elements can't restrain it. Before he finished speaking, the golden eagle had already reached him. With a loud bang, Lord Moyen was knocked into the extremely hard ground. If it weren't for the flame-throwing furnace to protect him, Lord Moyen would have died. In the sky, Ding Yi, who had been clapping wildly with a gourd on his waist, changed his expression. Fool, I said it lives on the sun's fire. Even if its essence is metal, how can it be afraid of you, Bayun Haoian? At this moment, the violent eyes of the Nine-Sun golden eagle stared at him. Damn it! Ding Yi took a deep breath, looked in a certain direction, and then threw away the yellow gourd without hesitation, and put his palms together. Burn! The next moment, his fat body began to tremble wildly. Rolling waves of flesh surged all over his body. In this surging wave, a shadow slowly floated out. Looking closely, it looked like an umbrella, and also like a mushroom. When this shadow condensed, Ding Yi's whole body became much thinner, and he seemed to be no different from an ordinary person. His face was full of pain, but there was also a hint of surprise in his eyes. That should be enough. With a thought, the umbrella-shaped shadow immediately enveloped the huge golden eagle not far away. Show yourself. With a sharp shout, Ding Yi clapped his hands fiercely. Swish! The huge umbrella closed in an instant. The golden eagle cried sadly, fell from the sky, and fell to the ground. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the owner of Moin Cave looked at the millstone-sized golden ore on the ground, and the whole person was stunned. Nine Yang Jangjin? Such a big piece. Not only is it big, but it is also white and smooth, without any golden color. It is obviously the best of the best. If this material can be added to an offensive magic weapon, it will be the sharpest in the world. His whole body trembled. Fellow Taoisting, look! Moyen Cave Master raised his head, but found that Ding Yi didn't care about the body of the golden eagle after it fell, but stared at a certain place with his eyes burning. And he put his hands together, without any relaxation. King Gang Demon Lord, get out of here. The roar rolled out. Moyen Cave Master was stunned. Didn't King Gang Demon Lord already die under the snake's mouth? He followed Ding Yi's side and looked in that direction. On the rocky land, a huge figure swam quickly in a zigzag shape. As it swam, its body and appearance began to change constantly. Black scales, white belly, single horn, vertical eyes, it was the Black King, the spiritual pet raised by King Gang Demon Lord in the depths of Penghu. On top of the dragon python, a red-robed Taoist stood there, his robes rustling. Facing Ding Yi's disrespectful words, the red-robed Taoist looked neither sad nor happy, but just clasped his knuckles and pinched the Dao Lingju. A momentum like the power of heaven emanated from him. The expression of the Lord of Moin Cave kept changing, and he seemed to have understood something while thinking quickly. He hurriedly shouted, Demon Lord, we are companions. We should work together. Why do we have to fight? Companion. Luo Chen glanced at him and sneered, I'm afraid our real companion Ding Yi has died in Luongshan. Don't you think so, Tai Sui? As soon as the word Tai Sui came out, Luo Chen soared into the sky and rushed straight to Ding Yi. A cruel look emerged in Ding Yi's eyes, and he clapped his hands together. In the void, the shadow of the big umbrella reappeared. Covering Luo Chen, it was about to close. However, halfway through closing, it seemed to be separated by a layer of invisible force. Ding Yi gritted his teeth, and the little fat left on his body began to tremble again. As he exerted force, The invisible force that protected Luo Chen began to reveal its true appearance, which was clearly a monstrous red magic power. Domain. Ding Yi's face changed slightly. Luo Chen shouted in a low voice. Go. The next moment, the sword box behind him rang together. 7 sharp swords flashed like meteors, appeared behind him, and made a shaking sword sound. Not only that. A long banner flew into the sky, and in the surging black fog, ghost kings walked out of it, covering the area within 100 miles. If Luo Chen didn't make a move, it would be fine. Once he made a move, he would use all his strength. In the rolling black fog, Luo Chen's Senlo fire prison was fully displayed. The 7 evil swords behind him rang, and the sword tips were tilted upwards, pointing at Ding Yi, whose face was pale. Since Luo has come to this land of fallen demons, I will explore it carefully. But I don't trust you, an inhuman thing. Let's do it here and eliminate the trouble forever. Chapter 662, The Spiritual Lotus Platform instantly kills the 4 great golden elixirs. The mountains are thousands of feet high, covering tens of thousands of miles. There's more than one towering peak. They seem to stand in a scattered manner, but there is a pattern between them. The lower the mountain, the lower the level of the mineral deposits, and the more low-level exotic beasts are dormant, which means the winner is the one with the largest number. The higher the mountain, the higher the level of the mineral deposits. Not only that, the higher the level of the exotic beasts guarding the mountain, which is almost a perfect correspondence. The difference is that the higher the level of the mineral deposits and the exotic beasts, the fewer there will be. For example, the number of first-level mines exceeds 10,000, the number of second-level mines is often thousands, and the number of third-level mines is about 100. But once it comes to fourth-level mines, the number of exotic beasts will drop sharply, only in the single digits, and there may even be only 1 or 2 exotic beasts guarding. In this case, for giant and cultivators, except for first-level mines, the rest of the mines are not easy to conquer. Although the level of second-level mines is low, there are too many exotic beasts. The number of third-level mine beasts was slightly less, but hundreds of third-level beasts attacked at once, and ordinary giant and cultivators did not dare to face them directly. Even the 3 strong people like Luo Chen had to avoid the attack of the third-level Black Gold Viper group. Not to mention the 4th-level mine. At this moment, under a blue 4th-level mine that towered into the clouds, 4 figures were flying down quickly. After leaving the range of the blue mountain, the 4 people hurriedly got into a formation that had been arranged in advance. They held their breath and looked at the outside world. After a while, they saw a dark blue giant ape jumping back. After reaching the mountain, it seemed to find that something was missing, and it couldn't help but roar in exasperation. Hearing this roar, the 4 people all smiled. In the formation, a shadow emerged. The shadow was slender. Seeing the 4 people laughing, he immediately asked, "Did you get the blue lead?" The leader was a red-haired old man, and he nodded. "Of course we got it. We used great means to directly dig up the blue lead vein. The most essential things are in my hands. This time, I have to thank you for leading the giant ape away." Yu Ya's face was covered by the hood, and her expression could not be seen. She just stretched out her hand to the old man. "My share." The old man raised his eyebrows. "This vein is complete. It's not easy to share the profits, otherwise. Give it to me." Yu Ya's tone was extremely tough. The old man's face darkened. Seeing this, the other 3 people hurriedly persuaded him. However, Yu Ya remained indifferent. She just stared at the red-haired old man. "Master Qi Shi, I can lead the 4th-level beast away, so I can naturally lead it here. Are you sure you don't want to give it to me?" In an instant, the atmosphere was tense. The old man took a deep breath and took out a ball of crystal-clear blue crystal from the storage bag. When he took it out, the faces of the other 3 people changed. "This is the best quality of the batch of blue lead, even close to the 5th level. How can it be?" The old man raised his hand to interrupt the words of the people behind him, and forced a smile. "The Qianren Mountains are the most dangerous and richest place in the 5 elements heaven. We avoided the other 4 places with the largest number of people and came here to search for precious mineral deposits. We rely on the shadow escape technique of fellow Taoist Yao. She has made the greatest contribution, so she should get the best share of the spoils. Fellow Taoist Yao, I hope we can continue to cooperate sincerely in the future." Yu Ya snorted lightly, and took the blue lead from the reluctant eyes of Master Qi Shi. As soon as she got this thing, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With this thing, My shadow escape technique will no longer be flawed. Even Yuan Ying's Henren can't find my true body. Maybe I can go to the inheritance place. She had made a decision in her heart, so there was no need for subsequent cooperation. In front of the four people, her figure gradually began to dissipate. The face of the Red Corpse Master changed drastically. Yaoya, are you going to go back on your word? Yaoya shook her head. I'm not going back on my word, I'm just terminating my cooperation with you. You. Leave her here. The three people were furious and were about to force the woman to stay. However, the Red Corpse Master shouted and interrupted their actions, and his fear was visible to the naked eye. He was also concerned about the blue giant ape that was close at hand. Seeing this scene, Yaoya couldn't help but chuckle. The Red Corpse Master is very generous, and that little girl can't go too far. I have a piece of news to tell you, maybe it can make up for your subsequent loss without me. 300 miles away from here, I saw the Nine-Yang Golden Eagle fighting with someone. If you go there quickly, you might be able to get a bargain. The voice was still in my ears, but when I looked again, Yaoya had already left the formation and disappeared without a trace. This is the shadow escape technique of the famous North Sea Shadow Witch. Hiding and concealing is unsolvable, and the formation restrictions are regarded as nothing. Master Chishi was not surprised by the other party's ability, but he still felt a chill in his heart when he saw the other party freely enter and exit his formation. At this moment, looking back at the three pairs of dissatisfied eyes, he shook his head. We can't keep her, and there is a giant ape enemy beside you, unless you want to die. The three people understood this truth, but they were still unwilling. Without the Shadow Witch to restrain the beasts of this world, their subsequent profits will probably be reduced by 70% to 80%. If so, it would be better to seek treasures in the Sanxi or Mushian. Master Chishi thought so, but he didn't expect that the Shadow Witch would terminate the cooperation directly after getting the blue lead. Forget it, let's go to the Nine Suns Golden Eagle first to see if we can pick up a loophole. After that, let's leave the Kyanran Mountains and go to Mushian to pick spiritual medicine. He is the one with the highest realm among the five, with a realm of the 9th level of the Golden Collar. In the absence of the Shadow Witch, everyone should follow his decision. Then, the four of them packed up the formation, concealed their auras, bypassed the mountains of varying heights, and headed towards the territory where the Nine Sun Golden Eagle was. In the valley between the mountains, the face of the Lord of Moyan Cave was extremely ugly, because a black dragon and a blue bird were surrounding him, staring at him covetously. If it was just one monster, he would not take it seriously. But two of them would be very tricky. Especially the Black King, who was like a python and a dragon. At this moment, the momentum he showed was that of the late 3rd stage, and it was extremely powerful, not inferior to those great monster kings who had advanced for many years. He looked up at the sky and looked at the two figures standing in the air. King Gang Demon Lord, are you telling the truth? Before Luo Chen could answer, Ding Yi spoke. Does he still have to decide what is true and what is false? Cave Master, we have known each other for many years. If you don't believe me now, do you have to believe him? If he kills me, you will be the next one to die. He did a good thing by setting an ambush without warning to track the strange beast to attack the two of us. Cave Master, don't hesitate. Cave Master Moyan seemed to be ready to move, but he didn't do it immediately. Luo Chen glanced at him coldly. You hesitated, which means you believe what I said. Taoist fellow Moyan, think about it carefully. Is the Ding Yi you know only able to activate the gourd magic weapon? What about the others? Does he not want to or can't? Cave Master Moyan's face became more and more gloomy. It should be impossible. He knew what Ding Yi was capable of. He was at the 9th level of the Golden Core realm and had 2 or 3 powerful magic weapons on hand, which were no less powerful than the yellow gourd. Before, he used all his means to deal with the 9 Sun Golden Eagle, but Ding Yi was stretched to the limit. With their friendship, how could he sit and watch him being attacked by the 9 Sun Golden Eagle? Thinking about it now, if the other party really died, what was on his body at the moment was the so-called Tai Sui. That would explain why the other party had been regulating his breath in the stone hall for half a day, but his mana did not recover much. Because the other party clearly used his time to sacrifice Ding Yi's magic weapon. And time was short, so he only had time to sacrifice the yellow gourd, a magic weapon. Seeing him silent, Luo Chen sneered at Ding Yi. No, it should be Tai Sui. At this moment, I have revealed my killing intention. You don't want to fight with me to the death, but instead persuade Taoist Mo Yun. It seems that you know you are not my opponent. In this case, then you go to die. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Chen instantly pinched a spiritual formula. Senluo fire prison immediately began to converge from the outside to the inside, covering him and Tai Sui together. Tai Sui's face changed drastically. He wanted to mobilize the mana in the golden elixir, but he felt restless and difficult to control freely. Luo Chen on the opposite side had already moved. The 7 swords suddenly merged into one, breaking through the air and stabbing. Stop! Tai Sui shouted hurriedly. But Luo Chen showed no sign of stopping. Facing the terrifying evil spirit, he was really panicked. Don't you want to know the real location of the 5 elements lotus platform? While speaking, he clapped his hands fiercely. The fat on his body rolled again. In the fierce urging, Ding Yi's body became as thin as a bamboo pole. Boom! The tip of the sword of the 7 evil spirits was blocked outside by the illusory big fan. Tai Sui gritted his teeth and looked extremely ugly. He didn't expect Luo Chen's strength to be so great that he controlled a method similar to the nascent soul realm and suppressed his magic power. After using the innate technique on the 9-sun golden eagle, there was not much power left. If he really had to fight to the death with the other party, I'm afraid this incarnation of regret would be in danger. King Gang Demon Lord, I know what you are thinking. You have seen the distribution of spiritual energy in this world, and I am afraid that you think that the place where the 5 elements lotus platform is located is in a place with rich wood attribute spiritual energy. Even if you kill me, I can find it myself. But I tell you, you are wrong. Tai Sui said anxiously and quickly. During this process, his body became more and more dry, and it could no longer be described as a bamboo pole. It was just like a skeleton with skin. Luo Chen's expression did not change, and he controlled the 7 evil swords with the help of the Soul Heaven sword box. He said coldly, if it is not in a place with rich wood attribute spiritual energy, it should be in a place where the 5 elements condense. No, it is still wrong. Tai Sui quickly rejected it, and said anxiously, the 5 elements lotus platform in the land of meteorites has reached the limit of the 4th level and is about to break through the 5th level. It has long been out of the restrictions of the 5-element condensation environment. It is now wandering somewhere in the 5 elements heaven. Ordinary people can't find its true location at all. Only I know it. If you kill me, even if you search for 100 years in the 5 elements heaven, you can't find the real body of the 5 elements lotus platform. Clang. The tip of the sword paused slightly. Feeling that the evil spirit no longer impacted his self-defense skills, Tai Sui finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly said, I will never lie to you. The 5 elements lotus platform is already spiritual, and it is definitely not comparable to the pseudo-spirits that were forcibly enlightened by the Kaienrin Mountains. If you want this thing, you must rely on me. Luo Chen frowned slightly, and was communicating quickly with Han Zhan in his heart. Is he right? It's hard to judge. After all, the 5 elements lotus platform has always been controlled by the Holy Land. The one that Kingdom Valley got at the beginning was only at the beginning of the 4th level and had not yet had time to communicate with the spirit. However, this person's soul fluctuations were extremely violent, so he should not have lied. Is that so? Luo Chen hesitated. Han Zhan said before that the 5 elements lotus platform might be in the place where the 5 key condensed. This is also the main reason why he dared to set an ambush to kill Tai Sui. Even without the other party, the 5 elements lotus platform can still be found. But now it seems that something unexpected has happened. In a flash, Luo Chen made a decision. I cannot kill you, but you must sincerely find the 5 elements lotus platform for me this time. Tai Sui breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, I can even swear a Dao oath. But, you have to promise me one thing. Luo Chen's tone was heavy. But Tai Sui did not back down this time. You must promise, otherwise it will be useless even if you kill me. Dingyi is just a remnant of my thoughts. This body is just an incarnation for me. At worst, I will abandon this body. Luo Chen suppressed his impatience. What is it? Tell me. There is room for negotiation. Tai Sui immediately said, it's very simple. After I find the 5 elements lotus platform for you, you have to go to my original body with Moin Cave Master to help me unlock the restrictions that trapped my original body. Impossible. Luo Chen refused flatly. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the other party. Just an incarnation is so difficult to deal with. How powerful the original body is, Luo doesn't dare to imagine. What if you kill me? I can swear a Dao oath. Tai Sui said sharply, as if he was grabbing a life-saving straw. If I deal with you after I succeed, let me be struck by 5 thunderbolts and be doomed forever. King Gang Demon Lord, you don't have to worry about my sincerity. My original body is Tai Sui, a spiritual plant with spiritual power, and I am most afraid of thunder and fire. This oath has a great binding force on me. Luo Chen hesitated. Looking at Tai Sui, who was full of sincerity, he slowly said, "It's not enough to just swear. I have to impose 1 or 2 restrictions on you." As he spoke, a ball of green flames floated up from his palm. At a glance, Tai Sui's pupils shrank slightly. But now that his life and death are in the hands of others, he has to bow his head. "I promise you." Luo Chen smiled slightly, and after the other party swore, he slapped the ball of withered and flourishing true fire in his hand into the other party's body, close to the key C. In this way, there is double insurance. At this moment, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. Luo Chen dispersed the Sinluo fire prison, put the Black King and Xiangsun into the spirit beast bag, and no longer suppressed the Lord of Moin Cave. Then, he put away the 10,000 souls banner. When the ghost fog dispersed, the sky suddenly became clear. At this moment, a cry of surprise appeared. Top grade 9 Yang Zhengjin. It's still such a big piece. 4 figures appeared along with a voice. They were perched high in the sky, looking down at the 3 people below. One was at the 9th level of the golden core, and his breath was exhausted, as if he had just performed some secret technique that seriously damaged his vitality. One was at the 7th level of the golden core, with a pale face, tattered robes, and eagle claw marks on his body. The other one was quite imposing, but he only showed the realm of the 6th level of the golden core. It seems that you have spent a lot of effort to kill this 9-yang golden eagle. Master Qi Shi smiled sinisterly. With a wave of his hand, the other 3 slowly dispersed and surrounded Luo Chen and the others. Not only that, 2 figures also appeared behind him, lifeless, but with copper skin and iron bones, and they looked hard to mess with. Facing this scene, Lord Moin was like facing a formidable enemy, and had already sacrificed his life-saving magic weapon, which was the copper furnace. Tai Sui smiled bitterly. King Gang Demon Lord, I really don't have much strength now. Luo Chen shook his head calmly. It doesn't matter, they are just a bunch of guys who are seeking their own death. As he spoke, the disappeared Sinluo fire prison unfolded again, covering the entire valley. A terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the 4 giant cultivators. When this pressure emerged, Master Qi Shi's face changed. Yuan Ying's handrun. There was no answer, only a huge green handprint that broke through the air. And, behind the layers of King Gaiang's big handprints, there were 4 extremely sharp flying swords. In front of the other 3 people, there was also a flying sword attacking. The 3 giant and mid-stage cultivators wanted to resist, but for some reason, they didn't have time to raise their magic power. Just a slip of the penetrating sword, the flying sword pierced through their chests, the terrifying evil spirit swallowed and spit out, shattering the dan and breaking the soul. The Red Corpse Master was horrified, and quickly controlled 2 corpses that were comparable to great monks to block in front of him. Boom! Boom! The terrifying palm print knocked the 2 corpses flying backwards. Although they were not killed, they broke the protective formation. After the palm print, 4 flying swords suddenly came, and with the Red Corpse Master as the center, they continued to attack. Clang! 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 The sharp sound of metal clashing continued to sound, which showed that this person also had a good magic weapon to protect himself. The Red Corpse Master was terrified, and there was only one thought in his heart. Run! The magic power surged out, temporarily pushing away the inexplicable domain suppression, and gained a moment of peace. At this time, he could calmly control his own magic power. He was about to escape under the attack of 4 flying swords. But at this moment, a burst of sound suddenly sounded. The next moment, the red-robed Taoist suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Master Qi Shi stared at the cold eyes and said quickly, "Dao Yao, it's all a misunderstanding, we are just passing by." His eyes were dim, as if he had fallen into a dream. When Master Qi Shi woke up from the severe pain, 4 sharp swords had already pierced his chest, and his golden elixir was being grasped by the red-robed Taoist's jade-like hand. How could it be? Plop! The corpse fell to the ground. The 2 refined corpses fell to the ground with 2 plops without making any sound. On the ground, Master Moi looked at the 3 corpses, then raised his head and looked up at the sky in awe. 1 against 4, kill them instantly. King Gang Demon Lord, it's really terrifying. Tai Sui also looked terrified. He knew that the other party might be very strong enough to wipe out his incarnation. But he didn't expect that the other party had such a rich means and a more exquisite fighting consciousness. There was no long-lasting battle, only a lightning-fast instant kill. Ding Yi, you really found a good helper for me. Tai Sui was angry. In the sky, Luo Chen was about to land, but suddenly turned his head. He subconsciously looked in a certain direction, but found nothing. He frowned, then landed on the ground, and the 7 sharp swords swished into the sword box behind him like swallows returning to their nests. He patted the spirit beast's bag, and a green figure flew out. It was Yang Zhuan. Pack up the spoils for me. The 2 refined corpses should be intact. Bring them to me. Yes, master. Tian Zhuan responded crisply and first walked towards the millstone-sized 9 Yang Zhengjin on the ground. When he saw Tian Zhuan, who had changed from a green fighting gull to human form after flying out, Moen Cave Master and Ding Yi were shocked again. Transformed demon cultivator? But why is it only at the 3rd level? Luo Chen ignored their shock and walked straight to Tai Sui. Tell me about this so-called 5 elements heaven. Chapter 663, not a human, not a demon, not a devil, this is the demon lord Lian Tian. There are countless strange beasts lurking in the thousands of mountains. A green squirrel jumped onto a jade tree and gnawed the tenderest branches of the tree. Suddenly, it stopped gnawing and looked around in confusion. There seemed to be a breeze blowing. Huh? When it looked again, it didn't see anything. The green squirrel scratched its mouth in confusion. A faint light walked along the ground and looked back at the little squirrel. What a sensitive beast, but it's still not as good as the red-robed Taoist. It actually sensed me and almost found my real body. Yu slowed down, and at this moment, she was quite scared. Red robe, domain, flying sword, green palm, domineering fire attribute magic power, especially that pair of eyes containing stars and moons. When did such a person appear in the North Sea's Euxin world? He could instantly kill 3 great cultivators of the same level at the 6th level of Jinden and kill the great cultivators of the 9th level of Jinden? If I tell anyone, I'm afraid no one will believe it. I wanted to divert the trouble to someone else, kill someone with a borrowed knife, and then take the top grade 9 Yang Zhengjin, but I almost got left behind. Those eyes. Yu swallowed secretly, and her slender body trembled a little. Master Red Corpse is definitely not a weakling. Even if they face each other head-on, the odds between her and Master Red Corpse are only 60-40. In particular, this person controls 2 corpses comparable to the late Jinden stage. Once they form a siege, let alone 60-40, I'm afraid it's hard to say even 30-70. But such a being, in the hands of the red-robed Taoist, only lasted 3 rounds before he died. A strange range spell that affects the mobilization of mana, somewhat similar to the domain of the Yuan Ying's Henrun. The speed of the instantaneous explosion is like a thunderclap in the air. Silently, as long as the eyes meet, the illusion will unfold, especially with extremely sharp perception. This person is completely my nemesis. If I don't meet him next time, it's fine, but if I do, I must not make him my enemy. In just a short moment, Yu relied on the memory of the secret spy just now to analyze the many methods of the red-robed Taoist priest, and finally came to a conclusion. Suddenly, her figure stopped at an abandoned cave. Yuya's face showed an uncertain expression. Now that this secret realm is open, it has attracted countless powerful people to explore. Just a Jinden cultivator who has never been heard of is so powerful, let alone those famous ones. I thought that relying on the Great Shadow Escape technique, I could be like a fish in water in this secret realm. Now it seems that I am a little unrealistic. No, the current means are weak, and I need to go further. Coincidentally, I have a treasure in my hand that can make my escape technique even better. The woman lifted her hood, revealing a delicate but dark and shiny face. With a shake of her hand, the ball of blue light emerged. With the help of this thing, her hiding method can not only be more powerful, but she can even artificially create a shadowland to get rid of the innate shackles of the shadow escape technique. If she really practices to that level, not to mention that the red-robed Taoist priest can't find her, I'm afraid that the Yuan Ying's Henrun will find it difficult to detect her true body. After making a decision, Yu no longer hesitated and stepped into the abandoned cave. The center of the fallen demon land. A tornado that reached the sky stirred up the wind and clouds, and it kept turning. Several figures rushed over. Looking up at the huge spiritual tornado, there was awe in their eyes. The leader was a handsome man dressed in blood red. Looking at the tornado in the distance for a moment, he said faintly, "I didn't expect that the powerful demons would get ahead and enter the inheritance land in advance." The cold young woman behind him said coldly, "If you didn't insist on collecting resources, how could Heijia Oshianmu and others get ahead?" The handsome man smiled. "Fei Ling, don't worry. If the inheritance here is really that good, it would have been collected by my Yuanmo sect for thousands of years, so how could it be our turn?" This cold young woman was the famous fairy Fei Ling in the North Sea immortal cultivation world. She frowned. "Zuan, I don't care about any inheritance, I just want to find the things that were left in it that year." "What on earth is it that makes you so obsessed?" Zuan Moluo was very curious. "It's just a painting." Fairy Fei Ling simply answered, and then she looked like she didn't want to say anything more. Blood Nightmare Demon Luo smiled. "Forget it, since I promised you, I will fulfill my promise, not to mention that I also want to find the place where my ancestors sat in meditation. Let's go, enter the teleportation array first. The inheritance land is in another world, and it is impossible to enter without the teleportation array." He waved his hand and led the way forward. Fairy Fei Ling followed closely, but after walking 2 steps, she frowned and turned back. Third Elder. Behind them was an old man with a fury-like appearance. His name was Jian, and he came from the Pengle Immortal sect. At this moment, he looked at the scenery behind him with some reluctance. It's a pity that there are countless natural treasures in this land of falling demons. Fairy Fei Ling frowned. She knew very well that once she entered the inheritance land, there would be no way to turn back. In this secret realm, there are countless treasures that are rarely seen in the outside world. Even for them, the real people of the nascent soul, they are extremely precious. Elder Jian came in for the first time, so it was understandable that he was reluctant to leave. Zuan Moluo said without turning his head, "We can let those young people collect some foreign objects for us. The most important thing for us now is to enter the inheritance place and seek the opportunity to become a god." As soon as the 4 words opportunity to become a god came out, Taoist Jian finally gave up his greed. It was not that he gave up, but that he became more greedy. Fellow Taoist Zuan is right. I am short-sighted. Let's go. Taoist Jian smiled and followed the 3 people to the end of the gathering of the spiritual energy tornado. In a dark abyss. As soon as he landed, Taoist Jian looked around nervously. The abyss was silent, without any sound or breath, and there was no breath of life. Only mushrooms grew in the narrow cracks of the mountain wall. Strange. Taoist Jian picked a mushroom, full of doubts. This is where the spiritual energy flows back. Why don't these mushrooms have any spiritual energy? Blood Nightmare Demon Luo was also puzzled. He knew more about the land of fallen demons from the sect's classics, and this was his first time coming in. If we really want to talk about someone who is familiar with this place, it has to be Fairy Fei Ling, who has been here once before. Seeing the 2 people looking at her, Fei Ling snorted lightly. "Don't look at me. This place is weird, how can I know? What's more, when I came here that year, I was only in the late Jinden realm, and was regarded as..." She didn't say the rest of the words, but a bad look had already appeared on her face. Blood Nightmare Demon Luo waved his hand. "Forget it, let's not talk about this for now, let's get ready to go in." How to get in? Taoist Jian was curious. Blood Nightmare Demon Luo took a deep breath and pointed to the deep and bottomless abyss. This abyss is bottomless. If you enter it normally, you will get lost. Only when the ruins are opened, the spiritual energy will flow back and form a tornado, and then the teleportation array will emerge. We just need to jump into the tornado, and we can go upstream and find the teleportation array. I'm right, Fairy Fei Ling. The woman nodded. That's true, but I want to mention one thing. Don't resist when you go in, and treat yourself as a part of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Otherwise, you will be rejected by the formation. Hearing this, the face of the old Taoist Ji Yuan changed slightly. Such a violent spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If you don't resist, I'm afraid you will be seriously injured if you don't. Blood Nightmare Demon Luo looked at him calmly, with a speechless look in his eyes. Fairy Fei Ling whispered, "It's very simple, just open the nascent soul field and merge with the heaven and earth for a short time." So that's it. The old Taoist Ji Yuan suddenly realized, although merging with the heaven and earth is very risky for the nascent soul, it is okay if it is only for a short time. Let's go. Blood Nightmare Demon Luo waved his sleeves and jumped into the violent tornado, and the other two followed closely. As the three entered, a rumbling sound came from the abyss. In the rumbling sound, a thing that looked like a meatball shook in a crack in the cliff. As the body shook, some dust was thrown out. Most of it fell into the abyss. A small part clung to the rock wall, forming green moss or turning into small mushrooms. Only a very small number of them were rushed out of the abyss by the strong wind formed by the spiritual energy tornado. As these things were shaken out, the meatball's breath became a little weak. It looked at the bottomless abyss with resentment, and then looked at the outside world from the dark crack. It's coming, it's coming. There are 3 heavens in the land of fallen demons. One is Luo Chen, one is Wuxingxian, and the other is Yimingzhao, also known as Mingzhaoshan. Luo Chen, you have seen it. There are countless illusions everywhere, with 5 colors blurred, and you will sink into it if you are not careful. Especially those who are not firm in their Taoism and those who have defective souls, it is easy to be trapped inside. Dingyu died like this. His soul was injured by my remnant in his early years, so he could not pass through Luo Chen. That place is also a natural barrier separating this place from the outside world. It is said that Luo Chen was not set up to guard against practitioners, but for the legendary demons. You didn't stimulate the greatest power of Luo Chen when you were in it, and what you saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Mingzhaoshan, I haven't been there. But that is the place that you human cultivators call the land of inheritance. Over the past 1,000 years, I have seen many Yuanmo sect strongmen break in, and there are even some powerful gods. 3 beams of light flew cautiously among the thousands of mountains. Try to avoid those towering peaks and try not to set foot in areas where strange beasts exist. Tai Sui, who occupied Ding Yi's body, satisfied Luo Chen's curiosity and explained the layout of this secret realm to him. Luo Chen listened carefully, and interrupted him when he didn't understand something, asking him carefully. When he knew that they didn't stimulate Luo Chen's greatest power, he felt a little relieved. Tai Sui was a little surprised. You said you encountered the Mizan illusion. Luo Chen was puzzled. Is there anything wrong? Tai Sui said uncertainly, I remember that the Mizan illusion seemed to be a barrier set up for the heavenly demon, you. Moyan Cave Master's eyes were a little horrified. Demon Lord, you are not a heavenly demon. Luo Chen's face was stern, and then he snorted, have you ever seen a heavenly demon who is only in the golden core stage? That's true. The rumored heavenly demon is invisible and incorporeal, and can travel across the power of the interface. It will not appear at ordinary times. Only when the heaven and earth merge with the soul of the cultivator during the tribulation, will the demons find an opportunity to come. Luo Chen is only in the golden core stage, how could he be the so-called demon? Tai Sui also came to his senses, I guess you have killed too many people and your heart is dusty, so you accidentally triggered the illusion of the heart. Luo Chen curled his lips, tell me about the so-called 5 elements heaven in these 3 days. His face looked disapproving, but his heart was a little shadowed. Tai Sui cleared his throat and talked about what the 5 elements heaven was. The master of this place has a high level of cultivation and is unfathomable. He used the power of the 5 elements to divide the land into 5 domains. These 5 domains are Kainran Mountain, Muxianun, Yukanglan, Chapurgatory, and Liashasi. A large amount of 5 elements essence will condense in each place. Not only that, that person also used great magical powers to enlighten the 5 elements essence and turn them into spirits, making the 5 domains flow endlessly. And these 5 domains together are the 5 elements heaven. These short words were like thunder. Especially Luo Chen and Han Zhan who lived on him, they showed disbelief. His figure paused and stopped in the air. How is it possible? Even if he is the true Lord Liang Su, it is impossible for him to be proficient in the power of the 5 elements and even enlighten spirits. Tai Sui also stopped and said with a strange look in his eyes, he is the true Lord Liang Su, but he is not an ordinary true lord, but the strongest true Lord Liang Su from ancient times to the present. What kind of look was that? Or, worship, admiration, but also mixed with resentment and fear. There are all kinds of emotions. Moyan Cave Master shook his head. If that's true, mastering the 5 laws is really terrifying. More than 5. In the astonishment of Luo Chen and the others, Tai Sui whispered, Zhenjin is a rare genius that has been rare in thousands of years. The so-called cultivation is as simple as eating and drinking for him. At least, I have seen him use the power of no less than 10 laws. Luo Chen's mouth twitched. Dao Tai Sui, are you still talking about a human? He already felt that the other party was deliberately exaggerating the owner of this place to scare them. However, Tai Sui nodded as a matter of course. He is indeed not a human, but a demon, half human and half demon. He even has the blood of a heavenly demon. Of course, you can also say that he is neither a human nor a demon nor a demon. This time, Luo Chen was completely silent. After a long time, he asked softly, "What's his name? How can a tiny person like me know the name of a true lord? But I once heard a peak-strong man who broke into this world call him Lian Jian Mojun. Lian Jian Mojun." Silently chanting this Taoist name, Luo Chen started his journey again. No wonder this place is called the Land of Falling Demons. It turns out that the owner of this place is a powerful demon. He wanted to ask for more information, but Tai Sui was unwilling to say more. Or, he didn't know that much? According to Tai Sui's explanation, most of the creatures in this world are spirits enlightened by Lian Mojun with great magical powers, and a few are psychics like him who have lived here for a long time and gradually developed spiritual intelligence. For example, the Five Elements Lotus platform can be regarded as Tai Sui's descendant. However, after finally developing a little spiritual intelligence, it was targeted by Luo Chen and others before it was promoted to the 5th level. Because he has been in this world since the beginning of consciousness, Tai Sui does not know that much about Lian Mojun's life. What we know is just the tip of the iceberg. 5 days later, 3 figures descended into Luo Hill. Behind them were the Qianren Mountains that looked like a forest of sharp swords. In the 5 elements heaven, the Qianren Mountains are the richest, but also the most dangerous. Over the years, even if the Yuanmo sect's strong men came in to explore, they dared not be too presumptuous. Because there are many powerful 4th-level beasts inside, and there is even a sleeping 5th-level iron-eating beast. And the route we are going to next is the blazing purgatory. Your 5 elements lotus platform is now in the purgatory. Tai Sui let out a long sigh and said slowly. Luo Chen looked into the distance, but did not see the purgatory, but only the sea of sand. Let's get through this quicksand sea first. Chapter 664, Soul Returns. Dragon appears in the clouds. In the dim sky, sand and rocks were flying, and the area within a 10-mile radius was invisible. There were continuous crackling sounds. Plop. A pile of stones fell to the ground from the mesh of the net. Moyan Cave Master squatted down and dug out the stones for a long time, and finally took out a yellowish-brown diamond crystal. Spirit Stone. Earth Attribute Top-Grade Spirit Stone. No, the spiritual energy content in it is clearly only at the middle-grade level, but why is the spiritual energy attribute so simple? Moyan Cave Master was puzzled. Just now, they encountered a stone monster. It looked tall and mighty, at least 2 or 3 feet tall, but its strength was extremely inferior. Luo Chen didn't even need to take action, he easily solved it. Combined with the previous example of killing a gold-attributed beast in Qianren Mountain and harvesting many metal deposits, this is why Moyan Cave Master carefully searched. After all, as a weapon refiner, he usually has to deal with many materials, whether they are gold or earth attributes. It is always good to collect more. However, this result made him very disappointed. A strange earth-attributed crystal. It looked like a medium-grade spirit stone, but it was different. When he was confused, Luo Chen's faint voice came to his ear. "Let me take a look." Moyan Cave Master had no objection and threw the crystal to Luo Chen. Luo Chen looked down for a long time, but his expression did not change. Then he naturally put it into the dark green stored ring. Seeing this, Moyan Cave Master opened his mouth. He wanted to say that this was his trophy. But in the end, he suppressed his displeasure. The top-grade 9 Yang Zhengjin was occupied by Luo Chen before, not to mention this small piece of medium-grade spirit stone that looks special but was actually not very good. "Give it to him, give it to him." Moyan Cave Master moved his eyes away, and simply turned a blind eye. But the next moment, he heard a movement next to him and turned around subconsciously. "Demon Lord, what are you doing?" The blue bird in the sky and the black dragon on the ground protected Luo Chen. Luo Chen nodded to the Lord of Moyan Cave. "It's okay, I just feel that this place is a bit dangerous, so I plan to let my pets explore the way." Explore the way. The Lord of Moyan Cave remembered what happened in the Qianren Mountains before. Obviously, the other party released 2 pets in advance, so that they could ambush him and Ing Yi. Unexpectedly, the Qinggang Demon Lord was so thoughtful. The Lord of Moyan Cave looked at Luo Chen deeply, then raised his hand and shook it, and 2 golden lights emerged. Since you want to explore the way, I think my crying mandarin duck will be more suitable. A golden light surrounded the side, and another golden light stood on the shoulder of the Lord of Moen Cave. Luo Chen looked at the two golden birds in surprise. Crying mandarin duck and crying duck are twin monsters. They are very good at treasure hunting, and they can communicate with each other. Even at a very long distance, they can transmit information. I didn't expect that the Lord of Moen Cave had tamed such a pet. However, the other party released it at this moment, probably because of the previous experience, and wanted to guard against him. Luo Chen smiled. In that case, let's go together. He waved his hand, and Xiangxun and Huang immediately set out, and in two different directions. Seeing this scene, Moen Cave Master was stunned for a moment. He had given a more suitable monster to explore the way, but the other party still insisted? Of course, things have calmed to this point, and there is no way to regret it. The crying mandarin duck spread its wings and flew away. Tai Sui was sitting on the yellow gourd next to him, watching coldly. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen started chatting with him while flying away. Dao Iao Te Su, you said before that Lord Lianshan Demon is proficient in the 5 elements, and can even use it to enlighten the 5 elements monsters. Is that true or not? Yes, what's wrong? I have actually seen so-called monsters. Although their abilities are weak, their spiritual intelligence is not inferior to that of normal humans, and they are born with souls. But why are the monsters we have seen before incomplete in soul and body, low in intelligence, and almost entirely rely on instinct to act? Such beings are probably not monsters, right? Taesu's skinny face wrinkled his eyebrows, as if two skins were stuck together, with protruding brow bones. Moen Cave Master was also a little curious. Yes, let alone low-level monsters, even the 4th level 9 Sun Golden Eagle, in my opinion, is not as intelligent as an ordinary 3rd level Demon King. Facing the two people's questions, Taesu was silent for a long time, and finally could only give an answer. I am just a remnant soul, and I know very little. Luo Chen was a little dissatisfied with this, but he didn't pursue it. Instead, the topic changed and landed on a battlefield in the vast yellow sand ahead. There, the Black King was swinging his tail easily and smashing a stone monster. In the vast sea of quicksand, are these stone monsters also spirits enlightened by the demon Lord Lian Tian? Tai Sui hesitated. Yes, or no? Luo Chen stared at Tai Sui, wanting to get an accurate answer. Tai Sui smiled bitterly. It should be. I'm not sure. The 5 elements heaven was created thousands of years ago, and not all the creatures in it were enlightened by the true Lord. For example, I and the 5 elements lotus platform evolved and grew by ourselves. In these long years, how could even I know all the changes in it? Luo Chen frowned, subconsciously thinking that the other party was lying, but thinking about the other party saying that his body was trapped by the formation restriction, it seemed natural that he didn't know the changes outside. However, Luo Chen still asked one more question. What is the purpose of the demon Lord Lianshan to arrange the 5 elements heaven? Tai Sui was stunned. Purpose? This world is just a portable palace for him. You can just treat the 5 elements heaven as his back garden. What else can it be? Does the back garden need to be arranged so carefully? Demon Lord Kengang, don't forget that the true Lord himself is also an extremely powerful weapon refiner. This 5 elements heaven is full of many resources. It looks good at ordinary times, but when it comes to weapon refinement, they are all good materials that can be easily obtained. Luo Chen nodded slightly. This explanation makes sense. But this made him even more curious. The Kyanran Mountains are mainly composed of many mineral deposits, so what about this quicksand sea? We have been traveling for a day, and except for some stone monsters, it seems that there are no strange resources. After hearing this question, Tai Sui laughed dumbly. After beating around the bush for so long, it turns out that this is the reason. Luo Chen looked calm. This is indeed what he wanted to ask? Only by knowing the purpose of the arrangement here can we deal with the potential dangers. It's okay to tell you. There is only one thing in the vast sea of flowing sand, and there are no other resources. However, this thing is hidden very deeply, and ordinary people can't find it at all. What is it? Have you heard of Ziren? In an instant, Tai Sui felt 2 heavy breathing sounds. Luo Chen and Moen Cave Master were both excited. Ziren. Among the many natural treasures, the most famous one is the treasure of the earth, as famous as the weak water, but it is rare in the world. Rumor has it that it is a thing in the fairy world. How can the lower world find it? This kind of treasure is the dream of every weapon refiner. Especially Luo Chen, his life magic weapon Hununding has been nurtured for many years, and the impurities have become less and less, and he can continue to add materials to it to increase its power. If we can get this Zirin. Don't even think about it, I'm just mentioning it. Tai Sui pulled the corner of his mouth, pointed to the vast sea of sand under his feet and said, that kind of treasure is rare in the world, even the true lord can't find it. Luo Chen was speechless. Then why are you mentioning this, making fun of us? Tai Sui chuckled, although the true lord can't get it, he wants to refine Zirin himself. Refine Zirin. Two voices came out at the same time, both with disbelief. Tai Sui nodded, that's right, the true lord collected a lot of earth-attributed resources, such as Suni, Yantu, Zhuanwongshan, Qinglan dust, Huamoni, etc., gathered them here, and then supplemented them with the power of the earth law, wanting to go against the origin and reproduce the rumored Zirin. Listening to those names, Luo Chen and Mo Yundong Master held their breath. Some of them were familiar to them, such as Suni and Yantu. And some of them were never heard of. So many precious earth-attributed materials, gathered here, combined and refined to reshape Zirin, what a great means. Did he succeed? Not sure. Tai Sui shook his head, with a little bit of unconfidence on his face. My body is a wood-attributed spiritual plant, and I am extremely restrained against earth-attributed things. I vaguely remember that 1,500 years ago, a unique breath came from the sand sea. That breath made me very uncomfortable, and I felt like I was going against the sky. Later, I curiously asked the boy under the seat of the true Lord, and he said, "What did you say?" "One step away, a world of difference." Tai Sui recalled the past, and his eyes seemed a little confused. The boy said that the quicksand sea has a master from now on, and its name is Cheyenne Rang. In the future, more materials will be collected for it to make it go further. It's a pity that the true Lord fell later. Luo Chen and Moen Cave Master looked at each other, muttering the words Cheyenne Rang. At the same time, in the vast sea of quicksand, the breeze was blowing, drifting everywhere, and rolling with countless gravel. Under the sand sea, there is a different world. There were many rough caves, and there seemed to be laughter and joy in them, as if there were people living there. But if you look closely, there is no trace of human beings, only some strange clay figures lying in the caves. In a trance, a palm-sized clay figure stood up, and its ears moved, as if it heard something. Who is calling my name? But when you listen carefully, there is no echo in the wind. The little clay figure frowned and ignored it, but whistled. Huh? The whistle was long and spread to hundreds of nearby caves. After a while, little clay figures came out of the caves one by one, but these clay figures were different from it. Their limbs were broken, and their facial features were blurred, as if they were made casually, and as if they had experienced a war. These broken little clay figures gathered in groups in front of it. At first glance, it looked like an army. Seeing this, the little clay figure smiled as if he was crying but not crying. That guy has not left since he escaped here 300 years ago. Not only that, he also split into stone monsters and hunted me down. This time, it's the end of him. Children, get ready and take him down for me. As long as I eat him, I can go one step further and take you away from here. There was silence below. But after he gave the order, the incomplete little clay figures began to walk out. Dot. Whoosh. The wind blew, and a golden light circled in the sky, flying slowly. Looking closely, it was a golden bird. It was moving very slowly, and it didn't seem to be in a hurry. At this moment, it lowered its head and looked down at the scene below. A huge dragon python was strangling a hard stone monster to death with its huge force. After it died, it took out a piece of yellow spirit stone from its torn body. The black dragon python raised its head and stared at the golden bird. Get out. If you look at me again, I'll eat you. The golden bird's wings trembled, and it flew away quickly, but it still kept a certain distance from the black dragon python and watched from a distance. The Black King spat out a mouthful of sand, looking depressed. Master is really a fool. Not only did he assign me a scouting mission, but he also forced me to hunt these stone monsters. They are useless. Why kill them? As he spoke, he swallowed a yellow spirit stone. In his opinion, this thing was at most a top-grade spirit stone. What's the point of spending so much effort to collect it? 100 miles behind the Black King, the Lord of Moen Cave had an idea and looked at the chirping mandarin duck on his shoulder. According to the news from another male Mandarin duck, the spirit pet Black King sent by the demon lord King Yang was actually trying his best to kill the stone monsters and collect the special spirit stone. What does this mean? Just at this moment, he turned his head and saw Luo Chen showing him a half-smile. Cave Master, I wonder if your Mandarin duck has detected anything. The Lord of Moin Cave looked a little reluctant, thinking to himself, could the Black King still transmit his voice across 100 miles? In this five elements heaven, the spiritual consciousness was suppressed to the limit. Even those with strong spiritual souls could not easily transmit sound over long distances. Could the Black King still pass on the information of the weeping Mandarin bird to the demon lord King Yang? Of course, on the surface, he remained calm. Nothing happened. Oh. Luo Chen pursed his lips and spoke in a long tone. You didn't notice that there was some movement here. The Lord of Moin Cave was stunned, and even Tai Sui looked at Luo Chen curiously. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and his whole body of magic power shook, and his hands drew a circle. In an instant, a sparkling water mirror appeared in front of him. Just this one move made the Lord of Moin Cave subconsciously hold his breath. The quicksand sea is a place where the power of the earth gathers, and the spiritual energy is basically all earth attributed spiritual energy. The demon lord King Yang can actually condense the water mirror technique out of thin air here. Especially, the opponent is obviously a person who only practices fire magic. Such an action shows the depth of the opponent's magic attainments. Of course, this was not the time to marvel at these minor details. He and Tai Sui looked at the water mirror with curiosity. In the mirror, three figures emerged. Three male monks, all of whom were in the late Jinden realm, each with an extraordinary appearance. The three of them sat cross-legged in a Gobi desert in a shape of a Chinese character. It was a rare solid land in the sea of quicksand, surrounded by hard rocks. On the Gobi desert, the bodies of stone monsters were scattered everywhere, and the land was also devastated, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place before. In the middle of the three people, there was a large white long banner. The leader, with a flying cloud bun and a brown Taoist robe, held a bell in his hand and was shaking it violently. The Taoist was muttering something. Because they were very far apart, the picture was blurry, and it was unclear what the Taoist was saying. But in the picture, the wind and clouds gathered, the earth shook, and there were dark clouds of disaster gathering in the sky. This scene was extremely extraordinary at first glance, as if something big was about to happen. Moin Cave Master suppressed his restlessness and asked curiously, what are they doing? Luo Chen looked serious. I don't know, but we'll know when we get there. As he spoke, he held the yellow spiritual stone he got from Moin Cave Master in his palm, and a faint vibration came from it. In the desolate and boundless Gobi Desert, dark clouds pressed down on the city, and strong winds swept. A majestic bluebird hid in the storm, with sharp eyes, looking at the scene below like a water mirror. The sound of bells came quickly, shaking the bluebird's soul. There were also loud shouts and shouts, which continued to come from the mouth of the leader. A man is 1,000 feet tall, but his soul is what he seeks. He appears every 10 days, melting gold and melting stone. They are all used to it, and their souls must be released when they go. Come back. You can't rely on me. Soul, come back. The quicksand is 1,000 miles long. Soul, come back. The thunder abyss is 10,000 feet high. Soul, come back. This world cannot stop. At the end, there was only a loud shout to the sky, Soul, come back. And with these shouts, the black cloud slowly pressed down, and a huge dragon head slowly poked out from it. My condition has been a bit bad recently, so I will temporarily keep it to one chapter with 4,000 chapters. I will add more chapters when I am ready. Chapter 665, I, Luo Chen, have never forgotten this grudge. Soul, come back. The shouts echoed in the vast Gobi Desert, and the voice of the Taoist in brown clothes seemed to be hoarse. The rapid sound of the bells spread across 1,000 miles like the sound of soul calling. When the dragon head appeared in the dark clouds in the sky, the Taoist's eyes could not help but shine. He roared. Raise the flag. The other two companions injected their magic power into the long white flag in front of them without thinking. In an instant, the flag fluttered and rolled up the wind and clouds. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be pulled by it and began to shake. As the wind and clouds changed, a green light quietly retreated. After a while, Xiang Xuan met Luo Chen and his three people who came quickly. Master, you have worked hard. Luo Chen nodded, patted the spirit beast bag on his waist, and Xiangxun immediately got in obediently. Moyan Cave Master and Tai Sui couldn't help but take another look at the bag. It is much more convenient to let a transformed demon cultivator run for you than an ordinary third-level spirit pet. Regardless of other things, there is a world of difference in wisdom alone. After putting away Xiangxun, Luo Chen stood up again, and soon arrived 100 miles away from the Gobi Desert. The rapid and strange sound of bells still rings in his ears. But their eyes are quietly watching the scene in front of them, holding their breath, without even a breath. The sound of spiritual consciousness echoes between them. What are they doing? Tai Sui asked. Although he knew a lot about the land of fallen demons, that was all. After all, he was in this world when he first communicated with spirits, and his knowledge of some of the outside world's methods was limited to the knowledge of Ding Yi, the original owner of the body. It seems to be calling souls. Cave Master Moyan looked for a long time, and finally his eyes fell on the white flag. The stone is used as an altar, the golden bell leads the way, the mantra plays the gods, and the flag is used to call souls. This is the most orthodox soul-calling technique of the Yuan demon sect in those days, which is better than the shallow soul-calling technique of the family members. Tai Sui was surprised. Cave Master, you know so much? Could it be that you are also proficient in this method? Cave Master Moyan shook his head. That's not the case, but when I was a little famous in the art of refining, I helped a foundation-building cultivator of the Yuan demon sect to repair a soul-calling flag. That person and my junior brother fought with the enemy in the depths of the demon sea, but my junior brother was unfortunate. Perhaps because the soul-calling altar in front was progressing slowly, Cave Master Moyan simply talked about some past events. Luo Chen did not interrupt him. Knowing more about his behavior would have a certain reference for the next action. He was not completely ignorant of the so-called soul-calling. When he was in Xianlan Fairy City, there was a store that specialized in selling something called soul-calling incense. However, after that kind of incense is lit, the souls that can be attracted can only be those who are connected by blood, and the effect is difficult to predict. Whether it can really call back the souls of the clan members is also a matter of debate. Unlike now, Luo Chen's eyes fell on the dragon head in the cloud. The soul calling at that time was only performed by the foundation-building disciples of the Yuan Mo sect, and the power was very ordinary. How could it make such a big noise like now? Moyan Cave Master sighed and cast his eyes on the dragon-shaped soul that was struggling and twisting in the black cloud. This thing's soul is extremely strong. Even if its will is scattered, its own soul level alone brings me a great sense of oppression. I wonder what realm it was in its lifetime. Tai Sui stared for a long time, and his brows gradually frowned. The constant memory search made his head hurt. After a few breaths, he suddenly uttered two words. Transformation. Luo Chen was shocked, and Moyan Cave Master's pupils also dilated. How is it possible? Even if a powerful person of the divine incarnation realm died, how could his soul be summoned by 3 giant cultivators? Tai Sui, don't be so shocked. Although this soul is strong, it is not that scary. Tai Sui said uncertainly, it should be correct. Although it looks like it is only at the nascent soul level now, its essence is indeed the soul of the divine incarnation realm. This feeling is like the difference between my remnant and my original body. Hearing this, Luo Chen and Moyan Cave Master looked at each other. Especially the latter, he had subconsciously retreated. Tai Sui noticed this little movement and comforted him. Don't panic, this remnant soul must have been dead for thousands of years and has lost consciousness long ago. Even this soul body seems to have been forcibly condensed by a powerful person with the power of heaven and earth. Seeing that the two did not believe it, he shook his head. I can feel the ancient aura on it. It is definitely not a creature of this era. According to my speculation, it is either the loser of the ancient war or an ancient existence. The decay death intention is too obvious. However, such a thing should not be dared to be provoked by ordinary giant cultivators. Tai Sui also showed doubt on his face when he said the latter. Moyan Cave Master stopped retreating and looked at the 3 giant cultivators curiously. Who are they? Why are they setting up an altar to summon souls here, as if they are deliberately rushing to this thing? When they were curious, Luo Chen spoke. They are from the Luo school. Luo school. Lord Mo, do you know them? Luo Chen looked at the brown-clothed Taoist priest on the altar, who kept shaking the bell and shouting loudly. Wu Qi, the owner of Wushan Island. At the same time, he is also a capable general under the command of the Luo Bloody Nightmare School. The last time they met was at the auction in Filang City. At that time, Wu Qi was only at the 6th level of the Jiandan realm. When they meet again now, he has already crossed the middle stage of Jiandan and reached the late stage, and his magic power is powerful, and he looks like he is not far from the 8th level of Jiandan. Luo Chen also met the two people beside him once. They are Eagle Demon and 100 Changes Old Monster. They are both famous Jiandan late-stage great monks in the Demon Luo school. After Luo Chen explained in a low voice, Tai Sui's face changed drastically. If it is according to what you said, these three people belong to the Blood Nightmare Demon Luo, the first Stream Master and the Sky-Splitting Stream Master respectively. Then does the arrival of the three of them also mean that the three major Stream Masters of the Demon Luo school have come to the land of fallen demons? The Lord of Moyan Cave suddenly realized, that makes sense. The Blood Nightmare Demon Luo is the Yuanying true person of the Yuan Demon sect, who masters the most orthodox method of summoning souls, and then passed it on. No, isn't the Blood Nightmare Demon Luo a true person of the Blood Sea lineage? The three branches of the Yuan Demon sect are not subordinate to each other, and the methods of cultivation are also clearly divided. The strong men of the Blood Sea lineage usually don't know the powerful moves of the soul refining lineage. The methods of summoning souls and refining souls are obviously from the soul refining lineage. Luo Chen looked depressed and did not answer their questions. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. The Blood Nightmare Demon Luo also came to the land of fallen demons. He had a grudge against him. He first brushed his face and refused to recruit him, and joined forces with Han Zan to attack the other party's clone, He Yuan with the art of the soul. The Blood Nightmare Demon Luo was not a generous person either. Later, he directly ordered the Lord of Baizao Mountain to hunt him down for decades. For a real person, this might be just a matter of a casual word. But for Luo Chen, if he was not strong enough, he would have fallen on the 7-star island under the ambush of the Lord of Baizao Mountain. Luo Chen usually did not mention this grudge, but he remembered it in his heart. Now, Wu Qi and the other two are doing things here, so is the Blood Nightmare Demon Luo here again? Luo Chen looked around, but there was no trace of people, only yellow sand all over the sky and black clouds. Senior, search for me. Yes, Luo Chen asked, and Han Zan responded. Even though this place was extremely suppressive to the spiritual consciousness, Han Zan was proficient in the method of refining the spirit, and the distance of his spiritual consciousness was still far beyond that of a Jiandan cultivator. After a short search, Han Zan responded. I haven't seen any other Yuanying masters, but... Luo Chen just breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart was lifted up again. But what? This place will change, be careful. Yes. Luo Chen was about to speak when he heard a deafening dragon roar from afar. Look! Moyan Cave Master exclaimed. Luo Chen looked away, and above the sky, the phantom of the dragon soul in the clouds began to struggle frantically. On the ground, the white flag clearly showed signs of failure. At this time, the Eagle Demon and the 100 Changes Old Monster who controlled the flag took out a piece of earth yellow diamond crystal from the storage bag without panic. They broke the crystal and threw it into the white flag. As a large number of crystals were put in, the vibration of the white flag gradually calmed down. Looking at the crystals, Lord Moyan glanced at Luo Chen. Tai Sui was more direct. Demon Lord, you collected these crystals everywhere before. Could it be that you also noticed something wrong? Yes, you also asked me before whether the stone monster that produced these crystals was a spirit that was personally enlightened by Lord Lianshan. It seems that you noticed something wrong earlier than us. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes. He did notice the difference between the stone monster and those strange beasts before. Those strange beasts were all incomplete, with incomplete souls and bodies. The stone monster was also incomplete. But the most essential difference between the two is that the strange beasts are classified into different categories and different races. However, the stone monster has the same aura, as if it came from only one person. Moreover, as the Black King collected more and more crystals, he could feel more and more that those crystals had signs of merging into one. Now, judging from the actions of Wu Qi and the other two who put in a large number of crystals, his guess was undoubtedly verified. Wu Qi and the other two even went a step further and directly found the main body of the breath. The dragon soul in the black cloud. Now, he had no intention of being complacent about his guess being verified, nor did he intend to answer Tai Sui's question. He was fully focused on the surroundings. What exactly is the change that Han Zan said will happen here? Rustle, flying sand and rocks, as calm as usual. However, under this calmness, there is a slight difference. The junction of the Gobi Desert and the Sea of Sand has been completely buried by quicksand. Streams of quicksand, like waves, are spreading towards the Gobi Desert. Its speed seems slow, but it is actually very fast. Without deliberately looking for a reference object, its spread is almost imperceptible. When the creatures here noticed it, they suddenly found that the Gobi Desert, which was thousands of miles long, had been wrapped in an endless sea of quicksand. Something is wrong. Wuki's soul-calling sound suddenly stopped. At this time, the earth-shaking dragon roar sounded again in the black cloud. Roar. As the dragon roar broke out, the Gobi Desert began to shake. Beams of yellowish light tore from the dragon's soul and poured into the earth. In the midst of the vibration, the fragments of the stone monsters that were originally scattered on the ground began to close together and rebuilt into tall stone monsters. They ignored Wuki and the other two and rushed towards the quicksand that was surrounding them from all directions. As they ran, yellow sand giants emerged in the quicksand sea. In an instant, the stone monsters and the yellow sand giants fought together. There was no hoarse battle cry between the two. They collided with each other, simply and directly. Silently, a large number of stone monsters began to collapse. A small number of yellow sand giants also disintegrated, revealing their core, which was a small clay figure. Without the support of the yellow sand giants, these clay figures became fragile and were swallowed by the stone monsters. Some of the lucky ones threw themselves into the yellow sand again, gathering endless yellow sand to form new giants. In a yellow sand basin, a golden ball rolled with the wind. Inside the golden ball, 3 figures looked terrified. If Taisui had not used the yellow gourd in advance to release the golden sand to wrap the 3 people, they would have been buried in the yellow sand. But under the rolling sand waves, Taisui also showed signs of being unable to hold on. That's the earth and sky. Taisui saw the appearance and fall of a small clay man through the golden sand, and couldn't help but exclaimed. Then, his face changed drastically. No, the earth and sky have been alarmed. This quicksand sea has become dangerous. We must leave. The Lord of Moin Cave was still immersed in the shock brought by the word earth and sky. After hearing the other party's words, he quickly agreed. Run. With the approval of his companions, Taisui no longer hesitated and controlled the golden ball to fly out. This movement was so loud that when crossing the Gobi Desert, it attracted the attention of the 3 giant and monks below. Is there anyone else peeping? The eagle demon said. The quicksand sea is so barren, I thought there was no one, but I didn't expect there were others. The old monster was also surprised. Wuki glanced at the golden ball made of gold sand, his face heavy. Don't worry about others, we have to hurry up to subdue the remnant soul of the stone dragon, otherwise we won't be able to explain to the stream master. The eagle demon retracted his side and looked at the black cloud in the sky again. But now the remnant soul of the stone dragon instinctively resists entering the soul-calling banner, and there are powerful enemies outside. This is good news. Wuki said firmly, the thing that controls the yellow sand is the natural enemy of the remnant soul of the stone dragon. At this moment, the remnant soul of the stone dragon disperses its power to resist the natural enemy, and its body is greatly weakened. It is a good opportunity for us to subdue it. Work harder. Seeing that the eagle demon and the old monster of Babian were a little hesitant, Wuki's eyes turned cold. You can enter this land of falling demons and collect a large number of rare resources, but you have the help of Lord Blood Nightmare. If you can't complete this for him, even if Lord Blood Nightmare does not hold you accountable, after you go out, without his protection, do you dare to face your respective stream masters? The eagle demon and the old monster of Babian looked at each other. The first stream master and the sky-splitting stream master they had taken refuge in were not good people. If the Blood Nightmare stream master did not protect them later, the end could be imagined. Listen to me, do your best to complete the task. When the time comes, Lord Blood Nightmare will give the Yuan-Mo sect the method of forming an infant, and you and I can both hope to achieve the Yuan-Ying road. If we succeed by chance, we will be the 13th, 14th and 15th stream masters after the 12 stream masters of the demon Luo stream. Why should we be afraid of the first and the sky-splitting stream? Wuki shouted fiercely. In fact, not only did he urge with words, but he also set an example by himself. He bit his tongue and spit a mouthful of blood on the bell in his hand. In an instant, the bell sounded loudly, and the dragon soul in the sky seemed to be hit hard. Seeing this, the eagle demon Babian and the two did not hesitate anymore, and each squeezed out blood to increase the power of the soul-calling banner. The terrifying section came from the soul-calling banner, and the dragon soul in the sky was immediately shaky. Without the support of the dragon soul, the number of stone monsters that came one after another began to gradually decrease. Instead, there was rolling yellow sand, covering the sky and the earth. Wu Qi's eyes showed a rare ruthlessness. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and subdue the remnant soul of the stone dragon before the sea of sand closed in. Whoosh! A golden light pierced through the clouds and mist. The golden light itself was a golden ball, and the formation of the golden ball was the golden sand that was constantly spewed out from a gourd inside. Inside the golden ball, the three people felt relieved. Sure enough, the thing that controls the yellow sand is not targeting us. The owner of Moen Cave breathed a sigh of relief. Tai Sui looked puzzled. Strange, Xianrang has been sleeping for thousands of years. Even the Yuanying's Henren of the Yuanmo sect came here to explore. He avoided them. Why did he take the initiative to show up this time and start a war? A questioning voice came from his ear. Is that Xianrang? Tai Sui looked at Luo Chen and nodded slightly. Yes, it is indeed Xianrang. I said before that the Quicksand Sea has an owner, and his name is Xianrang. Luo Chen looked thoughtful. Moen Cave Master was curious. What grade is Xianrang? Compared with your original body, which one is stronger or weaker? Hearing this question, Tai Sui showed an unhappy look on his face. We are different from cultivators and monsters. We are psychic spirits. Even if our realm is the same as that of cultivators, we lack means. Xianrang and I are both 5th level beings. It's hard to say who is stronger or weaker. We value the geographical advantage more. If he is in the Quicksand Sea, he is stronger. If he is in my original territory, I will naturally be better. However, Xianrang is a man-made thing, a hybrid, with congenital defects. If my original body can escape, there are several ways to kill it. When he said this, he was full of confidence, and he seemed to dislike that Moen Cave Master compared Xianrang with him. In particular, his original body is a wood-attributed spiritual plant, which is naturally restrained by earth-attributed spirits. Forget it, leave it alone for now. After I get the 5 elements lotus platform for King Gang, I will go to the demonic abyss to unlock the restrictions from my body. After saying that, he increased his magic power and was about to take the 2 of them out of the Quicksand Sea. But at this moment, Tai Sui looked at Luo Chen in confusion. King Gang Demon Lord, what are you doing? A big hand pressed on the inner wall of the golden ball. The green flame spewed out, burning a hole silently. Luo Chen said with a fake smile, you go first, I'll follow. After saying that, he moved his body and flew directly out of the hole. Behind him, Tai Sui and Moen Cave Master were stunned. The golden sands flowed back and drilled into the gourd's mouth. The two appeared under the blue sky and looked at Luo Chen's back. The other party was like an arrow from a string, extremely determined, and rushed into the rolling quicksand sea in one breath. Chapter 666, King Yang strikes, and the world goes wild. In the dust, a figure passed by like a meteor. One moment, it was still close, and the next moment, it was already at the horizon. The speed was so fast that it was even faster than the golden ball's escape speed. Luo Chen, dressed in a red robe and with a handsome face, looked calm at this time, but Han Zan, who was hiding in the soul-nourishing tree, could feel the agitated emotions under that calm expression. Are you really going to ruin the plan of Blood Nightmare Demon Luo? Why not? There is no life and death feud between him and you, but if you really do this, it will be a real enemy, and there will be no chance to sit down and talk in the future. Haha, there is no life and death feud between him and me, but he and I will never stop until we die. Han Zan was silent. For Yuan Ying's Henren, giant and cultivators would not be taken seriously at all. Even if Bei's Aoshansu chased Luo Chen, it would only be a word from Blood Nightmare Demon Luo. Even if Bei's Aoshansu failed, Blood Nightmare Demon Luo would probably not take it to heart. If he saw Luo Chen again one day, he might admire his rapid growth and want to recruit him again. But for Luo Chen himself, if he hadn't painstakingly refined the Zuanshan armor, he would have really died on the 7-star island. Luo Chen usually kept silent and never talked about hatred. But Luo Chen clearly remembered this incident. He just followed the idea that a gentleman's revenge is never too late, and chose the right time to take action. This time, I will collect an interest in advance. When I advance to the nascent soul stage one day, I will definitely have a talk with Zhu Ian. Luo Chen's eyes twitched, and a trace of cruelty emerged. Seeing this, Han Zan would not persuade him again, but changed the subject. While you and Tai Sui are separated, give me the 2 refined corpses. Luo Chen's figure suddenly paused. He immediately took out 2 tall corpses from the storage ring. They were the 2 corpses refined by Master Qi Shi before, both of which were in the late Jianden realm. He specifically told Xiangsun to keep them well at that time, and now they are also intact. Can it be used? Looking at the floating black wooden sign, Luo Chen asked. Han Zan hummed, the so-called corpses are not much different from puppets. Give me some time and I can control them freely. With this incarnation, I can move freely later. Luo Chen glanced at the 2 corpses, then wait for me here, senior, I'll be back soon. After he finished speaking, he turned into a red light and soared into the sky. Seeing this, Han Zan shook his head and sighed, and then focused his attention on the 2 dead bodies in front of him. It's still hidden. A light laugh, a ray of green light passed by. The next moment, the same screams were heard from the 2 corpses. The tone was exactly the same as that of the red corpse master before. You dare to show off your crude soul-splitting method in front of me. Han Zan smiled slightly, and then the green light spread, completely covering the 2 corpses in the sea of sand. We're here. Luo Chen muttered to himself and stopped behind a black cloud. The hidden formation was fully activated, so that its breath could not leak out at all. Then, he wiped his eyes with a finger, and his eyes cast a faint light on the ground below. The fierce battlefield appeared in his eyes instantly. The Gobi Desert, which was originally quite abrupt, was now completely surrounded by the sea of quicksand. The battle between the yellow sand giant and the stone monster also showed a one-sided situation. The dragon soul in the black cloud seemed to be more and more sluggish. It had to divide its strength to resist the attack from Xianrang, the master of the quicksand sea, and resist the involvement of the soul-calling flag. This made it, which was not in its prime, more and more exhausted. Under this kind of traction, the dragon soul seemed to be about to surrender. The huge dragon soul phantom had gradually been pulled out of the black cloud and gathered towards the soul-calling flag. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen's heart was slightly lifted. Fortunately, I came in time. He smiled grimly and patted the spirit beast bag on his waist. Black King and Xiangsun appeared to protect both sides. The 2 monsters also performed the breath-retaining technique at the same time. Protect me from the villains. After giving the order, Luo Chen's expression became serious. He placed his hands in front of his chest and began to quickly make hand seals. The familiar hand seals were clearly the starting moves of the Qingyang Great Hand Seal. However, unlike the usual instantaneous use of this move, this time he became very methodical. As he made hand seals, pure and domineering mana surged out of his sea of qi like a tide, flowing through the 8 extraordinary meridians, and gathering in front of him along the acupoints, mouth and nose. Logically speaking, such a surging momentum should have been discovered long ago. But even though Luo Chen was gathering momentum, the 3 golden elixirs who were presiding over the soul-calling technique below did not notice it at all. The reasons for this were, first, the geographical advantage, and second, the harmony of people. The geographical advantage was the suppression of the divine consciousness unique to the 5 elements heaven. The harmony of people was the full force of the hidden formation on Luo Chen's body, which covered up the surging fluctuations of mana. Black King and Xiangsun stood aside, feeling the terrifying momentum that was constantly gathering mana and rising layer by layer, and they all swallowed their saliva involuntarily. The Qingyang Great Handprint is the master's most proud fire spell. It is also the most iconic method of the Qingyang Demon Lord. Over the years, he has been constantly studying, fighting, and optimizing, and has practiced to the extreme. Usually, just releasing it casually can suppress the same level. Even if the realm is 1 or 2 higher than Luo Chen, you have to be careful to deal with it and dare not take it head-on. Now, the master actually did not hesitate to consume mana and began to accumulate momentum. It is conceivable that after this palm is released, the power will reach what extent? Xiangsun only felt that with her speed, she could not escape the attack range. Black King thought that even if he had thick skin and flesh, he would be blasted to pieces and his life would be gone. No. Not just 80 or 90%. When wisps of green flames floated out and wrapped around Luo Chen's hands, Black King's eyes suddenly widened. Master, you are going to do your best. For a moment, he could not help but look at the 3 people not far away with some sympathy. When they were ambushed by the master without knowing it, they would not know how they died, right? At this moment, the Black King suddenly noticed the change. Tianjuan did the same, and immediately said, "Master, they are going to run away." Luo Chen's gesture slowed down slightly, but he still did not stop. He just stared at the altar. Under the beating of the yellow sand, the formation covering the altar was shaky. While Wuqi was fully manipulating the golden bell, he released a flying shuttle-shaped magic weapon. After the flying shuttle appeared, it grew in the wind, turned into a size of 2 feet, and floated around. Obviously, they have already made plans to run away after collecting the dragon's soul. "Master, are you going to do it?" The Black King couldn't help it. Luo Chen didn't say anything, but was still gathering magic power bit by bit, adding the power of the Qingyang Great Handprint. "It's not the right time yet. Patience. Patience." On the Gobi Desert, on the few remaining solid grounds, the 3 great golden elixirs of the Mo Luo clan held their breath and took the last step. When the remnant soul of the stone dragon was completely pulled out of the black cloud, Wu Qi shouted, "If the remnant soul doesn't come back, when will it return?" He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, which sprinkled on the golden bell. Suddenly, the bell sounded loudly. The dragon's soul, which was already shaky and extremely weak, lost its instinctive consciousness and turned into a stream of light and flew towards the white soul calling banner. When this scene appeared, a sharp scream suddenly came from the yellow sand. "That's mine." The next moment, a giant hand holding up the sky emerged from the sea of sand and slammed towards the altar. Facing this scene, the pupils of Wuqi and the other 2 dilated. Boom! With a loud bang, the altar suddenly shattered. On the Gobi Desert, the last piece of solid ground was completely covered by yellow sand. In this explosion, the white flag was suddenly grabbed by a hand. "Go!" With a low shout, 3 rays of light merged into the shuttle, breaking through the yellow sand at a very fast speed and rushing towards the sky. At this moment, as the dragon soul was subdued, the dark clouds in the sky were slowly dispersing. The sky was clear and the air was fresh. A red robe fluttered. The Taoist's eyes were cold and his black hair fluttered. "Raise your palm. Slap it." A huge palm surrounded by blazing green flames, like a meteorite, slapped it down with a rumble. Its power was no less than the previous slap of yellow sand. A scream came from the shuttle. In a trance, it seemed to be the word no. But no one listened carefully to what it meant. Only the endless explosions were deafening at this moment. Boom! The huge sound shook the quicksand for thousands of miles. With just one blow, the earth sank and the void exploded. Circles of fire waves rolled and spread, even forcing the nearby quicksand sea to retreat continuously. Under such a mighty force, the meteor shuttle disintegrated instantly. 3 figures seemed to be welcoming the might of heaven in the huge explosion, as small as ants. At this moment, a flash of blood appeared. When it reappeared, it had already left the center of the explosion. Puff! Wu Qi vomited blood uncontrollably as soon as he escaped from the blood. At this moment, he was in a very miserable state. His robes were tattered, his body was extremely charred, and only his eyes exuded a strong desire to survive. Holding the soul-calling flag in his hand, he bit off the index finger of his left hand. A strong bloodlight began to appear on his body. At this moment, a bang came from the void. Swish! The sword energy slashed down, and Wu Qi watched his left hand cut off at the shoulder. The white soul-calling flag was getting farther and farther away from him, and finally fell into the hands of another person together with a broken arm. "No. This is the blood nightmare. It's you." When he looked at the familiar face, Wu Qi was stunned for a moment. As he advanced to the 4th level of the ancient, his facial redness faded, and his fair complexion reappeared. Luo Chen's appearance was exactly the same as when he first met Wu Qi on Yaoi Island. In addition, Wu Qi had been thinking about Luo Chen for many years, and had already memorized his appearance thoroughly. Therefore, when he saw him again, he recognized him at a glance. However, there was no surprise of meeting an old friend at this time. There was only horror. Bang! With just one palm, Luo Chen and Wu Qi passed by each other. "Sorry, you and I are on different sides, and a little friendship cannot allow you to live." Behind him was the godless corpse falling into the yellow sand. When it was in midair, it broke into pieces and finally turned into a puff of blood mist. In front of him, Luo Chen pursed his lips, holding the broken arm and the white soul-calling flag in one hand, and holding the 7 flying swords that were spinning endlessly in the other hand, facing the endless sea of sand. In the rolling sea of sand, gravel piled up layer by layer, and in the blink of an eye, a huge wave jumped into the sky. A huge face loomed in the huge waves. "Give me the stone dragon." Along with these words, a giant hand that seemed to be holding up the sky grabbed at him slowly but actually quickly. Luo Chen's expression remained unchanged. He took a deep breath, and the magic power in his right hand surged. The flying swords in front of him suddenly merged into one. In the sky, they formed an unparalleled giant sword. Cut. The giant sword suddenly chopped down. Swish. Like a knife cutting tofu, the giant hand that held up the sky split into two. However, Luo Chen was not happy but surprised when he saw this. The two split hands, supplemented by the surrounding yellow sand, formed two similar big hands again, grabbing Luo Chen from the left and right. Go. Luo Chen did not want to fight, and the broken moon wings behind him stretched out, and Zhiguanli launched with all his strength. The whole person flew towards the sky like a fire meteor. "Give it back." "To me." A raging scream sounded behind him. The huge sand wave chased it back and rolled over. Many giant hands appeared in the sea of sand, grabbing Luo Chen. At this moment, the entire quicksand sea came alive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Luo Chen was extremely fast, avoiding the grasp of the giant hands of yellow sand again and again. When he encountered one that he couldn't dodge in time, he stopped in the air, and when he reappeared, he was already 100 feet away. Suddenly, there was a piece of yellow sand in front of him, which turned into a giant wall, rising from the ground and blocking him in front. Luo Chen's expression became fierce, and he turned sideways and raised his shoulders, rushing forward. The huge face in the surging sand waves behind him saw this scene and showed a cruel face. "It's just an egg hitting a rock." But the next moment, Luo Chen was seen breaking through the south wall with an unstoppable momentum and breaking away from the encirclement. "No! Catch him!" The huge face roared angrily, and the entire quicksand sea began to boil. More and more giant hands rose from the ground. Not only that, but there were also sand spears, screaming and piercing Luo Chen. Luo Chen ignored them all. The Zuanshan armor protected his body, and the blood and qi surged all over his body, like a wild bull. Even if there was a mountain in front of him, he would crash into it. Boom, boom, boom. In the endless roar, a red light spanned thousands of miles. Only once did he fall into the sea of sand, but he soared into the sky after a short time, unaffected. About half a day later, Luo Chen finally came to the edge of the sea of sand, and the two anxious and worried faces of Tai Sui and Mo Yundong Master appeared in his sight. "What did you do?" "Tian Rang is angry. What did you do to provoke him?" Facing Tai Sui's question, Luo Chen ignored it, and started the explosion air step again, appearing in front of the two. Without stopping, he shouted softly, "Go to the blazing purgatory." "Let's go." Tian Rang is really furious. I have never seen him so angry. Tai Sui subconsciously glanced at the white soul flag in Luo Chen's hand, and then crossed the boundary between the quicksand sea and the blazing purgatory. Before stepping into the world of fire, Han Zan's voice rang in Luo Chen's ears. "Why bother? If it can ruin the blood nightmare, it's necessary." He activated the true fire of withering and flourishing, burned away the last trace of Wu Qi left in the world, put the soul summoning banner into the storage ring, and stepped into the world of fire without hesitation. Not long after they left, the gravel squirmed layer by layer, and finally accumulated on the boundary line between yellow and red. A small clay man walked out of it, with indescribable anger and resentment on his face. He waved his hand, and bloody lights emerged, all of which were broken limbs and flesh. Gravel attached to the broken limbs, and finally formed the body of a man with a broken arm. The little clay man pointed at the man's eyebrows, and a thick yellow light emerged, but gradually, the yellow light dissipated. The man with a broken arm in front of him, like a clay man made of thin mud, melted unwillingly in front of him. He ran away, completely ran away. The residual soul that I had finally attracted back then not only did not devour me and complete my true body, but he ran away instead. Ah! An angry scream came from the little mud mouth. The quicksand sea behind him kept exploding, splashing huge waves of sand, as if responding to his anger. Chapter 667 The Culprit, Blood Sea Ancestor. Who? Hiss. A comfortable groan came out of the red-robed man's mouth subconsciously, attracting the attention of the two people around him. But they were not surprised why Luo Chen lost his composure. It was because, after entering the burning purgatory, the spiritual environment around him suddenly changed. It was no longer the sharpness of Kaienren Mountain that made the body feel cold, Nor was it the thick quicksand sea that shackled the body like the earth, but it became hot, restless, surging and lively. It seemed that even the breathing was accompanied by sparks. Such an extreme spiritual environment was naturally uncomfortable for Tai Sui, who mainly practiced a wood element. But for Luo Chen, who practiced a fire element alone, it was like a fish in water, so comfortable. Not only him, but even the Lord of Moyan Cave couldn't help stretching his body and took a few more breaths subconsciously. He also practiced a fire attribute technique. In addition to being comfortable, the Lord of Moyan Cave relaxed his mind and couldn't help but complain about Luo Chen's previous reckless behavior. Why bother to provoke that monster? I almost got stuck in there. It's not my turn to judge how I do things, right? Luo Chen glanced at him, which made Moyan Cave Master's expression stagnate. In his heart, a long-suppressed anger seemed to be about to burst out. Since the alliance with the other party, everything has not gone well. First, he delayed the time to enter the sinking sea, and then provoked the ghost fairy tower, almost killing them. After finally entering the land of fallen demons, this kid was even more cunning and set an ambush, putting him under the threat of the 4th-level alien beast 9 Sun Golden Eagle. He, Moyan Cave Master, has been a generation of weapon refining masters respected by everyone over the years. How could he have suffered such anger? Now he is in the blazing purgatory, which should be his home ground, and he should have a good talk. A white true flame emerged from him. Luo Chen glanced at this scene and his eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, a hand was placed on Moyan Cave Master's shoulder. You are confused. Eh? The Lord of Moyan looked back at Tai Sui and suddenly woke up. When he looked at Luo Chen again, the cold killing intent that was emanating from him was like a basin of cold water poured on his head. Yes, how dare he provoke the demon Lord Qin Gaiang? He was the one who escaped safely from the siege of the Lord of the Flowing Sand Sea. Moreover, in recent years, the rumors about the fighting ability of the demon Lord Qin Gaiang in the 10,000 Immortals Association have become more and more intense. How could he, a 7th-level giant and cultivator who was obsessed with the art of casting, compare with him? Humph. Luo Chen snorted lightly, ignoring the thoughts of the Lord of Moyan, and looked at Tai Sui. Why is the earth so persistent in capturing the dragon soul that the 3 great giants of the Mo Luo school wants to capture? Tai Sui glanced at Luo Chen's fingers, where he wore 2 rings. One was dark green, and the other was dark. The soul-calling flag containing the dragon soul was in the dark ring. Tai Sui thought for a while and said, I have also thought about this for a long time while on the road, and I have come up with a rough guess. I don't know if it is correct or not, I can only tell you a little bit for your reference. Those of us who are psychic, although we are ranked 5th level, comparable to the incarnation of the spirit, but in fact we do not have the power of the incarnation of the spirit. It is only because our bodies have the laws of heaven and earth, but we cannot use them skillfully, and even because of the limitations of our bodies, the power of the laws we have mastered is also incomplete. Luo Chen frowned, and subconsciously thought of the 5th-level withered blood vine on the Deadwood Ridge. At this moment, under Tai Sui's narration, it seems to be true. It is extremely difficult for plants, trees, metals and stones to give birth to spiritual intelligence. Often, only when they reach a very high level, may they have the opportunity to generate spiritual intelligence. If compared with the human race, it is roughly equivalent to a person who has a body of incarnation, but his spiritual intelligence is only that of a newborn, like an infant. Improper control, lack of power, lack of means. These are all generalizations of psychic spirits. Most of the means that this generation is best at are to control the place where they grew up and exterminate the enemy. Like the withered blood vines spreading over the Deadwood Ridge, it was like Xianrang stirring up the quicksand sea. Xianrang's innate shackles are even greater. He was artificially created by the demon Lord Lianshan. Although he has a strong foundation, it is extremely difficult for him to exert his own abilities. Therefore, he has been trying to split his body over the years, trying to master his own power bit by bit, and finally merge the two into one. In addition, his earth lore is also incomplete. From what I see, the incomplete dragon soul without consciousness was also a kind of spirit or wild beast that comprehended the earth lore when it was alive. Therefore, Xianrang wants to devour it and complete itself. Tai Sui paused, and continued with a slightly speculative tone, as far as I know, there was no Gobi Desert in the Quicksand Sea before. Obviously, that was transformed by the dragon soul. Luo Chen frowned. He had very limited understanding of the law of transformation. At this moment, it sounded like falling into clouds and mist, and only a trace of the true meaning was understood. So, he went straight to the core of the problem. Where does this soul come from? It's not from here, it's an outsider. Tai Sui said firmly. Outsider. Luo Chen was surprised. The Lord of Moin Cave beside him listened to this and said thoughtfully, I heard Xianran call it a stone dragon before. This name is somewhat consistent with a legend in our Wuxan society. Stone dragon? Suddenly, Luo Chen remembered a story told to him by a giant and cultivator on Qiang Island. It is said that the Fuling Mountains, the base camp of the Wuxan society, was evolved from a wild beast stone dragon after it sat in meditation in ancient times. Later, after the ancient human-demon war, the human race established its dominance in the 5 continents, and the Yuanmo sect even more powerfully entered the North Sea. During this process, an old ancestor of the Yuanmo sect passed by the Fulan Mountains and extracted the mountain soul to add to the foundation of the Mountain Gate spiritual land, the North Pole Yamo heaven. And that mountain soul, according to rumors, is the residual soul of the wild beast stone dragon. Although the stone dragon is a wild beast, most people say that it is a mineral that has become a spirit, and a spiritual stone that has attained enlightenment. If this is true, it seems to explain why Xianrang is determined to get the stone dragon's remnant soul. What he created is the most lacking in the meaning of nature. Luo Chen's thoughts flowed, and he said thoughtfully, it is said that hundreds of years ago, the ancestor of the blood sea of the Yuan demon sect went into the sunken sea and has not returned yet. Some people even say that he fell in this secret realm. Could it be that he brought the stone dragon's remnant soul in? You mean that old man? Tai Sui suddenly laughed. This laugh attracted the attention of Luo Chen and Moin Cave Master. Tai Sui shrugged, although I am a remnant and don't know much, I still remember this person clearly. In fact, it was because of him that I had the opportunity to split my mind and escape from the land of falling demons. He did come to the land of falling demons 300 years ago, and brought a group of young people who were proficient in formations. I don't remember that group of people, but I remember that old man very clearly. He entered the inheritance land and died in it. Luo Chen and Mo Yundong Master were shocked and said, died in it. Even though they had expected it, it was still difficult to control themselves when they heard someone tell them this answer. After all, he was the top powerhouse in the world, a great God-transforming power. He deserves to die. Tai Sui curled his lips, as if it was a matter of course. Seeing that Luo Chen and Mo Yundong were puzzled, he patiently explained, the so-called inheritance place, as the name suggests, is the place where the demon Lord Lian Yuan passed on his own lineage. Those who can enter are either talented or have not yet decided on their future. How can a God-transforming being become the descendant of a true Lord when he has already walked out his own path? You already have your own path, but you still want to walk someone else's path. Tell me, does the Blood Sea ancestor have a way to die? Luo Chen and Mo Yundong looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a while. Does it mean that the God-transforming being deserves to die? But as Tai Sui said, when his own future is clear, he still wants to meddle in other people's paths. He is so greedy that he deserves to die. Tai Sui curled his lips. I later possessed Jing Yi and learned the news that the Yuanmo sect was destroyed. Although this tragedy was committed by the North Sea Monster Alliance, now I think the culprit is still that old man. What do you mean? The top fighting force of the sect died in the secret realm, which made the monsters ready to move. He also took away the remnant soul of the stone dragon, one of the foundations of the sect, so that the North Pole night sky, the most dangerous place in the world, had a flaw, allowing the Monster Alliance to rush in. Do you think this old man should be the culprit? Okay. This speech left Luo Chen and others speechless. The North Sea monsters are powerful, but their strength can be dispersed. The 3 great gods of the Yuanmo sect are alive, enough to suppress everything. However, the death of the Blood Sea ancestor has created a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the North Sea monsters. From their current perspective, the Blood Sea ancestor really has to bear this big pot. Luo Chen sighed, and his eyes swept through the world of endless flames. As far as the eye could see, volcanoes were emitting black smoke and erupting from time to time. A large amount of magma was flowing, leaving almost no place for people to settle. This was a place where life was extinct. Occasionally there were trees, but they were also bright and crystal fire plants. This was the blazing purgatory, the place of fire in the 5 elements heaven. Qianran Mountain, the flowing sand sea, the blazing purgatory, and the rumored Muxian with countless rare spiritual medicines. Even if we don't mention the so-called inheritance place, this 5 elements heaven alone is the top resource secret realm. If the sect forces completely control it, it will surely benefit generations to come. In that case, it's no wonder that the Blood Sea ancestor spent a huge price to enter the land of fallen demons. From the perspective of the sect's high-level officials, Luo Chen sighed. The Lord of Moin Cave nodded, feeling sympathetic. He could barely be considered the master of a small force. Tai Sui didn't feel anything. Looking at the blazing fire and billowing smoke in the purgatory, he suggested, "Now, let's go find the 5 elements lotus platform." Wait a minute. Luo Chen shook his head, his eyes looking at the void that seemed to be distorted by the high temperature. Tai Sui was puzzled. First, find a place with abundant spiritual energy. I need to recover some mana. Tai Sui was stunned, and the owner of Moin Cave was also extremely surprised. In their opinion, Luo Chen's mana was still fluctuating, and his momentum was not weakened at all. Why did he need to recover his mana? Luo Chen did not explain, and his eyes stopped at the bottom of a hill that had not erupted magma. That place is quite good. After saying that, he flew directly over. When he got close, he patted the storage bag on his waist, and Xiang Xuan flew out instantly. You protect me for a while. Yes, master. He did not summon the Black King, because the Black King was proficient in water attributes, which was the most restrained in the burning purgatory. Xiang Xuan was slightly better. Although he also practiced water system, his main practice was wind system, so he was not affected that much. Afterwards, Luo Chen controlled the Soul Heaven sword box, and a 7 evil sword flew out, like a drill bit, and went straight into the depths of the mountain. In a short moment, a simple cave was formed. Luo Chen entered, took out the array plate, arranged the array, and then sat cross-legged. While taking the top-grade True Flame Pill orally, he practiced the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra to absorb the fire attribute aura that could be seen everywhere in the outside world. As the surging aura entered his body, the slightly dim second Yuan Dan in his body suddenly filled and shone. His life-giving golden elixir did not consume much mana. But the previous power-accumulating palm, plus escaping from the pursuit of the heaven and earth, really consumed most of his second Yuan Dan's mana. When the life-giving golden elixir is the core of the killing move of Senlo Fire Prison, and cannot be used easily, the second Yuan Dan is his source of power. Only when the divine energy is full can he have enough confidence in the next action. When the Sea of Qi was full and the Yuan Dan was flashing, Luo Chen also felt a sense of restlessness in his heart. He used the microdust Yuanshu to cut off that feeling. Strange. Luo Chen took a short break and looked inside himself. He saw that in the Sea of Qi, the original true fire transformed from the withered and flourishing fire was jumping lively. This place seems to be very suitable for the existence of such sourceless fire. Luo Chen was surprised. Immediately, he thought of the sudden anger of the Lord of Moin Cave and the white flame that appeared on his body. So that's it. Luo Chen muttered to himself, then closed his eyes and continued to meditate and regulate his breath. In the outside world, the Lord of Moin Cave, who had found another low hill, had already involuntarily released the original true fire he had refined. Its name is Biunheoian, and it has the same origin as the burning heaven fire of Master Xingyan of Kingdom Valley. Feeling Biunheoian's cheering and jumping, the Lord of Moin Cave's eyes lit up. If I can monopolize this place, I'm afraid that within 100 years, I can cultivate to the golden elixir great perfection realm. Even with the help of this place, I can create a real weapon refining sect, far better than Moin Mountain. He could feel the richness of the fire attribute spiritual energy here. The closer he went to the large volcano, the richer the spiritual energy. The low hills here had the effect of a third-level spiritual land. It can be imagined that if he really reached the most majestic place in the burning purgatory, he would probably be able to reach the 4th and 5th levels. The deepest part of the land of fallen demons. Its name is the Fallen Demon Abyss. A small part of the monstrous spiritual energy absorbed from the outside world was poured into Luo Chen and Wu Xingshan. Most of it gathered in the Fallen Demon Abyss. At the bottom of the Fallen Demon Abyss, on an ancient stone platform, 3 figures stood on it. All around, it was dark. Only a dozen stars were flickering with faint light. The 3 people looked at those stars and seemed to be hesitant. Suddenly, the face of the leader changed slightly. Taoist Master Jian, who had been paying attention to him, asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Zhu Ian, what happened?" Taoist Master Zuan frowned. The 3 people who stayed outside to do things for me are dead. Dead. Taoist Master Jian was surprised. Wu Qi and the other 3 are not weak among their peers, and they have the means of self-defense you gave them. Who can kill them? Before Taoist Master Zuan could say anything, Fairy Feiling next to him sneered. You tried to use 3 giant and juniors to subdue the remnant soul of the wild beast stone dragon. You should have thought of their fate of being killed in return. Taoist Master Zuan shook his head. That's not the case. The will of the remnant soul has long been annihilated, leaving only instincts. I also gave a real weapon-level soul summoning flag, which is more than enough to subdue the remnant soul. They should have been killed by someone. Unfortunately, now we are in this demon abyss, and we can't figure out who killed them and ruin my plan. Taoist Jiu nodded and said casually, it is indeed a big deal. The stone dragon is a 5th-level spiritual vein. It swallowed a wild beast earth dragon that sat inside it and became spiritual. It has both the body of a wild beast and the spirit of a spirit. It is definitely a beast of creation in ancient times. Even though thousands of years have passed, there is only a remnant soul left now, but if it is used well, it can completely cultivate a 5th-level spiritual vein. If this matter is ruined, the Taoist's future path to becoming a god will be even more bumpy. Zuan Moluo's face became more solemn. True man Fei Leng was too lazy to care about them. He moved his lotus steps lightly and came to a start point emitting brilliance. I'll go in first. Zuan Moluo frowned. Don't you want to wait a little longer? There are more than a dozen roads, and it is said that each one leads to Mingzhaoshan. But among the generations of disciples of my Yuanmo sect, few have actually entered Mingzhaoshan. Don't you think it through. Don't think about it. My goal is not Mingzhaoshan. Fairy Feiling had not finished speaking when she stepped into the starlight, leaving only one sentence before leaving. The Blood Sea ancestor has entered the road with the dimmest starlight. If you want to obtain his legacy, go there. The Blood Nightmare Demon Luo half believed and half doubted, and his eyes fell on the dimmest of the dozen or so starlights. After thinking for a while, he took a deep breath and walked in. After they left, the immortal-looking old Taoist Jian fell silent. At this moment, the ancient stone platform trembled slightly, and the light shone brightly. A graceful figure slowly emerged on it. Before the light dissipated, a pair of beautiful eyes fell on the old Taoist Jian. Third brother, you really made it easy for junior sister to find you. A voice as cold as the cold wind of the 9th netherworld came faintly. Hearing this voice, the old Taoist Jian's face changed drastically. Without hesitation, he stepped into a starlight. After he left, the light on the stone platform shrank, and a woman walked out of it. Her skin was as white as cream, her eyes were like stars, and her delicate face highlighted a sense of coldness and alienation. Further down, the peaks gathered, the waves were raging, and the looming slender thighs showed the gorgeous and wanton meaning. Such contradictory temperaments gathered in one person. There is only one person in the current Bihei. Wang Xian Hu Yu Sanren. Jian Liudeo's escape made her snort coldly. But then, her eyes fell on a dozen star rays, and the whole person fell silent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668, Phoenix Nirvana, Vermilion Bird Holy Fire. One day later, inside a low-extinct volcano, the red-robed Taoist sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, his breath long. A large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy lingered around him and continued to flow into his body. The rich spiritual energy infused into a series of winged vortices, stirring up the sleeves of the red robe to rustle. The fire attribute spiritual energy here is so dense that it is simply unimaginable. At the end of the practice, Luo Chen's mind gradually became clear, and he felt more and more that the wonderful environment for cultivation here was simply the strongest place he had ever encountered. Even if the spiritual energy concentration of the small volcano he chose now was only about the lower 3rd level, the efficiency of absorption and refining was enough to be comparable to the Star Hall painstakingly constructed by the formation of Penghu in 800 miles. The reason for such a spectacle is obviously that the density of free spiritual energy in the world is very different. If the spiritual energy of the world outside is uniform, the 5 elements are the main ones, wind and thunder are also present, and spiritual energy of various different attributes is also mixed in it. Cultivators rely on excellent techniques and different spiritual root attributes to capture and refine the spiritual energy suitable for themselves in the vast world and purify it into their own mana. Then in this blazing purgatory, the uniform distribution of spiritual energy is completely broken. It is no longer uniform, but the fire attribute spiritual energy occupies more than 90%. In this case, the efficiency of capturing and refining for cultivators who practice the fire path has been greatly improved. In fact, there is no need to deliberately capture it, just swallow it in big mouthfuls and refine it crazily. A little other impurity spiritual energy does not affect the purity of the spiritual energy after refining. It is precisely because of this that in just one day, with the help of the top-grade True Flame Pill, Luo Chen replenished the mana of the second Yuandan. Although the newly replenished mana is still a little impetuous, it does not affect the normal combat use at all. The lower-grade third-level spiritual land in the blazing purgatory is comparable to the upper-grade third-level spiritual land in the outside world. If I find one or two middle-grade and upper-grade spiritual lands, will there be a chance to compare with the top-grade cave in Kangwu Mountain? If I can continue to practice here, can I achieve the state of great perfection of the golden elixir that was originally estimated to take more than 100 years to reach in one go and ascend to heaven in one step? Luo Chen, who has completed his practice and has sufficient spiritual energy, feels like a fish in water in this hot cave. In a carefree mood, it is inevitable that his mind is fluctuating and his thoughts are numerous. I think that the owner of Moen Cave has also noticed the wonders of this place. It's a pity that he came here to search for treasures instead of practicing, which is a waste of such a favorable environment. Luo Chen sighed, his face full of regret. Just as he sighed, suddenly, "Huh?" Luo Chen exclaimed softly, and a hint of green flame appeared on his fingertips. Just now, he noticed the restlessness of the withered and prosperous true fire. It should be said that he had some slight feelings since he set foot in the blazing purgatory, and it was not only him, the Lord of Moen Cave, who felt the same. At that time, he just thought it was the natural reaction of the original true fire in an extreme environment. But at this moment, he clearly felt the restlessness from the withered and flourishing true fire in the sea of Qi becoming more and more obvious, and there was even a hint of hunger coming. It was like being hungry and having an itch on the back of the head. The green flame on the fingertips was floating, rising and stretching, and seemed a little confused. The next moment, swish! A wisp of green smoke rose from the rock wall of the cave. Inside, Luo Chen looked at the rock wall of the cave, slightly hesitant. He subconsciously looked outside, and the Lord of Moen Cave and Tai Sui were still waiting for him. Then let them wait first. Now he was qualified to let others wait. Luo Chen pursed his lips, poured away the withered and flourishing true fire, stretched out his hand, and instantly a 7 evil sword flew out of the sword box behind him. With a little push, the 7 evil sword spun rapidly and penetrated into the rock wall. Buzz! 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 Like a drill, the sharp tip of the sword continued to penetrate into the rock wall. Large pieces of stone chips and soil fell. Luo Chen followed behind and walked inside. The simple cave he had opened up before was originally located in the belly of the mountain, so it was not difficult to go inside at this moment. I don't know how long it took. Bang! With a muffled sound, a large hole was directly opened in a rock wall. Luo Chen, holding a long sword, stepped out of the cave slowly and looked down. Gulp! 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 The rich firelight made Luo Chen's fair skin red, as if he had returned to the red-faced Taoist state that was famous in the 10,000 immortals before he broke through the 4th level of the ancient times. But Luo Chen's eyes suddenly widened at this moment. What he saw was a small pool of magma flowing deep in the earth's core, with bubbles being born and bursting in the small pool. In the middle of the small pool, there was a crystal-clear red lotus quietly stretching out 3 petals. 5 elements lotus platform. No. Luo Chen recognized it at a glance. What exactly is it? Red lotus earth fire. The best of earth fire. There are many mysterious things in the world, such as rootless water, sourceless fire, or pure wind and silent thunder. Luo Chen knows the most about sourceless fire. The so-called sourceless does not mean that there is no source, but that this generation of fire has gradually become higher in rank and has been freed from the restrictions of the environment and can find a place to live on its own. Corresponding to this is the most common underground fire in the world. Once this kind of fire is separated from the fire vein, it cannot survive on its own and must have a place of origin to survive. Refining Wuyin fire into origin true fire is a very dangerous thing. Even if the weapon refiners, alchemists, and some people who practice fire attribute techniques know the wonders of origin true fire, they dare not refine origin true fire. They mostly use earth fire to refine pills and weapons. Although it is more troublesome to control, it can achieve the purpose. But not all earth fires in the world are weaker than Wuyin fire. There is such an existence, although it still needs to rely on underground fire veins to survive. Its power is not weaker than Wuyin fire. That is red lotus earth fire. This is the essence of earth fire, the best of ordinary fire. If you can get it, you can prosper a family. At this moment, the lotus under Luo Chen's feet quietly stretching out 3 petals is the rumored red lotus earth fire. Moreover, it has reached the 3rd level. At the moment when Luo Chen's breathing became heavy, the withered and prosperous true fire in the sea of qi became more and more agitated, almost impatient. You want to eat it. In the dark, Luo Chen seemed to feel the meaning of the withered and prosperous true fire. When Luo Chen asked, the withered and flourishing true fire suddenly rose a little, showing its affirmation. Luo Chen frowned slightly. How can I eat it? Hesitantly, he opened his mouth and spit out a wisp of pure green flame slowly flew out, flying towards the red lotus earth fire. As if sensing the crisis, the 3 petals on the red lotus earth fire began to tremble. The small pool of about 3 meters in radius also boiled at this moment. Waves of fire rushed into the sky. In response, the withered and flourishing true fire did not avoid or dodge, but went straight into it and directly wrapped the red lotus earth fire in one breath. The fire pool shook more and more. Luo Chen's eyes were sharp, and he could clearly feel the gluttony of the withered and flourishing true fire, facing a big meal. But the speed was a bit slow. If the withered and flourishing true fire really wanted to completely devour this red lotus earth fire, it would take at least 10 days and a half months. I can't wait that long, Luo Chen murmured. At this moment, his mind suddenly moved, and he remembered an event from the past. At that time, he had just come to the 10,000 Immortals Association to participate in the Demon Hunter Assessment Mission. Together with Duan Li and the other 2, they besieged the remnant of the Yuanmo sect, the white-robed monk. That man had many tricks, and the one that impressed Luo Chen the most was the ghost den that he activated with a 10,000 souls banner. It was also inspired by this that he created the Sinluo fire prison, a killing move that was rampant in the Jinden period. But in addition to this, the white-robed monk actually had another trick at the time, and he used it as a killing move to try to kill Luo Chen instantly. The blue fire pearl. A one-time attack magic weapon condensed with a large amount of top-grade Qingyang demon fire. If it were a normal Jinden monk, he would be injured or killed under the attack of the blue fire pearl. Luo Chen was different. Not only was he not injured, but he also took the blue fire pearl away. Later, after returning, he studied the Qingyang demon fire in the blue fire pearl a little bit, but he didn't get anything. With the idea of recycling, he used the withered and prosperous true fire to test the strength of the Qingyang demon fire, but found that the withered and prosperous true fire swallowed some of the Qingyang demon fire. At that time, he thought it was due to the characteristics of the withered and prosperous true fire. But it is obvious that there is no saying in the world of immortal cultivation that sourceless fire can swallow each other. Different origins, how can they blend? Why can the withered and prosperous true fire swallow the Qingyang demon fire? As if a blessing came to his mind, Luo Chen sat cross-legged in the void and skillfully practiced the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra again. Just as he was practicing his skills, more and more withered and prosperous true fire flowed out of the sea of qi and rushed to the red lotus earth fire. When the 2 sides came into contact, there seemed to be a sound of mourning and swallowing at the same time. So that's it. Luo Chen's eyes became more and more brilliant, and his heart was even more excited. This Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, which is known as the strongest fire attribute skill in the world and can even lead directly to the Mahayana period, is more extraordinary than Luo Chen imagined. Not only can it transform the attributes of spiritual roots, replace 5 with 1, and practice with the aptitude of false spiritual roots, it can even control the true fire to devour other sourceless fires. If you continue to practice in this direction, you may become the supreme of fire. Yes, isn't there a legend that the phoenix is reborn from the ashes, and is known as the supreme of all fires? Why did I only understand this now? I am really so stupid. Although he blamed himself, he could not hide his ecstasy. When Luo Chen practiced the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, The speed at which the withered and flourishing true fire devoured the red lotus earth fire suddenly increased, more than 10 times the previous speed. If this is the case, then Luo Chen will not be in a hurry. In the belly of the mountain, above the fire pool, the magma rolled, and the Taoist sat cross-legged in the void, pinching the seal formula, and fully controlling the green flame to devour the red flame. Time passed slowly. 2 days later, outside the hill, Tai Sui exhaled a burning breath and looked at Tianjuan with dissatisfaction. Your master has been delayed for too long. Tianjuan, who had already regained his human form, faced the 2 great golden elixirs, Tai Sui and Mo Yunduangzihu, with a neither humble nor arrogant expression. When the master will come out of seclusion is up to him. But you absolutely cannot force your way in. You. Tai Sui was extremely impatient. Among the 5 elements heaven, the 2 places he disliked the most were Jinren Mountain and Blazing Purgatory. One was that the power of the sharp gold was too sharp, and the other was that the meaning of the blazing fire was too blazing, which made his soul extremely uncomfortable, and even his magic power was not easy to mobilize. The reason why he performed poorly in front of Luo Chen and the 9 Suns Golden Eagle in Jinren Mountain before was because of this aspect. On the contrary, if he was in Yukanglan, he would be much better. Especially Mushianin, that was his home ground. If he was there, even if he was just an incarnation of a remnant, he would have the confidence to face anyone. Tae-su, just wait a little longer. Mo Yunduangzihu shook his head. At this moment, he was full of spirit and energy, and he could understand Luo Chen the most. This place is really suitable for our generation to practice. King Yang Demon Lord is probably excited to see the prey and is a little intoxicated in practice. I'm afraid he's intoxicated. Tai Sui turned around and said loudly. His voice was so loud that it spread all over the field, as if it wanted to penetrate the formation and reach Luo Chen's ears. Swish! A banana fan appeared in Xiangxun's hand, and the woman said coldly, please respect yourself. Tai Sui was about to say something, but his eyes saw the reflection of the fire in the eyes of Moen Cave Master. He turned around suddenly. A pillar of fire shot up into the sky. Boom! The volcano erupted. Large pieces of magma fell like rain. Thick black smoke filled the air. Master! Xiangxun screamed. This erupted volcano was the hill where the master practiced. She held the banana fan and rushed straight to the sky, trying to fan out the volcano. No, this is a dead volcano, how could it suddenly erupt? The Lord of Moen Cave was shocked by the power of heaven and earth, and puzzled. Tai Sui's spiritual consciousness swept across, and suddenly exclaimed. He's there. Xiangxun's footsteps suddenly stopped. In his eyes, a red-robed Taoist sitting cross-legged in the fire column was reflected. His black hair fluttered, and his eyes were closed. On the red robe, a layer of air armor was looming, resisting the impact of the hot magma from the outside world. Behind him, the blue and red colors kept entangled and gradually seemed to form a tree. At this time, Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes. The blue and red lights also rushed into his body in an instant. Luo Chen looked down at the 3 of them, and then his eyes fell on the erupting volcano. The ground vein that can breathe the red lotus ground fire is a good place. It's a pity to destroy it. With a thought, the Senluo fire prison was fully unfolded, covering dozens of miles. Then, he pinched his fingers and cast a series of restrictions on various parts of the hill. In this way, with 2 approaches, the small volcano that was about to erupt completely gradually died down. Luo Chen leaped and fled, landing in front of the 3 people. Let's go. Seeing that he calmed down the eruption of a volcano and sorted out the disorder of the earth's energy in a calm manner, Xiangxun's eyes were full of admiration. Moen Cave Master, however, was pale, and deeply understood the gap between himself and the other party. Tai Sui took a deep look at Luo Chen. He vaguely realized that something seemed to have changed here, and there was a lack of vitality. But he didn't understand what Luo Chen had done. Taking a deep breath, Tai Sui pointed in a direction. Go there, the 5 elements lotus platform must be there. Luo Chen and others looked in the direction of his finger. There was a mountain that seemed to be about to spread its wings and fly. What kind of mountain was about to spread its wings and fly? Where is it? Suzaku Mountain, which contains the 5th order Suzaku Holy Fire. If the 5 elements lotus platform wants to advance to the 5th order, it must obtain the 5 elements true essences. The other 4 attributes have been absorbed, and the place where it is now can only be there. Looking at the extremely spiritual mountain, Luo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The Fifth Order Suzaku Holy Fire? Chapter 669, Devouring Fires, a Place of Opportunity. There are many strange fires in the world. Even the Holy Land of the God of Transformation may not be able to record them one by one. But there are always some legendary strange fires that even low-level casual cultivators can talk about. For example, the Nirvana Holy Fire that reverses life and death, the Sun God Fire that shines on the world and makes all evil avoid it, and the Vermilion Bird Holy Fire that is said to burn everything. There have been countless discussions about these three for thousands of years. Because each one can be called the ultimate in fire, and can be called the supreme of all fires. But who is the boss and who is more powerful has been debated endlessly. For high-level cultivators like Luo Chen, they will not fall into such boring discussions. In their view, the so-called strange fire is just like magic spells and magic weapons. It doesn't matter who is better. The key depends on the ability of the controller himself. Just like the withered and flourishing true fire refined by Luo Chen, it has been nurtured for many years, constantly refining the vitality of monsters and growing vigorously. I don't know how much more powerful it is now than when it was still in the Incense Valley of the Flame Alliance. In terms of solidified grade, the withered and flourishing true fire was just promoted to the 4th level when it was in the Incense Valley, and now it must be in the middle of the 4th level, and it contains terrifying vitality and unparalleled foundation. The vitality in the withered and flourishing true fire is beyond doubt. Every time he burns a living monster, Luo Chen can only share 1 or 2/10 of the vitality, and most of it is swallowed by the withered and flourishing true fire itself. Even so, it has created Luo Chen's powerful physique of the 4th level of the ancient times. From this, it can be seen that the depth of the withered and flourishing true fire has reached an immeasurable level. But even so, when Luo Chen heard about the 5th level Suzaku Holy Fire, his pupils still shrank, revealing an incredible look. Really? How can it be false? Tai Sui whispered, with a bit of fear in his eyes. Among the 5 elements heaven, what I fear most is the sleeping iron-eating beast in Kainrin Mountain, and the second is the fire spirit Suzaku in Suzaku Mountain. It's strange to say that there was no Suzaku Holy Fire in the blazing purgatory 1,000 years ago, but after the true Lord passed away, there was such a fire spirit, which occupied the original beacon tower and derived fire spirits. When he said the latter part, Tai Sui seemed to be in a state of confusion. Luo Chen didn't know the secret and wanted to ask, but Tai Sui himself didn't know the inside story, so naturally he couldn't tell him. However, Luo Chen changed the topic and asked about other things. Wow, it's the rumored flame demon core, there's such a thing here. A cry of surprise came from the mouth of the Lord of Moin Cave, and he couldn't wait to land on the Dharma cloud and reach out to grab something. The whole body was fiery red, and the heat was unstoppable. Luo Chen watched from the side and didn't ask for it, even though the flame demon core was as high as the 4th level. The Lord of Moin Cave looked at Luo Chen cautiously, and then solemnly put away the flame demon core. The reason for this was that Luo Chen's domineering style had become more and more unscrupulous. He took the top grade 9 Yang Zheng gold and demanded the earth yellow crystal stone. Every time, he didn't discuss it with him. Under the pressure of his tyrannical power, the Lord of Moin Cave could only give in. Unexpectedly, when he arrived in this blazing hell, the other party actually changed his previous temper. On the way to Zhug Mountain, he stood by and watched all the treasures of fire attribute he encountered. Could it be that he has changed his nature? The Lord of Moin Cave muttered. After a while, he fell from the sky again and collected a large number of top-notch fire spirit diamonds. It was the fire spirit diamond that Luo Chen had been looking for when he was refining his life-defining magic weapon Hununding, but in this blazing hell, it can be seen everywhere. Luo Chen pursed his lips and said nothing. Tai Sui secretly looked at him, and was somewhat puzzled. It shouldn't be. King Yang Demon Lord is not a generous person. There is no reason to turn a blind eye to these resources that are beneficial to his cultivation. Could it be that there is another purpose? Luo Chen didn't care what they thought at all. Since he showed his ability and forced Tai Sui to swear an oath, he has established a dominant position in the 3-person team. There is no need to care about their thoughts. This was originally the scene that Ding Yi had imagined, but now Luo Chen has become the host. His eyes and consciousness are extending as far as possible, exploring the surrounding environment. In his mind, he recalled the information that Tai Sui had told him before. Kainrin Mountain has many mineral deposits, and the Quicksand Sea has an owner, And the main resources in the blazing purgatory are not these fire-attributed or magic cores, but sourceless fire. Yes. In Taisui's words, the blazing purgatory was a base that the demon lord Luo Chen used to collect and even cultivate sourceless fire. No one knows why the demon lord Luo Chen wants to collect so many sourceless fires of different categories and uses. But this place is hiding many sourceless fires. Those fire-attributed mineral magic cores are just the companions of many strange fires. And Luo Chen's target is these sourceless fires. Is it hidden so deep? Luo Chen murmured, searching for information nearby as much as possible, paying attention to the restlessness of the original true fire in his body. Beside him, the magic power surged again. It was the Lord of Moen Cave who saw the strange treasure and went down to collect it. Luo Chen glanced at it and was slightly moved. It was a treasure tree growing in the crater of the volcano, crystal clear, like colored glaze, and it was worth a lot at first glance. Suddenly, Luo Chen's eyes paused. Whoosh! The Lord of Moen Cave, who was taking out a small shovel and digging a hole with all his strength, was stunned because Luo Chen landed beside him. Demon Lord, you want this? You continue. The Lord of Moen Cave was stunned, and his hands continued to move, but a little slower than before. Luo Chen frowned. Hurry up. Under the pressure of the demon, Lord Moen had to speed up the shovel. As the surface oil was dug up, the roots of the glazed treasure tree gradually appeared. Huh? Lord Moen dug up the surface oil in surprise and looked at this oil layer below. Pieces of glazed, colorful, were spread deep in the ground. The roots of the glazed treasure tree, like blood vessels, extended downward from those colorful glazed. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen could no longer suppress his excitement. Sure enough, this is the rumored glazed fire fur. And where there is glazed fire fur, there must be glazed fire. Over the years, Luo Chen has never stopped reading classics. Those classics are not limited to exercises, but also include medicine classics, alchemy manuals, and more local customs and miscellaneous books that record all kinds of resources. Perhaps the information in these miscellaneous classics is not necessarily correct, but they have indeed broadened Luo Chen's horizons and knowledge. At the age of 160, he is definitely not inferior to those experienced giant and monks in terms of extensive knowledge. In fact, because of his extensive and comprehensive reading, he is even better. Therefore, when he first saw the Luo Moen Cave Master only regarded it as a plant with fire attributes, but Luo Chen judged the reason for its birth and the things it needs in its growth environment from the outside. Liuli fire. A sourceless fire in ancient legends. According to legend, in ancient times, there was a mountain that was crystal clear and the inside could be clearly seen from the outside. Its name was Guanyu Mountain. There was a sourceless fire inside. As long as a living being touched by it, it would be burned into glazed glass. No one dared to approach Guanyu Mountain, even as strong as a wild beast, they would not dare to take it lightly. Unfortunately, as time went by, Guanyu Mountain disappeared. But the name of the sourceless fire that could burn people into glazed glass was preserved. It was Liuli fire. There must be one below. Luo Chen took a deep breath, and when Lord Moen pulled out the fire for with great joy, he slapped the ground with his palm. Demon Lord, what are you doing? Lord Moen was startled. Luo Chen bounced back, and frowned as he looked at the debris in his hand. Then, he soared into the sky, raised one hand high. Suddenly, he dived straight down. The surging blood and energy added infinite power, which was the mountain-breaking style in Qi San's hand. Buzz! A dull sound came from the void. The next moment, to the horror of Lord Moen and Taisui, they saw that the mountain where the fire fur originally grew began to rumble and shake. Large chunks of soil fell off the surface of the mountain, revealing a series of brilliant colored glazes that reflected the red flames. Those colored glazes were hit hard by the mountain-breaking style and were constantly breaking at this moment. Crack! 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 Horizontal ellipsis. In just a few breaths, the originally crystal-clear mountain was torn into pieces, full of cracks. Luo Chen snorted coldly and stamped his foot. The next moment, the mountain peak under his feet was scattered like a castle made of gravel. It's here. With just one glance, Luo Chen saw a beautiful flame floating in the center of the scattered colored glaze. Unfortunately, the grade is not high, only about the second grade. Luo Chen showed a look of regret, but then he became excited. It's good to be the second grade, which is convenient for me to subdue. If it is higher, it will be troublesome. As the most dangerous types of sourceless fire in the ancient times of the mountain and sea realm, even the third and fourth grades are extremely difficult to subdue. The second grade is relatively easier to subdue. Without the protection of the treasure mountain, the flame seemed to realize some danger and was about to rush out. At this time, a pressure like the power of heaven and earth covered the sky. Senluo fire prison, covering a radius of hundreds of feet. Being inside, Luo Chen opened his mouth and spit out the true fire of withering and flourishing happily flew out. The blue flame was like a big net covering the area. The colored glass flame sensed the danger and the flames suddenly became brighter. Wherever they passed, the blue flames began to condense inch by inch and burned into pieces of colored glass. But the absolute suppression of the grade made this resistance seem like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The true fire of withering and flourishing, with an unquestionable momentum, completely surrounded the colored glass flames. Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the broken mountain and activated the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra to accelerate the engulfment of the fire. All this, although it was long, was actually only a few short breaths from Luo Chen's move to breaking the mountains and engulfing the flames. Moyan Cave Master and Tai Sui watched this scene with their eyelids twitching wildly. What is he doing? Moyan Cave Master was puzzled. Tai Sui said in a hoarse voice, he seems to want to use the original true fire to refine the sourceless fire. Moyan Cave Master's pupils dilated, with a look of disbelief. How is this possible? We have only one true fire, how can we mix it with other external things? Is he going to die? Tai Sui spoke slowly, with a look of shock. Nothing is impossible. Someone has done this before. Who? Tai Sui stared at Luo Chen. What do you think this 5 elements heaven is used for? Why is it named prison? The heart of Moyan Cave Master was beating wildly. Do you mean that the demon Lord Lianshan also has similar actions? Even, he set up such a place to keep many sourceless fires, just to facilitate swallowing and refining. Perhaps seeing a familiar scene evoked more memories in Tai Sui's remnants. He seemed a little dazed at the moment, muttering words that the Moyan Cave Master could not understand. The 9 refining methods. Beacon fires and smoke. Later, he looked around blankly. These are just the remnants left by the true Lord. The remnants of the true Lord Liangsu are a great opportunity for a Jindan. After Luo Chen spent half a day to completely devour the glazed fire, his true fire of withering and flourishing became more vigorous. Even in the void, a shadow of a verted tree appeared faintly. On the tree, branches grew horizontally. Looking closely, they were not branches at all, but strands of pure and incomparable flames. The red-robed Taoist sat cross-legged in the void, looking at the verdant fire tree above his head, revealing a thoughtful look. Seeing this scene again, the Lord of Moyan Cave recalled what he had seen before. So, at that time, the demon Lord King Gang devoured a sourceless fire. Tai Sui's body was shaking uncontrollably, as if he had seen a natural enemy. And at Luo Chen's chest, the soul-nourishing wooden sign also seemed agitated at this moment. Han Zan looked at the shadow of the small tree outside, and his soul was extremely excited. 5 elements heaven. 5 elements heaven. It's not a place where resources gather, it's clearly a place where the 5 basic laws of gold, wood, water, fire and earth are spread all over. If you have enough patience, collect them one by one, and continue to comprehend, you may even have the chance to comprehend the power of laws in the 5 elements heaven. Damn it, why don't I have a physical body and miss such a great opportunity? It doesn't matter when Luo Chen comes back. Tai Sui and the others only know that when the journey starts again, Luo Chen's previous weird behavior becomes a matter of course. He doesn't care about all kinds of precious resources at all. All his attention is focused on searching for the sourceless fire hidden in the blazing purgatory. Those things are hidden very deeply. But Luo Chen seems to have some guidance and can always find the general place. When Luo Chen once again stepped into Magma Valley and captured a group of dancing fire butterflies with the Senluo fire prison, they stood outside the valley entrance and were all silent. Horizontal ellipsis. Level 3 Red Lotus Earth Fire. Level 2 Glazed Fire. Level 1 Colorful Magic Butterfly Flame. Level 3 Amber Flame. Level 3 Unknown Magic Fire. Level 2 Unknown Magic Fire. 2 months later, Luo Chen was counting the sourceless fires he had collected along the way. Most of them were recognizable to him, but a small number were unfamiliar. As for those unfamiliar ones, they were all filled with overbearing demonic energy, some of which were similar to the magical aura of He Yuan of the Yuan demon sect, but even more powerful. Luo Chen's mood became more and more cheerful. He could feel that the growth of the source of true fire, along with the occasional Qingyang Great Handprint, Fiery Sun Technique and other fire attribute spells, were becoming more and more powerful. When Luo Chen once again stood under a cloud layer that stretched for thousands of miles and stopped moving forward, Tai Sui, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke. "How long will it take this time?" Luo Chen looked up at the sky and whispered, "It will probably take a long time this time, because I can feel the burning sky fire in the cloud, which is of extremely high grade and rare in the world. At least, it is of the 4th level. To refine this kind of sourceless fire, not only will it take a long time, but it may also be accompanied by great danger." Tai Sui whispered, 300 miles ahead is Suzaku Mountain. Do you want to delay any longer? The 5 Elements Lotus platform is related to your infant formation path. Luo Chen smiled slightly. It is precious to form an infant, but how can I miss the opportunity that falls in front of me? I can feel that this trip to the blazing purgatory will be of great benefit to my future practice, and I must not miss it. Tai Sui opened his mouth, but in the end he did not say anything against it. Then you pay attention, the cave master and I will go ahead and wait for you at the foot of Suzaku Mountain. Yes. Luo Chen nodded gently, and then in front of the two of them, he released his magic power. A layer of key armor appeared on the red Taoist robe. Not only that, the broken moon wings spread out. The Senluo fire prison spread out. The whole person was covered with a layer of green flames. He directly entered the second form of the Senluo fire prison, the true fire form. Then, he rushed straight into the sky and stepped into the 1,000-mile red burning cloud. Almost at the moment he set foot, the red cloud in the sky suddenly boiled up. Strange phantoms appeared and fell in the red cloud. Some were horses, some were dogs, some were rocks spreading their wings, and some were owls crying. Obviously, the 4th level burning sky fire that lived in the burning cloud had already begun to communicate with spirits and possessed infinite power. Chapter 670, The Demon Race Reappears, the Withered and Flourishing Fire Spirit. Do you think he can succeed? The Lord of Moyan Cave asked in a low voice on the rolling magma swamp. Tai Sui was flying while looking at the fire clouds that stretched for thousands of miles, with a complicated expression. He did not answer the question of Lord Moyan, but asked instead, "Do you hope he can succeed?" Lord Moyan stammered. Since he stepped into the land of falling demons, he has lost a lot of his usual calmness, and at this moment he became even more at a loss. After a long while, he said in a low voice, "I don't know. However, although the demon Lord Qingyang is a bit overbearing, at least he has a bottom line. When there is no conflict of interest with him, he will not target me. So, I still hope he can succeed." Lord Moyan thought that if Luo Chen successfully subdued the group of sky-burning fire that looked very powerful at first glance, his strength would be greatly improved. In this way, their team will be more secure in the subsequent journey. After hearing this, Tai Sui sneered, but did not comment. Moyan Cave Master was curious, "What about you? Success or failure has nothing to do with me, but overall, I hope he fails to subdue the burning sky fire." Tai Sui said casually. Moyan Cave Master was puzzled. "Why? Are you afraid that he will threaten your body? A mere giant and cultivator, no matter how powerful he is, how can he threaten my body?" Tai Sui glanced at Moyan Cave Master, as if he meant something, and then changed the subject. "I'm just afraid that he can't control the degree of it, which will affect your subsequent removal of the ban for me." "So that's it." Moyan Cave Master suddenly realized. The reason why Tai Sui specially chose him and Luo Chen was not because of their strength, but because of their superb attainments in formation. There are very few high-level formation masters. Even in the North Sea immortal cultivation world, which is famous for its many independent cultivators, powerful formation masters are often controlled by large sects and families. He and Luo Chen, on the surface, are weapon refiners famous for refining weapons and treasures, but in fact, they both have outstanding attainments in formation. If Tai Sui wants to break the restriction and get his main body out of trouble, he must rely on himself and Luo Chen's help. As for whether Luo Chen's strength can be greatly improved, it has little to do with him. However, what does it mean to not be able to control the degree? Just when Mo Yundong was puzzled, a low and light shout suddenly came to his ear. "Be careful, there are people on Suzaku Mountain." Mo Yundong was stunned and looked up. On the Suzaku Mountain that was spreading its wings and looking lifelike, there was a figure sitting cross-legged at this moment. He sat there quietly, with a sharp long knife inserted beside him. He maintained the seal with both hands and remained silent. It's Dao Lan. With just one glance, Mo Yundong recognized the identity of the man, and there was a bit of disbelief in his eyes. Didn't he die at the hands of the Demon King? Tai Sui did not answer his doubts, and his consciousness spread wildly with Dao Lan as the center. Not just one, but two. On the two peaks on the left and right. No, they are not people, but two great demon kings of the third stage and the late stage. Tai Sui spoke in a hurried tone, and quickly said the location of the one person and two demons. The face of the Lord of Moen Cave changed drastically. It's okay that Dao Lan is still alive, but how did he get mixed up with the two demon kings? What are they doing now? Tai Sui also looked gloomy. He looked at the mountain with his eyes dimly. On the main peak, Dao Lan was sitting alone. On the two peaks that looked like wings on the left and right, there stood a giant squid and a golden toad respectively. The three figures had almost no hiding. Or rather, they didn't care to hide. They seemed to be working together to activate a formation. Lord Moen Cave watched for a while and analyzed what the three people were doing. Tai Sui nodded slightly, and he also thought so. Although on the surface, Suzaku Mountain had not changed at all, there was a faint aura that was completely different from this place, flowing in Suzaku Mountain. The Lord of Moen Cave asked cautiously, "What should we do then?" "Wait?" Tai Sui whispered, "Wait until Demon Lord King Gaiang has dealt with the mess, then make plans." The Lord of Moen Cave nodded repeatedly, and this decision was exactly what he wanted. In his opinion, none of the two monsters was easy to deal with. Dao Lan, the fourth 8-star monster hunter of the 10,000 Immortals Association, was extremely powerful in fighting. Even when Ding Yu was still alive, he was very afraid of Dao Lan, and could only lure him with benefits when communicating. As for the other two monsters, the giant squid was clearly the legendary giant squid. The origin of the golden toad was unrecognizable, but since it could be ranked alongside Dao Lan and the giant squid, its ability must not be much worse. In the absence of Demon Lord King Gang, he and Tai Sui, who could not fully exert Ding Yi's physical strength, would definitely not be able to defeat the three. Therefore, they had no choice but to wait. On the Vermilion Bird Mountain, Dao Lan sat cross-legged, and the magic power on his body continued to pour out like water. His breath was so weak that his face turned pale. But even so, he could not stop his actions and could only continuously inject his magic power into the mountain below him. I never thought that I, the Sword King of my generation, would end up like this. It would be fine if I were to be someone else's puppet, but I also had to ignore my foundation and waste my magic power to set up formations for others. Dao Lan also had a Taoist name. Because he had been stationed at the Liuang defense line for a long time and hunted monsters, he was flattered by many casual cultivators of the 10,000 Immortals Association and was given the Taoist name of the demon-slaying Sword King. He usually didn't use this Taoist name, but compared to his current situation, it was really sad. Dao Lan had a bitter smile on his face, and his eyes wandered around this world full of fire from time to time. Recently, volcanoes have erupted frequently in the blazing purgatory, and the earth has been shaking continuously. Such a strange thing must be that another strong man has entered. I just hope they don't come to Suzaku Mountain, otherwise they can't go back. Dao Lan shook his head and looked at the red cloud hundreds of miles away. Inside, the wind rolled and the clouds moved, and the killing intent was strong. He remembered that there was a 4th level fire spirit there, which was transformed from a sourceless fire that was promoted to the 4th level. The fire spirit was extremely powerful, and had the advantage of being at home, so even the three of them didn't want to provoke it easily. To be able to fight the fire spirit to a draw, it must be an extremely powerful existence. Such an existence would not miss the precious land of Suzaku Mountain. Once the other party came, there would be a big battle. If he can kill the Mermaid Emperor Luo Chen, he may be able to save me from being enslaved. But when the other party comes here, the first thing they have to deal with is the three of us. If they are too strong, I am afraid I will die first. The conflicting mood kept flowing through Dao Lan. The pain in his eyes was even more entangled. At this moment, a sharp shout came from the mountain next to him. Dao Lan, don't stop your magic power. If the formation is interrupted, the Mermaid Emperor will hold you accountable. It was the giant squid. Anger flashed in Dao Lan's eyes. If you had not occupied the advantageous position of the Fallen Sea and the Demon King had not cut off your retreat, how could you have become a prisoner? Do you really take yourself seriously? However, even though he was angry, his body still honestly increased the output of mana. In the Vermilion Bird Mountain, a faint blue light suddenly increased and converged towards a figure. If Luo Chen was here and saw that figure, he would definitely recognize his identity. The Mermaid King Liu Jin. The 4th level demon king who escaped from the Arctic night sky. The faint blue light gathered on his body, and his breath became more mysterious and his eyes became brighter. Suddenly, his figure stopped in a crater that was burning non-stop. Found it. It took more than a year, and my footsteps all over the 5 elements heaven, and I finally found you. Under the crater, endless magma merged into a large lake. A lotus was quietly blooming in the magma lake with 5 petals of different colors. As the petals unfolded, the light on the lotus kept changing, sometimes shining golden, sometimes green, and suddenly red as the flames flowed. Looking at this scene, Jiao Wang Liu Zhen's eyes were filled with ecstasy. The 5 elements intertwined, the nature was pure and the life was stronger. Planting golden lotus in the fire, turning into god and immortal. This rumored 5-element lotus platform was of higher quality than he had imagined. This trip is worth it after all. Liu Zhen, who seemed to have been suppressed for a long time and had an extremely handsome appearance, laughed out loud at this moment regardless of his demeanor. As he laughed, the magma lake suddenly boiled. The 5-colored lotus platform began to sink slowly. You are actually spiritual, how can I let you escape? Jiao Wang Liu Zhen's face changed, and the dark blue light in his hands suddenly surged towards the magma lake. Not only that, he moved his mind, and the nascent soul realm suddenly unfolded. Isolating the fire attribute aura here, trying to separate the 5-colored lotus platform. Boom. In the 1,000-mile red cloud, 2 huge figures collided with a bang, stirring up endless aftermath. Looking closely, both of them have the same appearance. Even the color of their bodies is the same. They are both red rocks. It is quite spiritual. It can actually transform itself with the help of clouds and resist my attacks. Luo Chen, who has transformed into the true form of Cheyenne Pen, is not surprised but happy. This burning sky fire has already communicated with spirits. Its strength is definitely not inferior to that of the 9 Suns Golden Eagle. It is even more powerful because of its home advantage. But unfortunately, its home court is also Luo Chen's home court. In this 1,000-mile fire cloud, Luo Chen's Senluo fire prison has reached its maximum power. It is no longer limited to a radius of 100 feet, and can spread to 1,000 feet or 5,000 feet. No matter where the fire spirit of burning sky fire escapes, Luo Chen can follow it like a shadow. Speed is the absolute difference between the two. Later, the burning sky fire spirit also realized that it could not escape, and began to fight Luo Chen head-on. However, Luo Chen, who had directly activated the second form, was possessed by the withering and flourishing true fire, and was not afraid of the burning sky fire at all. After hundreds of rounds, the opponent's decline was obvious. Want to run away again? Seeing that the burning sky fire spirit, which had transformed into the same appearance as his own Xianpeng true body, spread its wings and wanted to leave the Qianli Hong Shaoyan, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. Unfortunately, it's too late. Senluo Fire Prison urged again, covering an area of thousands of feet in radius. Not only that. In the void, there were a series of clattering sounds. Chains flew out from Luo Chen's body and tied up the burning sky fire spirit with lightning speed. The chains and body, the fire spirit panicked immediately. Its body shape began to change constantly. From the fire rock to a horse, then to human appearance, and then to a dragon and a python, it really responded to the ever-changing meaning of the cloud. It's a pity. Under the soul-locking power of the Hununding, no matter how it changes its true body, it can't escape. The Senluo fire prison began to gather, and the 9 huge chains became tighter and tighter. Finally, the true form of the burning sky fire spirit was revealed. A flame that looked like a red cloud was struggling and burning there. Luo Chen looked at this scene with satisfaction. The power of the Hununding was even greater than before. Especially these souls without physical bodies had a stronger targeted effect. Even the Hununding itself was not taken out, and it was suppressed so easily. Then what happened next? Luo Chen opened his mouth and spit. A wisp of green flame flew out slowly, and turned into a 10-foot-tall tree in the void. The tree stood on the air, and its roots directly penetrated into the red cloud flame. It will take a lot of time to refine the 4th-level sourceless fire. Luo Chen murmured, and immediately sat cross-legged in the void without panic, and started to practice his life-saving skills. When he once again began towards the original true fire to devour the sourceless fire, he suddenly found that the refining speed seemed to be much faster than before. Huh? How can it be so easy? It seems to be easier than refining the third-level sourceless fire before. Luo Chen was extremely surprised. While refining the sourceless fire, he was looking for the reason for this change. Is it because the grade of my withered and flourishing true fire is getting higher and higher? Or am I becoming more and more familiar with this process? Or is it because of the help of my life-defining magic weapon, the Hununding? Perhaps, all of these factors are involved. But in the end, Luo Chen found the main reason for the faster swallowing speed. On the system panel, an entry was shining brightly. Grandmaster of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra 501/1000, I don't know when, the proficiency of my life-defining skills has quietly been promoted to the Grandmaster level. After noticing this change, Luo Chen was extremely excited and almost interrupted the process of swallowing the fourth-level burning sky fire. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and immediately restrained his excitement. But even so, Luo Chen was still very happy. The Phoenix Nirvana Sutra is the most advanced magic skill he has ever learned. It has been more than 40 years since I got it. If it were any of the techniques or spells he had learned in the past, he would have already reached the great perfection. However, the progress of the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra was so slow that it was outrageous. Even though he worked day and night and his realm had been raised to the 6th level of the Golden Core, and he was only halfway to the 7th level of the Golden Core, his proficiency in his life technique was still stuck at the perfect level. It seemed that there were only a few dozen proficiency points to the so-called Grandmaster level, but it was still as slow as a snail. It was conceivable that it would become increasingly difficult in the future, and it was unknown how many years it would take to reach the great perfection level. However, he did not expect that after stepping into the blazing purgatory, he activated his life technique again and again, and after swallowing the sourceless fire with the source true fire, his proficiency began to soar. In just a few months, he crossed the perfect level in one fell swoop and reached the Grandmaster level. Once he reached this level, the efficiency of swallowing the sourceless fire suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Sure enough, the function of swallowing the sourceless fire comes from this set of exercises. It can even be said that this magical function should only be displayed when practicing to a high level, that is, the master level. The master level on the system panel can be compared to the great accomplishments of ordinary people. And Luo Chen discovered this wonderful use one step earlier, and experimented and practiced it, driving this function in advance, which also led to a short-term surge in proficiency. This is a double happiness. Luo Chen smiled casually, his mana increased, and the swallowing process was accelerated by another 3 points. A few days later, Luo Chen slowly floated down from the 1,000-mile red-burned cloud. The aura on his body became more and more domineering and fiery. When flying in the void, he felt like a fish in water. It seemed that this blazing purgatory was his home. When Luo Chen stopped on the low hill again, his eyes showed surprise, and a low voice came from his ears. Luo Chen, too much is as bad as too little. Luo Chen was displeased. What's the matter? You can't go on like this. Han Zan's voice came again. Luo Chen snorted. Why not? I can feel that if I continue like this, my true fire will change qualitatively. Maybe I can jump over the 4th level and reach the 5th level in one fell swoop. As he spoke, a small tree filled with green flames in the sea of Qi swayed its branches slightly, as if responding to him. Han Zan was silent. Seeing Luo Chen take another step and fly towards the low hilltop where the sourceless fire might be hidden, Han Zan finally spoke again. By then, should I call you Luo Chen, or should I call you the withered and flourishing fire spirit? Boom! Green flames filled his body and burned the void. Luo Chen's footsteps froze in midair, as if struck by lightning, and his face became extremely ugly. Chapter 671, The First to Arrive, The Mermaid Emperor. Han Zan's words were like a wake-up call. Luo Chen, who was full of enthusiasm, seemed to be poured with cold water at this moment, and couldn't stop trembling. It seems that you finally realized it now. How could it be so? It should be so, but I thought that I would come to comfort you after you failed to swallow the 4th level burning sky fire, but I didn't expect you to succeed. Seeing that you wanted to imitate the previous swallowing, I had to remind you. Luo Chen glanced in the direction of Zhuge Mountain, and then found a place with poor spiritual energy and sat down cross-legged. Concentrate your mind and look inward. In the sea of Qi, the life gold pill and the second Yuan pill are still spinning, especially the former is wrapped by the Hununding. In addition, a wisp of green flame is jumping lively and vigorous. Because of the extension of the flame, it has a virtual image like a small tree, which looks very smart. Luo Chen, indeed, felt a weak will in it. In other words, his original true fire has become spiritual. This is a great joyous event, but at this moment, it is like a sharp sword hanging high and a steel nail piercing the flesh, making Luo Chen feel uneasy. Han Zan's voice came faintly. The place where the Qi Sea is located is where the golden elixir resides. In the future, it will be the place where the purple palace and the nascent soul reside. And your original true fire has been spiritualized earlier and has begun to improve the Qi Sea, making it more suitable for its own residence. How will your nascent soul cope with it in the future? There can't be two masters in one mountain. And this is just a long-term concern. The immediate worries have already appeared. With the spiritualization of the withered and flourishing true fire, it controls a power that is more powerful than your body. If there is a backlash, how can you resist it? The four words turned the tables jump into his mind. Luo Chen was sweating profusely after hearing this. He never expected that there would be such a hidden crisis under such a great opportunity. He said in a hoarse voice, "But why didn't I notice it before, and even felt that I still had strength to spare?" That's because of your powerful body, which gave you an illusion. In an instant, Luo Chen, who was clear-minded, understood the reason. People have three treasures: essence, energy and spirit. When they are condensed into one, they become the three flowers gathered at the top of the head, the body of the nascent soul. Now this withered and flourishing fire spirit has occupied the place of the Sea of Qi, which can be compared to the weakest nascent soul. Luo Chen's essence, that is, the flesh, is enough to carry the existence of the withered and flourishing true fire. But his spirit, that is, the soul, may not be able to suppress the withered and flourishing fire spirit. If he continues to act on his own will, devouring more sourceless fire and strengthening the withered and flourishing fire spirit, then the situation will be that the master is weak and the minister is strong, and the inferior will overcome the superior. The best result must be what Han Zan said: he is no longer Luo Chen, but the withered and flourishing fire spirit. It is even possible that he will be assimilated by the blazing purgatory and become a part of the countless fire spirits inside. After understanding all this, Luo Chen smiled bitterly. It's true that success or failure is due to the physique. You almost put me in an irretrievable situation. Han Zong consoled him. In fact, it's not your fault. Even the owner of this place probably didn't expect that there would be a giant and cultivator who could rely on a strong physique and special skills, plus a high-level true fire, to do what only a Yuanying Zhenren can do. Can only a Yuanying Zhenren do this? Yes, the Yuanying of a Zhenren is enough to suppress the fire spirit, and even take the opportunity to glimpse the power of the fire law. But your soul, relatively speaking, is too weak. Luo Chen fell silent. The foundation of his soul has always been his proudest strength, which was once higher than the strength of his physical body. This is related to his practice of the corresponding soul-forging skills when he was young, taking Zongmiao pills, and overcoming several mental obstacles. But after being promoted to the Jinden stage, the improvement of his soul foundation no longer has external support, and can only rely on the realm improvement and the evolution of time to grow naturally. Even though his own foundation is strong enough, and each change is better than that of an ordinary person, the strength of his soul foundation at the 6th level of Jinden is only comparable to that of the 8th level of Jinden. This is why he rarely uses the illusion killer move Mirror Flower and Water Moon against great monks. It's not that it has no effect, but it is very easy to be backfired. In the battle, the consequences of the soul being backfired are really hard to estimate. Luo Chen can't bear it. It sounds a bit incredible. He obviously has a soul strength far beyond his realm, but he is so self-deprecating. In fact, from Luo Chen's perspective, it is natural, because after his physique reaches the 4th level of the ancient times, his target enemy is the Yuanying Zhenren. Compared with the Yuanying Zhenren, he does have a huge gap that is difficult to make up. In particular, the black chess piece that can protect the soul was destroyed. Seeing Luo Chen silent, Han Zong continued, "Of course, not just any nascent soul true person can achieve what you have achieved in this blazing purgatory. The power of the original true fire is not something that an ordinary body can bear, and it also requires a method to swallow the sourceless fire. Your Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra? Forget it." Suddenly, Luo Chen stood up leisurely. Let's stop here with the matter of swallowing the sourceless fire. Luo Chen looked around, with a hint of regret in his tone. It's a pity that such a place of opportunity cannot go further. Han Zun smiled and said, it would be best if you can figure it out, so that I don't have to watch you being bitten by the fire spirit with my own eyes, and 100 years of hard work will be destroyed in an instant. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth. Oh, right. Han Zun suddenly spoke again, pay attention to your mentality. What's wrong? Luo Chen frowned slightly. Han Zun said in a deep voice, don't you realize that since you stepped into the blazing purgatory and absorbed the first sourceless fire, you have become less calm and composed than before? Luo Chen was stunned. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. Originally, his goal in entering the land of fallen demons was only the five elements lotus platform. But after absorbing the first sourceless fire, he was not interested in the five elements lotus platform that was so close to him, and turned to collect other sourceless fires. Not only that, he became more and more domineering towards Tai Sui and Mo Yun. Even when Han Zan reminded him before, he felt impatient and his words were full of resistance. Suddenly, Luo Chen was shocked. The fire spirit changed my mentality. It's not a change, it's an influence. Han Zan corrected. Luo Chen took a deep breath and understood what the other party meant. The path of cultivation is vast and long, and many of the miraculous skills and secret techniques of elixirs have the effect of influencing or even changing the cultivators. For example, he used the true flame pill to cultivate before, and the poison of the pill remained, causing his skin color to change. Another example is that earlier, refining the true fire of withering and flourishing caused his vitality to disappear and his hair to turn white. But this time, it was the continuous growth of the withered and flourishing true fire that affected his usually calm and indifferent attitude. Most people who practice fire magic are like this, violent and cruel, overbearing and intolerant. Your style of doing things in recent years has been moving towards this direction. I don't want to say more, it's just a natural evolution. But this time is very different. In the land of falling demons, it's easy to fall if you're not careful. If your mentality changes drastically and you rush for success, not only will you not be able to exert your full strength, but it will also easily bring you and me into danger. These words were spoken slowly. Like spring rain, it sprinkled on Luo Chen's heart, making his mind more peaceful. Luo Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, and once again rode the clouds and mist and flew into the sky. But when he moved again, he whispered, "Thank you, senior." Han Zun smiled slightly and didn't say much. We're here. Luo Chen's footsteps stopped at the foot of Zhuk Mountain. Tai Sui and Moen Cave Master quietly appeared and stood on both sides of him. Why not go up the mountain directly? As he spoke, his eyes fell on a hilltop, where a figure sat cross-legged, his body shaky. Daolan? Is it because of him? Tai Sui shook his head, not only him, but also the two demon kings and another unknown existence. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and whispered, "Wait a moment, let me see what they are doing." Tai Sui and Mo Yundong looked at Luo Chen in surprise. Even the two of them, who were at a higher level, could not figure out what the other party was doing. How could Luo Chen, who was only at the 6th level of Jinden, do it? The divine consciousness transmitted the sound. "Senior, I'm in trouble. It's a small matter." Han Zun smiled slightly, and his divine consciousness swept out. The divine consciousness of a Yuanying Zhenren, and a Yuanying Zhenren who is proficient in the method of refining the spirit, moistened everything silently wherever his divine consciousness swept, and Daolan and the other two did not notice it at all. Han Zun's divine consciousness swept through the air, and then followed the veins of the formation formed by the three people, along the place where the magic power gathered, and began to go upstream. Gradually, in a large magma lake deep in the Suzaku Mountain, Han Zun saw a figure sitting quietly on a lotus platform, with an unstable breath. Just at this moment, the figure's eyelids moved slightly, as if he was about to open his eyes. Han Zun quickly retracted his spiritual sense. The huge spiritual sense surged back like a tide. Han Zun shouted without thinking, "Luo Chen, go to Suzaku Mountain immediately, someone got there first." With just one sentence, Luo Chen's face changed drastically. At this moment, he didn't care about what he said before, act calmly, he still had to be anxious. He suddenly raised his head and said, "Someone got there first and tried to refine the five elements lotus platform, take action." Tai Sui and others were stunned. Before they could ask Luo Chen how he found out the specific situation, they saw that the other party had already rushed into the sky. Not only that, Luo Chen's voice transmission also came. 1 person and 2 monsters, we will deal with 1 each. Tae-su, you deal with the giant squid, the cave master, you go and stop Dao Lan, and I will take care of the wild beast Nahe Jinshin. Tae-su's eyes lit up. Giant squid? Just what he wanted. The cave master Moyen hesitated. He was no match for Dao Lan. But Luo Chen had taken on the most powerful wild beast, the Nahe Jinshin, so how could he not hesitate? Don't worry, they have been maintaining the formation for many days, and their magic power is running out. Luo Chen gave a warning and rushed towards the mountain where the Nahe Jinshin was. Just as he said, the 3 people on the top of the mountain were in extremely poor condition at the moment. Even when they were sitting cross-legged, they were swaying, like a candle in the wind. It is conceivable how much strength they can exert at this moment. In mid-air, Luo Chen's back made 2 swish sounds, and the broken moon wings had already emerged. Whoosh! After a few flashes, he arrived in front of the Nahe Jinshin. The golden toad, which was about 10 feet long, croaked in a low voice, as if threatening Luo Chen. However, Luo Chen ignored it and started the air burst, stepping over him in 1 step. The golden toad of Nahe left the formation and was about to soar into the sky to intercept Luo Chen. But the next moment, boom, boom, 2 huge figures blocked it. One was a black scale dragon python, coiling its body and sticking its head out, spitting out snakes, and looking up at the violent eyes. The other was a blue feathered fighting gull, shaking its wings and holding a huge banana fan. With a few flaps, it broke the fire here and circled the battlefield. Xiangxun said coldly, "Stop, your opponent is us." Quack. The golden toad of Nahe didn't understand what they were saying. It only knew that it couldn't let anyone disturb its master's important matter, and it had to stop the man who flew into the depths of Suzaku Mountain. But with 2 monsters blocking the way, how could it easily move? A big battle broke out in the environment that was most unsuitable for the 3 monsters. On the other 2 hills, Dao Lan slowly stood up and looked at the cautious Moyen Cave Master. "Cave Master, long time no see. Yet, how did you fall to this point?" Dao Lan smiled bitterly. "If you stand by the river often, you will get your feet wet. I just hunted geese all day, but I was pecked by geese." Moyen Cave Master shook his head and looked at the huge broadsword in Dao Lan's hand. "It's a pity for this golden lion sword, the most proud attack magic weapon in my first half of my life, but now it is covered in dust." Dao Lan's natal magic weapon, the golden lion sword, was tailor-made for him by Moyen Cave Master using the magic sword refining method passed down from the Yuanmo sect. When the sword was completed, it was only of low quality, but it had a very deep foundation. And because it was very suitable for the master, after years of killing monsters, it has been promoted to the top quality, and it is definitely a famous magic sword in the current Bihai world. Dao Lan heard the words "a pearl covered in dust" and showed shame on his face. But then, he said in a deep voice, "Now each of us serves his own master." Dao Lan did not do it on purpose. "Please forgive me." The broadsword was raised high, and the murderous spirit was surging. "Be careful, the next sword will be very strong." The Moyen Cave Master took a deep breath, and many precious lights flashed on his side. He could see that Dao Lan's magic power was not enough and his condition was very bad. He planned to kill with 1 sword. And his sword would be earth-shattering. If he couldn't take it, he would die. If he took it, everything would be fine. Zuyuk Mountain, on another peak. Taisui smiled and walked towards the giant squid that was slowly getting up, and seemed to not care about the huge tentacles at all. But part of his eyes followed the direction where Luo Chen went. If I'm not wrong, the existence hidden in Zuyuk Mountain should be a Yuanying-level strong man. Can King Gaiang Demon Lord deal with it? There was a strong worry in his heart. But until Luo Chen left, he didn't say anything to keep him. Because he knew very well that Luo Chen was determined to get the 5 Elements Lotus platform, so how could he let others get there first? Whoosh! The escaping light suddenly stopped and landed on the magma lake. "Is it in there?" Luo Chen murmured, and an accurate response came from the wooden sign on his chest. The next moment, Luo Chen slowly stretched out his hand, and a giant claw that could hold up the sky broke through the air and grabbed down with a rumble. "Come out." The cloud-seeking claw went straight into the lake, and wherever it passed, the burning waves rolled and the flames split. Until 1,000 feet away, a layer of blue light curtain slowly emerged, blocking the giant claw with unparalleled tenacity. Thousands of feet apart, two pairs of eyes confronted each other. It's you. Jia Huang Liujin. Chapter 672, Fierce Battle with Yuanying, Collapsing Mountains and Shattering Earth. Skin like cream, eyes like stars. His handsome face is like a fairy from the human world, and people will be impressed at first sight. The most eye-catching thing is his iconic blue hair. Even if he transforms into fourth-level form, it is difficult to change his hair color. He is the emperor of the mermaid clan Liujin. Luo Chen revealed the origin of the other party's name, which surprised Liujin. Young man, you actually recognized me. How could I not recognize you? You were defeated in the sinking sea and defeated by the blood-scattered man of the 10,000 Immortals Association. Luo dare not make a mistake at all. You. Liu Jun's face flashed with anger, but he did not move. While Luo Chen was puzzled, his eyes fell on the five-color lotus platform under him. It was the five-element lotus platform he was targeting this time. And the quality was high, far exceeding the one he saw in Kingdom Valley that year, and the aura on it was infinitely close to the 5th level. Something is wrong, Luo Chen. Han Zan's voice came into his ears, with a hint of urgency. He is absorbing the power of the lotus platform to recover from his injuries. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. No wonder the other party was still sitting on Mount Tai despite his verbal provocation. However, if I let you absorb the power of the 5 elements lotus platform, how can I use it to refine the infant pill in the future? If you don't come out, then I will go in. Luo Chen shouted in a low voice, and his body was as fast as lightning, going straight into the depths of the magma lake. It is true that you can't get a tiger cub without going into the tiger's den. As he ran, the 7 flying swords on his side suddenly merged into one, acting as the vanguard. The long sword was sharp and fierce. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Liu Jun. The other party flicked his finger lightly. Ling. The 7 evil swords were hit hard, and the giant swords that were closed were broken immediately, turning into 7 streams of light, which scattered involuntarily in the depths of the magma lake. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen was not surprised. The flying sword magic weapon of Bai's Ao Mountain Master was powerful, but he had not practiced it much, and purely relied on the Soul Heaven sword box to indirectly control it. Not to mention the 7 evil sword formation, even some ordinary magical uses were difficult to activate, and he only mastered the giant sword technique. He still had a backup plan. A green handprint rose from his palm, but it was not released. As he ran quickly, the surrounding magma seemed to be attracted and gathered together, and the green handprint became larger and larger. When it reached 100 feet away, go! With a low roar, the Qingyang handprint pressed down with a bang. Seeing this palm, Liu Jun frowned slightly, drew a circle with his left hand, and then slowly pushed it out. Buzz! A layer of blue light circle slowly spread out. When the light circle and the big handprint came into contact, it disappeared silently in the eyes of the two. Seeing this, Liu Jun looked at Luo Chen with a slightly solemn look. The ultimate fire magic, even able to draw fire for your own use, I underestimated you. If it were normal times, I could take you as my slave. But now, I have to heal my wounds, so I don't have the heart to play with you. The murmured voice, like a moving song, came out faintly. These simple and straightforward words fell into Luo Chen's ears, and he felt that they were extremely gentle and beautiful. Like the whispers of a distant place, like the gurgling of a spring. He is healing, and he does have injuries on his body. It should be the ones left by the blood Sanren. The blood Sanren is very strong. Although he is in the middle stage of the nascent soul, he is known to be as strong as the great monk Yuan Hao. The mermaid emperor Liu Jun is only in the early stage of the nascent soul. How can he be the opponent of the blood Sanren? In other words, now is my best chance to defeat him. Because of those words, Luo Chen's thoughts fluctuated in his mind, as if he saw the smooth battle afterwards. It was at this moment. A feeling like a needle pierced his sea of consciousness. Wake up. Suddenly, Luo Chen's distracting thoughts disappeared. In addition to the severe pain, he was horrified. The singing of the mermaids was like a dream. If Han Zan hadn't woken him up by force, he would have been slow to move and at the mercy of others with just a few words. Sure enough, when the words of the mermaid emperor Liu Jun suddenly changed, it was as if a silver bottle suddenly broke, and swords and guns clashed. A blue light rushed towards Luo Chen. In such a critical moment, Luo Chen had no time to react. The light instantly reached his body. Puff. Chirp. Clang. 3 different sounds rang out in succession. Luo Chen slowly raised his head, holding a water-based flying sword that looked like a swimming fish in his palm, which was among the top-grade magic weapons. It was because of this flying sword that he defeated his 2 layers of extreme defense in succession. The Mermaid Emperor Luo Chen was a little stunned, looking at Luo Chen's red Taoist robe gradually transforming into black armor, and suddenly realized it. As expected of a human cultivator, your external objects are incomparably excellent. A piece of armor, which is divided into internal and external key armor, delayed for a moment and saved your life. Luo Chen's face was fierce. Don't think of disturbing my mind with your charming voice again. In his ears, the pure magic power has formed 2 barriers to isolate all external sounds. The Mermaid Emperor Luo Chen smiled slightly and snapped his fingers again. In an instant, the flying sword held by Luo Chen began to spin wildly, trying to break his defense. Swish! 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 The sharp buzzing sound continued to sound, like an electric drill. Luo Chen's face was fierce. Get out of here! He held the sword in one hand and smashed it with one fist. Clang! The flying sword in his hand was bent in a state visible to the naked eye. It was just bent, not broken. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and made a move. Whoosh! The flying sword forcibly broke through Luo Chen's restraints and flew back to his side. Then, after the magic power was replenished, the flying sword instantly straightened again, just like before. Such changes can be seen from the material of this sword. Luo Chen's brute force was unable to destroy it. Jiao Wang Luo Chen also put away his previous contempt. He remembered that this person had an extremely fast escape speed. At the beginning, he ran away and advanced at the sinking gorge in the sinking sea, avoiding the fate of being enslaved by him like Dao Lan. Now, the opponent's magic and physique have also revealed the attainments far beyond the Jinden cultivators. Therefore, he should not be regarded as an ordinary Jinden. Taking a deep breath, he directly used the simplest and most effective method of Yuanying Zhenren against low-level cultivators. Boom! A powerful suppressive aura spread out with him as the center. In an instant, it enveloped Luo Chen. It was the Yuanying domain. I don't know why you are seeking your own death, but I remember that you once killed a member of my tribe, and you cruelly burned him to ashes. Now, I will treat him the way he treats me. While muttering, he slowly spit out more ball of magic power. The magic power flew in the air and turned into a ball of blue flames. It was not a sourceless fire, but the most orthodox Yuanying true fire. The blue flames flew slowly, as if they didn't care that Luo Chen would escape. Under normal circumstances, it would be like this. After all, which Jinden cultivator can compete with the domain suppression of the Yuanying true person? But Luo Chen is not an ordinary Jinden. Boom! Senluo Fire Prison, open! A huge red magic power burst out with a bang under the amplification of the natal magic weapon Hununding. It was like a volcanic eruption, and it broke through the suppression of the Yuanying domain in an instant. The green flames rose and wrapped around Luo Chen's whole body. Like a purgatory god and demon, standing in the magma. He looked up at the sky, with a slight curl of his mouth. The domain suppression power of this Jiao Wang Luo Chen was really a little weak. Either his own realm was too weak, or he was restricted by the environment here. In the blazing purgatory, the fire attribute aura was everywhere, and the other 4 elements of heaven and earth aura were very few. Especially the mutually restraining water attribute aura, it is almost non-existent. Under such circumstances, Luo Chen, a mermaid Yuanying who was born and raised in the sea, may not be able to exert most of his strength. So, this place should be my home court. Luo Chen suddenly lowered his head, stretched out his right hand carelessly, and punched. The blue flames that flew over were directly defeated. After defeating the opponent's Yuanying true fire, Luo Chen's body moved greatly, turning into a flame and began to run wildly in the magma lake. With the 5 elements lotus platform as the center, Luo Chen's afterimages became more and more. And a series of blue handprints were even shot out from the magma lake. Boom! 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 All this, it seems long, but in fact, from Luo Chen breaking through the domain suppression, to waving his hand to disperse the true fire, and then counterattack violently, it was only a short moment. Facing the boiling magma lake and the Qingyang handprints swung by countless afterimages, Luo Chen's demeanor was completely pale this time. You can actually ignore my nascent soul domain. He couldn't think about what means the other party used. Countless handprints bombarded him, and he could only continue to use magic to defend himself. But just as he activated the magic, He realized something was wrong. My magic power. This kid actually used the art of the domain to tease my magic power to boil. Humph. With a cold snort, the handsome man's face was full of anger, and he spit out a round bead. The light was diffused, and it was about to isolate the inside and the outside. Just at this moment. Clang. There was a sword sound. The next moment, 7 swords sounded at the same time, and they formed a formation. 7 evil spirits turned into a storm of sword blades, directly swinging the round bead into the air. It was a sword formation. The expression of the mermaid Emperor Luo Chen changed drastically, despicable. Without hesitation, his mind moved. The round bead suddenly shattered. An extreme freezing force spread out. Wherever he passed, the boiling magma turned into glaciers. The high temperature that had enveloped this place for thousands of years also began to cool down rapidly. Luo Chen took a deep breath and swept his consciousness across, trying to find the location of Luo Chen's body. Suddenly, there was a sound of ice breaking. It was as if in the eyes of the stars, a 9-zang giant was reflected, and his wings fluttered as he soared into the sky from under the ice. The giant hand clenched, and the iron fist broke through the air, breaking the mountain style. This time, Luo Chen could no longer sit still. He stood up from the 5 elements lotus platform, and punched out with his right hand. As he punched, some colorful scales appeared on his arm. The two collided. Bang! The huge force rebounded, and the 2 figures flew back involuntarily. The 5 elements lotus platform was slowly falling in the broken ice and boiling magma. Seeing this scene, the mermaid Emperor Luo Chen became anxious. With a flick of his wrist, a flying sleeve was thrown out, about to wrap around the 5 elements lotus platform. But just as it was about to wrap around, the lotus platform turned in the air with great intelligence and suddenly disappeared into the depths of the lake. Damn it! The mermaid Emperor Luo Chen was furious. He didn't care about chasing the 5 elements lotus platform that he had finally found. His eyes fell on Luo Chen. With just one glance, he showed a look of doubt. Are you a human or a wild beast? Luo Chen, who had already closed his ears, couldn't hear what he said. Even if he could understand what he meant through his mouth shape, Luo Chen didn't want to answer. He was silent and slapped his palm on the ice under his feet. The huge force surged, the ice accelerated to collapse, and the sealed magma also gushed out again. The power of the home court is still there. Then, Luo Chen stepped. The void exploded. The distance between the two was already very close, and the explosion step was activated, and they were face to face in the blink of an eye. A claw crossed the sky. The blue sword waved again. Clang. The cloud-exploring claw grabbed again. Clang. In a moment, Luo Chen fully displayed the Demon Lord's 7 scattering hands. Super high speed, huge brute force, exquisite physical skills, and occasionally mana will be mobilized to instantly release the Qingyang Great Handprint. Such a set of combos, only dozens of rounds, beat the giant Ahurang Luo Chen exhausted and fell into a disadvantage. When the sound of another collision sounded, the blue flying sword of extremely good quality was broken into pieces in the eyes of giant Ahurang Luo Chen and buried in the lake. No, I can't fight him here anymore. My domain is suppressed by the blazing purgatory, and my mana is reduced by 1 point, but my physique is not as good as his. Especially, the one in the dark makes me feel like a thorn in my back. Taking a deep breath, Jia Ahurang Luo Chen took a hard blow from Luo Chen with his sleeves, and then used the force to retreat and rushed into the sky. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen's murderous heart rose. He looked down at the magma lake, and then soared into the sky without hesitation, chasing after him. As soon as he rushed out of the magma lake and came to the sky, Luo Chen couldn't help but shrink his pupils. In his sight, Jiao Wang Luo Chen did not run away. He stood in the sky like that, holding an oil lamp in his hand. A blue oil lamp. A drop of liquid that looked like blood and grease was flowing out from Jiao Wang Luo Chen's fingertips and fell on the oil lamp. Do you really think that I am here and I am suppressed by you? I am an existence that survived the war between demons and monsters, so why should I be afraid of the mere conflict between water and fire? The previous suppression and embarrassment made Jiao Wang Luo Chen laugh in anger. Tisk! A blue flame suddenly appeared on the oil lamp. He blew it gently, and the blue flame slowly flew towards Luo Chen. Danger! Extreme danger signals came out crazily from his mind. Luo Chen fled to the distance without thinking. However, the flame seemed to fly slowly, but in fact it was very fast. With Luo Chen's ancient 4th level true body and the speed of 90,000 miles of great perfection, he couldn't get rid of the strange flame for some reason. When Luo Chen was forced to stop on a high mountain, flames appeared before his eyes. His face was fierce, and he stretched out his left hand and grasped the flame. The palm, filled with a true fire of withering and flourishing, grasped the blue flame with a fearless attitude. Not far away, the chasing Jiao Wangliujin looked at this scene with a sneer on his face. Don't know whether to live or die. The next moment, the giant's left arm directly touched the flame in the eyes of Jiao Wangliujin. One blue and one blue, 2 rays of light, fighting each other, not giving an inch. Jiao Wangliujin was surprised again. This boy actually mastered such a magical flame? However, it was still not enough. As expected, the blue and blue fought, and the breakthrough was on the battlefield. The former was powerful, and the latter was weak. However, after the blue light came into contact with the flesh and blood, it suddenly began to rise step by step, suppressing the blue flame. There are mermaids in the North Sea, beautiful and good at singing. When the divine silk comes out of their hands, tears are as bright as the moon. Mermaid blood can prolong life, and its oil can burn for 10,000 years. Since killing a mermaid in the 3rd stage of the late stage in the sinking sea, and meeting the birth of the mermaid emperor Liujin, Luo Chen has looked up a lot of information about this tribe. At this moment, that information jumped into his mind. He looked at his left hand, and the scene where the surging physical vitality was used by the blue flames instead, fell into silence. Obviously, this is the strange flame that was created by the generation of Yuanying's Henren, using his own fat as lamp oil to light the oil lamp, comparable to the real instrument. His means are not something that he has not yet fully mastered. If he continues like this, even if his physique is comparable to that of a 4th level wild beast, he will probably be burned to death. It's a pity that there is not enough time, otherwise he can use the dragon slaying technique to cut it off. Cut it off when it should be cut off, otherwise it will be in chaos. Luo Chen remained silent, and with his right hand, he pointed like a sword, and a flash of blood splashed. Crack! His left hand fell in response. The mermaid king Liujin, who was already within 10 feet, was stunned when he saw this scene. He thought that the other party would rely on the magical green fire to hold on for a while longer. Unexpectedly, he was so decisive. At this moment, Luo Chen raised his head and stared at him with a pair of cold eyes. Mermaid King Liujin frowned. What other means do you have? The demon fire stimulated by my clan's real weapon restrains the wild beasts with surging vitality. Now your physique is restricted by me, and you have no home field convenience. Luo Chen smiled grimly, then pinched a seal with his right hand, and then blasted out with a palm. It was not aimed at Mermaid King Liujin. Instead, it hit the high mountain below. Landslide. The roar spread throughout the wilderness. The next moment, in the puzzled eyes of Mermaid King Liujin, the mountain collapsed. The powerful aftermath of the explosion forced the two to fly backwards. Want to run? In the aftermath of the explosion, Liujin's expression was cold. This young man had forced him to such a point that there was no way he could escape. He stepped out and was about to chase Luo Chen. At this moment, a sharp scream came from the broken mountains. A silver python rushed out angrily. At a glance, Jiao Wangliujin recognized the essence of the silver python. Fire spirit. Luo Chen smiled coldly, opened his mouth and spit out a green flame that flew out and turned into a fire tree in the void. Go, kill him. The fire tree swayed and rushed towards Jiao Wangliujin. And the silver python seemed to feel this same action and also set its target on Jiao Wangliujin. Seeing two fire spirits of at least the 4th level rushing towards him, Jiao Wangliujin panicked. Luo Chen's eyes showed a fierce look, his eyes looked around, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. With a flick of his body, he flew towards another erupting volcano. Not enough. Not enough. I want him to die in the burning purgatory. Chapter 673, 4 Fire Spirits, the Body of a Wild Beast. Blazing Purgatory. A holy place for those who practice fire magic. In this place, fire magic cultivators can exert their strength beyond their normal level, their mana is endless, and their courage is doubled. Even the Lord of Moin Cave was once eager to provoke Luo Chen, which shows this. And cultivators who practice other methods will be greatly suppressed in Blazing Purgatory, especially the 3 systems of gold, water, and ice. In addition, another major feature of Blazing Purgatory is that it hides many sourceless fires. These sourceless fires may not be of high grade, but they are of various types. And most of them have gradually become spiritual because of the special environment of blazing purgatory. For example, Luo Chen's withered and flourishing true fire, when it was promoted to the 4th level in the Incense Valley of the Flame Alliance, it just had a little bit of spiritual intelligence. But in blazing purgatory, some 3rd level sourceless fires have already become conscious. Especially those 4th level sourceless fires, which are full of spirituality and can already evolve virtual bodies and become fire spirits. This kind of fire spirit is a great threat to cultivators. Moreover, unlike ordinary wood and stone spirits, which lack means and have low combat power, the destructive power of fire spirits is innate. Especially, the blazing purgatory is like their home, fighting on their home field, which greatly enhances their combat power. This was discovered when Luo Chen swallowed the 4th level burning heaven fire. In that battle, he even changed his Xiangpeng true body for a short time, which shows how powerful the 4th level fire spirit is. Even if it is not as good as the orthodox Yuanying's Henren, it is not far behind. And such existences are not just burning heaven fire in the blazing purgatory. Luo Chen has been exploring the habitats of those powerful fire spirits all the way. Originally, it took a lot of effort to find them, but with the spirituality of the withered and prosperous true fire increasing greatly, perhaps because of the attraction of the same kind, he noticed several places suspected of having 4th level fire spirits in a short time. If Hanzan had not reminded him at that time, I am afraid that Luo Chen would have been addicted to the joy of finding, capturing, swallowing and refining fire spirits. Now, those unfinished things have become an extra trump card in Luo Chen's hand. Bang! There was a bang in the void. A figure suddenly appeared above an erupting volcano. Under his feet, black smoke billowed and flames filled the sky. In the distance, there was a demon king who was caught in the crossfire of the 2 fire spirits. Luo Chen took a deep breath, pinched several seals with one hand, and then pressed it with one palm. The landslide technique that was once admired by the foundation building period was slowly put aside by Luo Chen after the formation of the pill, but it shone brightly in this battle. There is no useless spell in the world. At the right time and the right place, even the most useless cleaning technique can shine differently. At this moment, the landslide reappeared. Come out! Luo Chen roared, and seeing the mountains collapse and the earth crack, a black fire spirit like a tiger slowly opened its eyes. Its sharp eyes fell on the culprit Luo Chen at the first time. But then, it moved its sight away and looked at the mermaid Emperor Liu Jin, who was fighting fiercely with the 2 fire spirits in the distance. In silence, the tiger fire spirit took vigorous steps, with black unknown flames all over its body, and flew towards the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Han's Hanchang didn't lie to me. It swallowed a lot of the sourceless fire here, strengthened the true fire of withering and flourishing, and gradually integrated me into the blazing purgatory, and there were signs of assimilation. This was originally a bad thing, but now it has become a good thing. He had a strong breath of the true fire of withering and flourishing. In the eyes of these powerful fire spirits who were already spiritual but not very intelligent, he was just like brothers and sisters. Normally, brothers and sisters might fight and quarrel. But now that their homeland is invaded, it's like brothers fighting against each other, defending against external insults. Another 4th level fire spirit has joined the battle. The mermaid Emperor Liu Jin was terrified, especially the black tiger chasing him. The flames on his body were strange and powerful. Even the silver giant python and the green fire tree were slightly inferior. He was not afraid of a fire spirit. 2 fire spirits can still fight. But 3 fire spirits with fighting power comparable to that of nascent soul still have the advantage of home field and can counter the existence of his water method. This requires him to weigh his own weight. 4 figures moved quickly in the blazing purgatory like streams of light. Every time they collided with each other, a powerful battle aftermath broke out, sweeping hundreds of miles. Large areas of mountains were destroyed, and some low-level sourceless fires emerged innocently. The blue light that spread from time to time also became weaker and weaker. Suddenly, the mermaid Emperor Liu Jin looked at the ground with a grudge. The man in black armor stood quietly in front of a rolling river of magma. Looking at the bubbles that rose and fell, the man seemed to be thinking, and seemed to be hesitating. As if he noticed the sidelong glance of the mermaid Emperor Liu Jin, he turned around and raised his head to smile at Liu Jin. That smile was hideous and crazy. The next moment, the black-armored man raised his hands high, and countless magmas behind him shot up into the sky, turning into a red curtain of fire. In the curtain of fire, a red fish swam out in confusion. As the fish swam, the magma river began to follow its footsteps. Madman! Jiao Wangliujin gritted his teeth and cursed, and then the oil lamp in his hand reappeared. The liquid that looked like blood and oil fell from his fingertips, and the blue flames ignited instantly. This time, Jiao Wangliujin turned a little paler. It seemed that activating this real weapon was also a great burden for him. When the flames were lit, there was finally a little more hope in his eyes. With a flick of his fingertips, the blue flame split into four and flew towards the four fire spirits. Finally, he looked at Luo Chen with hatred, turned into blue escape light and flew away. The bank of the river. Luo Chen watched him escape indifferently. In his ears, Han Zan's voice rose again. He took several punches from you before, which damaged his physique. He activated the mermaid heritage artifact twice in a row, which consumed a lot of mana. In addition to the original injuries, he is now a candle in the wind. Don't you take advantage of the victory to chase him down. No. Oh, you have changed your character. Didn't you say you wanted him dead before? It was just a harsh word during the battle. Just listen to it. Besides, it's not so easy to kill a Yuanying's Henrun. Luo Chen stood in place, recovering the restless mana in his body. The madness in his eyes was gone. He underestimated Yuanying's Henrun. He thought that after the physical body reached the fourth level of the ancient times, he would have the capital to compete with Yuanying's Henrun, and the situation should be 50-50. But he didn't expect that this battle was only 40-60. He had 40 points, and the Mermaid King had 60 points. This was still the case with the advantage of the home court and the assistance of Han Zan. If it weren't in the blazing purgatory, the odds of winning and losing would probably be even lower. 37? Of course, the two sides have not yet reached the point of a desperate fight, and each other's foundation has not really been revealed. Luo Chen's body has a deep foundation. If it really is a protracted battle, it is still unknown who will win. The land of fallen demons is not a good place to fight to the death. In the soul-nurturing tree, Han Zan nodded secretly in his heart. It seems that Luo Chen has indeed listened to his words. While he appears to be crazy, his mentality is very calm. Even when fighting against a Yuanying strong man, he still keeps a clear mind and makes the most of the environmental advantages. The flames of war are gradually dying out. There are still tales. Before the escape of the Mermaid Emperor Liujin, he split into four blue flames and attacked the four fire spirits. The four fire spirits have different ways of responding. The swimming fish was contaminated and jumped directly into the magma river. After a few ups and downs, the blue light disappeared. The black tiger, on the other hand, had a huge black flame on its body, and it only took a few strokes to wipe out the blue flame. This scene made Luo Chen's eyelids twitch wildly. What kind of fire spirit is this that was born from the sourceless fire? It was so powerful and domineering. If he had swallowed this fire without knowing the consequences before, he would have been injured instead of dying. The remaining two fire spirits, the true fire of withering and flourishing, showed a different demeanor this time, with branches swaying, and even slowly swallowing the blue flames. Can it swallow this? Luo Chen was stunned. Then why before? Yes, the four of them were facing a split blue flame, while my left hand was facing a whole ball. So, my true fire of withering and flourishing is not necessarily weaker than that blue flame, but I just used it improperly. While muttering, Luo Chen's eyes fell on the silver-white fire python. Among the four spirits, it was the most embarrassed. It kept rolling on the ground, with silver fire gushing out, but it could not get rid of the erosion of the blue fire, and even its breath was gradually weakening. Go help him. After the true fire of withering and flourishing swallowed a blue fire, Luo Chen's mind moved, and the green fire tree enveloped the silver-white fire python. The green flames were waving, like spring breeze and rain, gradually pulling out a quarter of the blue flames. Then Luo Chen opened his mouth and sucked. The withered fire tree immediately flew back, was absorbed into the sea of qi, and stretched out its branches happily. Hissing. The silver fire python swam in front of Luo Chen, swam around him 3 times, and finally escaped into the depths of the earth. Luo Chen looked at this scene in surprise, and his mind gradually came back to its senses. Is it showing goodwill? At this moment, Luo Chen felt a little absurd. He had clearly destroyed the other party's place of cultivation, but now he came to express gratitude. In the distance, the black tiger glanced at Luo Chen, and then jumped directly into a small volcano that was still erupting. That look seemed to have some warning meaning. This fire spirit is quite extraordinary, unheard of and unseen, and the aura on its body is completely superior to the demonic aura on He Yuan of the Yuan demon sect. It must be some kind of demonic fire. Luo Chen took a deep breath and no longer thought about these fourth-level fire spirits. At this stage, he couldn't afford to provoke them, nor did he want to. Whoosh! 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 3 beams of light landed beside Luo Chen. Master! Master! Black King, Xiangxuan spoke first. Are you alright? The first sentence was to ask about their situation, and the 2 monsters felt warm in their hearts. It's okay, I made the master worried. Where is the Nahe golden toad? Xiangxuan didn't do a good job and let it escape. Please punish me, master. Xiangxuan said guiltily. Black King curled up beside him, also looking angry. That guy is so weird. He is obviously a water-attributed monster like us, but he can hide himself in magma. That's not a monster, but an authentic wild beast. Luo Chen shook his head and his eyes fell on Tai Sui. With just one glance, he was slightly silent. Tai Sui's body, from the previous appearance of a bamboo pole with skin and bones, returned to the posture of a fat man with a big belly. What does this mean? Tai Sui had no intention to explain and threw the thing in his hand to the ground. I killed the giant squid. The cave master took Daolan's strongest attack and fell into coma. The one thrown to the ground was the unconscious Mo Yun cave master. His robes were tattered, and there was a huge knife scar deep enough to see the bone between his chest and abdomen. He was almost cut in 2. As for Daolan, he was buried in the crater, and I'm afraid there is no body left. Luo Chen nodded. This is also a kind of relief for him. Being enslaved, having no choice, and even having to draw a knife against his former friend, this is something that any strong man who has practiced hard for hundreds of years cannot accept. Daolan's death was probably also a thought of self-liberation. Tai Sui hummed, and his eyes suddenly fell on Luo Chen's left arm. Your hand. How can you not pay a price to repel a generation of Demon King? Luo Chen smiled slightly, and then made a move in a certain direction. A stream of light broke through the air. It was his left hand that was broken at the wrist. The blue and green flames were still fighting, but the flesh and blood on his left hand had completely disappeared, leaving only the white bones. Tai Sui's eyes were a bit solemn. It was not the blue and green flames. It was the powerful fighting power that Luo Chen had burst out in a short period of time before. It could compete with Yuanying. Sure enough, the powerful aura that Ding Yi felt on the shore of Penghu was definitely not accidental, nor was it caused by the Penghu formation. Thinking this in his heart, Tai Sui verbally comforted, this broken hand is already useless, but people of my generation have many ways to reconnect limbs. After returning, I can. His words stopped abruptly. In his sight, Luo Chen's right hand repeatedly pinched the seal and waved. The dragon slaying technique was performed again and again. The blue light gradually weakened, and later, with just a flick, it completely disappeared. Then, the man in front of him connected the white left hand with only bones left to the broken wrist. Blood light surged on his body, and a layer of blood-colored light covered the white bones and gradually penetrated into them. A layer of red film emerged, connecting the palm and the arm. A rustling sound was heard. Flesh and blood spread across the bones, and veins and blood vessels were faintly visible. In just a blink of an eye, Luo Chen's left hand was as good as new. Seeing this scene, Tai Sui couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His eyes slowly raised up and fell on the handsome face of the man, as if he was a little bit unbelievable. You. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth. I still have things to do. Taoist Tai Sui, take care of the cave master here first, I'll be back soon. Then, he jumped up and stepped onto Zhuk Mountain again. After a trance, his back disappeared. After he left, Tai Sui stood still. Suddenly, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. That's the source blood. The body of a wild beast. He actually trained the body of a wild beast with a human body. If such a physique can be taken by my original body, I will be able to break the restriction of the true Lord and help me break into the land of inheritance. Zhuk Mountain. Above the magma lake, a familiar figure reappeared. Feeling the strange tingling sensation in his new left hand, Luo Chen kept twisting his wrist. It is a method specifically targeting powerful wild beasts. It is said that in ancient times, the mermaids were weak and were once enslaved by the wild beast Kun. Later, the war between humans and monsters broke out, and the wild beast Kun disappeared. The mermaids have since become independent and became a major demon tribe in the North Sea. But I didn't expect that they also used their own blood oil to develop such a powerful method to deal with wild beasts. If I didn't have the help of the upgraded withered and prosperous true fire at that time, and if I cut off one of my hands, I'm afraid the other party would really succeed. Thinking back now, the blue flame did not absorb his vitality at all. Instead, it burned with the residual source power on his arm, thus suppressing the withered and prosperous true fire. In this regard, Luo Chen could only sigh that the world is so big that no one or any race can be underestimated. Especially the giant Ahurong Luo Chen, who is a strong man who survived the war between demons and monsters. Shaking his head, Luo Chen put aside these thoughts and his eyes fell on the bubbling magma lake below. Is the 5 Elements Lotus platform still in there? It's still there. My clone has been following it from a distance. That couldn't be better. Luo Chen's hanging heart finally let go. In the previous battle of Zhuge Mountain, Han Zan seemed to be inconspicuous, but in fact he made a lot of efforts. First, he helped Luo Chen to solve the charming voice of the giant Ahurong, then used the 7 evil sword formation to break the unknown round bead magic weapon taken out by the other party, and finally, when Luo Chen left, he released a corpse refining clone to track the 5 Elements Lotus platform. All this is complicated, but in fact it is going on naturally. The cooperation between the two has become more and more tacit after years of getting along. Many times, they don't need to speak to understand each other's thoughts. Suddenly, Han Zan said in a serious tone, the 5 Elements Lotus platform was previously captured by the Mermaid Emperor Luo Chen, and it is already a frightened bird. The place where it is hiding now is extremely dangerous. You must be careful. Huh? If we are not careful, you and I will both die here. Because, the place where it is now is very close to the legendary vermilion bird fire spirit. Luo Chen's whole body tense up, and his heart rose to his throat again. Chapter 674, The Lotus Platform is in hand, borrowing treasures for cultivation. A large lake, gorgeous and dangerous, sits quietly inside the huge Suzaku Mountain. If you look down from a high place, it looks like flowing fire. Deep in the dazzling magma lake, people can't help but speculate whether there is a hidden devil inside, or whether this lake is a passage connecting to another world. There is no devil. But there is a holy bird. Deep in the veins, in the colorful halo, a palm-sized firefly closed its eyes, covered its body with wings, and slept quietly. It seemed that no matter how the outside world turned upside down, it would not wake up. A wisp of red flame, with its tiny body as the center, slowly spread outward. Wherever it passed, the rocks and hard rocks melted, turned into boiling liquid and surged upward, becoming part of the magma lake. However, these flames were very well confined to a range of only 1,000 feet. Beyond 1,000 feet, another terrifying high temperature replaced it. Being in it, it seemed as if even thoughts were about to be melted. This place is also one of the absolute forbidden areas. If there is no corresponding opportunity, it is impossible to set foot in it. Tick, tick. Strands of black liquid kept falling from a figure. It was a man with ordinary appearance. Looking closely, his temperament was somewhat similar to Han Zan, the supreme master of Luoyan sect. He seemed to be indifferent to the melting of his body, and his eyes were fixed on a small lotus platform in the high temperature zone. The lotus platform was in the blazing heat and seemed restless. It seemed that even it could not withstand the terrifying high temperature. But it did not dare to leave here. Subconsciously, there were people outside who were eyeing it. Going further? That was an instinctive fear. Even though he had been practicing in Suzaku Mountain for these years and absorbed the breath of the Suzaku holy fire, it was only a little bit, so that it would not be rejected by this place. The man stared at this scene quietly. Suddenly, he turned his head. Outside the high temperature zone, a figure rushed over at lightning speed. The man moved and came to Luo Chen in a few seconds. It's right there. After saying this, he seemed to be unable to hold on any longer, and his whole body turned into a pool of liquid for no reason. Then, a faint light flew out from it, circling and merging into the soul-raising wooden sign hanging on Luo Chen's chest. Looking at this scene, Luo Chen's pupils shrank slightly. Is this Han Zan's spiritual attainment? Splitting the soul and spirit, and randomly attaching it to the puppet corpse as an incarnation. Thinking of the time when Han Zan attached his entire soul to the Yuanying stage puppet, Luo Chen's expression became even more stern. Senior has extraordinary magical powers. I think the soul-splitting technique has been cultivated to the pinnacle. Han Zan was surprised. He didn't expect Luo Chen to suddenly bring this up. He casually said, "It's not the pinnacle, but just a small success." Luo Chen was a little bit unbelievable, such a free split of the soul, and it's just a small success. Han Zan smiled slightly. According to the description in the soul-splitting art, splitting into two is the entry point. I was lucky enough to succeed in the ice prison of the ice castle. Then I practiced hard for 200 years and reached the number of 9 souls, which was considered to be a master. As for the so-called pinnacle, tisk tisk. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it in this lifetime. Is it so difficult? In his opinion, Han Zan's soul attainments were first class and excellent, even among the many Yuanying Zhenren he had seen. He asked tentatively, is it limited by talent? Or is there something wrong with the technique? Neither. Han Zan sighed, it's just that there is a treasure missing that is recorded in the technique to assist in soul cultivation. As he spoke, Han Zan suddenly came to his senses. Why would Luo Chen flatter him for no reason and even hint at the soul cultivation? It turned out to be the after effect of the previous battle. Luo Chen thought that his strength had greatly improved and he was not afraid of Yuanying strongmen, but when they first fought, he fell under the charming voice of Jiahuang Liujin. The essence of this was obviously caused by the lack of soul foundation. This incident did not hit Luo Chen's self-confidence, but it also made him clearly aware of the gap between himself and Yuanying Zhenren. Therefore, he would ask at this time to try to make up for the gap in this aspect. After understanding this, Han Zan chuckled and said, don't think about it. In a short period of time, it is impossible for you to transcend your soul foundation to the Yuanying level, even if I teach you the soul-splitting skill. Having his thoughts seen through, Luo Chen blushed. Of course, under the reflection of the Suzuki holy fire, it is hard to tell whether it is embarrassing or not. He asked in a normal tone, why? Is it because there is not enough time? It's not a matter of time. Han Zan denied, and then explained, when we, the real people, are promoted to the nascent soul, we will resist the power of heaven and survive the calamity. Those who survive will not only have their realms greatly improved, but the essence of their souls will also begin to transform, because the heaven and earth baptize us. You lack this step, how can you compare with them? Luo Chen was silent. Survive the calamity. Obviously, this so-called calamity is also accompanied by great blessings. Even if he wants to make up for it with internal skills and external objects, it is not as good as a baptism of heaven and earth. Seeing Luo Chen's gloomy expression, Han Zan was afraid that he would feel disappointed, so he comforted him. In fact, you are already very good. At this age and in this realm, you have such a deep foundation of soul. Why force more? When your realm is improved and you reach the 7th and 8th levels of the Golden Core, or even the Great Perfection, maybe your soul will be infinitely close to that of a Yuanying Zhenren. If you are afraid that you will be suppressed by a Zhenren who is good at the way of soul in the next battle, don't you still have me? I may not be as good as a Zhenren who is good at the way of soul in terms of fighting, but when it comes to the way of soul, even if it is a person in the middle stage of the Yuanying, I am somewhat confident that I can compete with him. Protecting your soul is no problem at all. Luo Chen forced a smile, and his mood was indeed a little more upbeat. The way of soul is mysterious and unpredictable. In this world, not all Yuanying Zhenren are good at it. Even the Mermaid Emperor Liujin only attacked with sound waves before, mixed with some soul techniques. Such means are almost the same as his illusion of mirror flowers and water moons. In fact, in his opinion, the charming singing of Jiahuang Liujin was a bit crude, not as good as his attainments in mirror flower and water moon. There are very few methods in the world, like Han Zan, that can directly attack the enemy's soul. Concentrating his mind, Luo Chen's spiritual eyes passed through the flowing magma and landed on the small lotus platform. The previous conversation was not to kill time. During this process, he has been observing the 5 elements lotus platform. This lotus is indeed very spiritual. Knowing that this place is dangerous, it deliberately shrinks its body to avoid being burned by high temperature over a large area. At the same time, it is easier to hide itself when the body is reduced in size. If it weren't for Han Zan's corpse incarnation following all the way, I'm afraid Luo Chen would not be able to find the hiding place of the 5 elements lotus platform, even if he found this place. Then the next step is to collect this spiritual object. As for how to collect it, Luo Chen has already made up his mind. As a senior alchemist of the 4th level, he is familiar with the picking of various spiritual medicines. Especially before he set foot on the land of fallen demons, he had already found several ways to collect the 5 elements lotus platform. The simplest and crudest one is nothing more than using the power of strength to isolate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and directly detain it. Secondly, it is to pick it with tools that are not of the 5 elements. As for why it is necessary to use tools that are not of the 5 elements, the reason is very simple. The 5 elements lotus platform has the spiritual power of the 5 elements at the same time, and the way of life and death is almost instinctive. Whether it is the earth and wood jade box or the golden fire sharp blade, it can instinctively avoid it, and even escape after being caught. Therefore, non-5 elements will not be affected by this. Finally, there is another way. That is to take the magic weapon that has both the 5 elements and collect this thing. If you have both the 5 elements, you will not be afraid of the way of life and death of the 5 elements, and you follow the principle of the same source. The reason why the Mermaid King Luo Chen could not take this thing by force is that he lacked the corresponding treasure to collect it. And Luo Chen happened to have such a treasure in his hand. With a thought, Luo Chen opened his mouth and spit out slightly. A small gray tripod flew out and emerged in the lake. With a blessing of mana, the gray tripod expanded and became several feet long in the blink of an eye. It was his life treasure, Hununding. Luo Chen pinched the Daolingju, and the Hununding began to spin rapidly. A powerful force of suppression suddenly spread out and instantly enveloped the 5 elements lotus platform in the distance, which thought it was well hidden. Then, Luo Chen snapped his fingers and shot. Swish! 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 Dot! Chains of mana flew out one after another, and their color was gray, unlike the red that Luo Chen usually used. Obviously, when controlling the Hununding at this moment, Luo Chen had already transformed the 5 elements of mana in advance, so the 9 chains derived from it were gray in color. The 9 chains of mana flew out like a spirit snake, shaking their heads and tails, and soon landed beside the 5 elements lotus platform. The danger was already here, and the 5 elements lotus platform, which had already communicated with spirits, naturally did not want to sit and wait for death. The lotus pedestal turned and suddenly became larger, about 5 feet tall, standing in the sea of fire like a fire lotus. 9 chains bound its body, trying to pull it back. But under the struggle between the two, the 5 elements lotus pedestal remained motionless. This. Luo Chen was surprised. Han Zan looked at this scene and said with emotion, that Tai Sui is right, this lotus pedestal is indeed very advanced, and it is only 1 step away from being promoted to the 5th level. Luo Chen frowned slightly, and he also figured it out. The reason why Jiao Wang Liujin did not take this thing directly, in addition to the lack of the corresponding treasure to collect, I am afraid that the resistance of the 5 elements lotus pedestal itself also accounted for a large part of the factors. Therefore, he could only make do with using this treasure to heal his wounds in Zhuk Mountain. Even during the battle, the 5 elements lotus pedestal escaped forcibly, and Jiao Wang Liujin was unable to suppress it because he was unable to split his body. If this is the case, even if he takes this thing now, it is estimated that it will be difficult to put it into the storage ring and take it away. This is troublesome. I was not well prepared. It took a lot of effort for Zhu Sanren to collect the 5th level withered blood vine. This 5 elements lotus platform is only 1 step away from the 5th level. I want to collect it, and the difficulty is imaginable. But no matter how troublesome it will be later, we have to take it away from here first. He could see clearly that in Zhuk Mountain, the 5 elements lotus platform had the same home advantage as him, with endless energy and power. So, we had to take it away first. Luo Chen pursed his lips, and his heart was ruthless. The little mana left in the 2nd Juandan rushed out. The 9 chains tightened immediately. Come out. A silent wrestling match quietly unfolded between 1 man and 1 lotus. Later, Luo Chen even exhausted the mana in the Yuandan and began to use the mana of his life gold elixir, but he could only pull the 5 elements lotus platform a few hundred feet away. At this time, if you don't mind, I'll help you. Luo Chen was surprised for a moment, and then accepted Han Zan's help. He only felt that the Hununding suddenly sank, and then a mysterious power was added to the 9 mana chains. The chains swayed, and Luo Chen pulled back. And the 5 element lotus platform was also forced to move outward. During this process, Han Zan sighed, in just a few decades, you have nurtured the Hununding to this quality, which is really amazing. The body of the corpse is already hard enough. But in the high temperature zone derived from the Suzaku holy fire, it still melted in a short time. However, the Hununding was not affected at all. This shows the high quality of this treasure. In Hunzon's view, the Hununding just lacks an opportunity to be baptized by heaven and earth. By then, this treasure will definitely be promoted to the ranks of true instruments and control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for its use. Luo Chen did not speak, and still urged his mana. Time passed slowly. 1 day later. It's out. Tai Sui looked at the tiny figure on Suzaku Mountain excitedly. Next to him, the awakened Lord Moyan slowly opened his eyes, looking at Luo Chen's figure and the huge lotus platform tied with 9 chains, with a complex look in his eyes. Just for this thing, he almost died here. Is this trip worth it? Will he be able to leave the land of fallen demons alive in the future? If he ends up like Daolan. He pursed his lips and asked in a hoarse voice, does this elixir really help cultivators to form infants? That shouldn't be the case. Tai Sui shook his head and then said, the 5 elements lotus platform absorbs the 5 elements of spiritual energy to grow. It is born transparent and extremely compatible with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The greatest use for cultivators is actually to serve as an auxiliary cultivation object, helping cultivators to filter impurities in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and absorb them directly. Absorb directly? The Lord of Moyan Cave was stunned, with a slight hesitation on his face. Don't refine it. No need to refine it. With the yuaning of a cultivator, combined with the 5 elements lotus platform, you can directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that best suits you. Yuaning. Yes, the 5 elements lotus platform is a treasure exclusively for Yuaning's Henrun. It is normal that you giant and cultivators have never seen it. The Lord of Moyan Cave was even more confused. Then what is the use of King Gaang Demon Lord's efforts to find this thing? They giant and cultivators do not have yuaning in their bodies, and they cannot withstand the violent infusion of heaven and earth spiritual energy at all. They must capture and absorb it bit by bit, and then circulate it through the exercises, filter it through the meridians, and purify and refine it bit by bit, so that it can be transformed into mana that suits them. Luo Chen's actions, saying that he is preparing for the promotion to yuaning, are not considered to be prepared for a rainy day, but simply worrying about nothing. Tai Sui shrugged, I don't know, but he is a high-level alchemist, and I guess there is some way to turn it into his own use. The Lord of Moyan Cave was speechless. He has always treated Luo Chen as a weapon refiner like himself. But he forgot that this person's most powerful skill was actually alchemy. If the other party had some means to refine the 5 elements lotus platform and make it an auxiliary resource for forming a baby, it would make sense. Forming a baby. He murmured, with a bit of hope in his eyes. Tai Sui seemed to sense his desire and said with a smile, Master, don't belittle yourself. After helping my body escape, I will guide you to the inheritance place. If you can accept 1 or 2 of the refining inheritances of the demon Lord Liang Gan, the mere nascent soul realm will be easy to achieve. Is it really that simple? Master Moyan was half believing and half doubting. Tai Sui whispered, think about Fairy Fei Leng. With just 1 sentence, Master Moyan was greatly encouraged and his confidence doubled. Boom! A loud noise came from a distance. The 5-colored lotus platform landed on the bank of the rolling magma river. In the sky, a gray cauldron emitted a gray light, covering it, so that it could not struggle to escape. With just 1 glance, Master Moyan's eyes sparkled. What kind of magic weapon is that gray cauldron? Tai Sui's focus was different. He watched Luo Chen leap up and sit on the lotus platform. He seemed to be practicing as he breathed in and out. Hey, does he also know that the 5 elements lotus platform can be used to assist in cultivation? But he doesn't have a nascent soul, so how can he withstand the violent spiritual energy that is being pulled in? Chapter 675, 100 Cruise Forest, to Muxinin. On the bank of the river, the Taoist sat cross-legged on the lotus platform with a tripod hanging over his head. There was a bit of hesitation on his face. His sight fell on the incomparably white surface in the middle of the lotus platform, where 5 fist-sized lotus seeds were embedded, emitting the pure 5-element spiritual energy. It was natural for a lotus platform to produce lotus seeds. And the lotus seeds condensed by this 5-element lotus platform, which was 1 step away from the 5th level, would not be too bad in quality. If used as medicine, it can be the main material of the 4th level elixir. If it is used to refine a one-time magic weapon, its lethality may not be worse than the Thunder Fairy Pearl that flowed out of the Bai Cave mansion in Jili Mountain. Luo Chen did not have a corresponding method of use. After all, to refine the infant-forming pill, all you need is the lotus platform itself. At this moment, Luo Chen tentatively placed his hand on a red bead, which was the fire lotus seed. According to Han Zan, the five elements lotus platform is a treasure that can be used by Yuan Ying's Henren to assist in cultivation. It can be used to absorb and exhale the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and automatically filter out impurities to accelerate cultivation. Even in the East Wilderness, this thing is rarely circulated and is controlled by the Mingyuan sect. Occasionally, a small amount can be circulated. It is said that the reason why Shenyun's Henren of the Five Elements Divine Sect can practice 5 systems at the same time and step into the late Yuanying is that he got a 5 Elements Lotus platform to help. It is very likely that the Lotus platform that Shenyun's Henren got is not as good as the one in front of Luo Chen. The topic has gone too far. Back to the topic. Although this item is only for Yuanying, it is not absolutely useless in the hands of Jinden cultivators. If the golden elixir is used instead of the lotus seed, and the technique of confusing the spirit is used, the spirit of the lotus platform will regard the cultivator's golden elixir as the lotus seed he has nurtured. In this way, it can also play a role in assisting cultivation. Moreover, in this process, Luo Chen could also tame the spirit of the lotus platform, so that it would no longer resist and struggle, and thus easily lead it away from the blazing purgatory. Let's give it a try. Luo Chen exerted a little force on his hand, and forcibly dug out the fire lotus seed in the angry struggle of the 5-element lotus platform. Then he opened his mouth and spit out a white pill. It was not the natal golden pill, but the second Yuanden with exhausted mana. Although he believed in Han Zan, Luo Chen still didn't dare to use his natal golden pill to experiment. What if something went wrong? After all, Han Zan himself had never practiced with the help of the 5-element lotus platform, and the little tricks he gave him were also heard from others when communicating with fellow practitioners. The second Yuanden would be fine. If it really doesn't work, Luo Chen still has the strength to extract it. The Yuanden entered the lotus platform, just like its lotus seed. When Luo Chen practiced the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth came rolling in from all directions, from the magma river under his feet, and from the blazing purgatory filled with rich fire spiritual energy. Normally, Luo Chen would have to carefully capture and refine this violent spiritual energy. But at this moment, he skipped this step. The next moment, the surging spiritual energy was directly injected into the 5 elements lotus platform. With this batch of spiritual energy, the 5 elements lotus platform, which was still struggling, became slightly quiet. It was as if someone was feeding it. Luo Chen held his breath and concentrating on feeling the changes. After a moment, he exhaled a breath of turbid air as if relieved. It really works. Hans Hanchang didn't lie to me. Under his perception, the violent spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into the entire lotus platform, and the impurities began to be filtered, while the essence flowed through the meridians on the lotus platform and flowed to the 5 lotus seeds. And because this is the blazing purgatory, most of the spiritual energy is of fire attribute, so streams of fire spiritual energy flowed towards the original location of the fire lotus seeds. Under this blessing, the second Yuanden was like a hungry beast, accepting everything that came, opening its big mouth and swallowing madly. After one big cycle of practice, the second Yuanden contained 100th or 200ths of the spiritual energy. The progress is gratifying. When Luo Chen was resting, Han Zan reminded him, remember to refine the spiritual energy in this batch of Yuanden with your spiritual consciousness and completely transform it into your own magic power. After all, you are only in the Jinden stage, and you don't have the power of Yuanying to master the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Strictly speaking, the spiritual energy you absorbed has not yet left your mark. Yes. Luo Chen nodded gently. Then, after a little breathing adjustment, Luo Chen began to practice the exercises again. After the war, you must rest. Luo Chen practiced beside the magma river with abundant spiritual energy, and the owner of Moen Cave did the same. He found a quiet place and closed himself to heal his wounds. Tai Sui was surprising. He was originally in a relatively poor state, but after the battle with the giant squid, not only did his body shape recover from a thin bamboo pole to an inflatable fat man, but his mental state also improved a lot. Instead of practicing in seclusion, he wandered around in the blazing purgatory. None of the 3 people urged to go on the road. Time passed slowly. During this process, Luo Chen released Yanjuan and asked her to try to find some fire-attributed resources nearby. Pick up those safe places to explore. Try not to provoke dangerous ones. When another day of practice ended, Luo Chen felt a little tired. This kind of non-stop operation of the life-defining skills is often only performed during deep retreat, which puts great pressure on the cultivator's soul. Even he has to stop and rest from time to time. He took out a Bigu pill from the storage ring and swallowed it. While his body felt a little full, his attention fell on the rolling magma river under his feet. There was a red fish swimming nearby. Wow! As Luo Chen looked at it, the red fish jumped out of the river lively, splashing layers of red waves. It was the 4th level fire spirit. Perhaps because Luo Chen saved the silver-white fire python, this red fish, which is also a fire spirit, has become more friendly to him. Recently, it has swam to his side from time to time, and absorbed some of the pure fire spirit energy leaking from the 5 elements lotus platform. Looking at the red fish, Luo Chen's mind moved. A wisp of green flame appeared on his fingertips. He has been refining the withered and flourishing true fire for decades, even close to 100 years. It has absorbed a lot of monster's vitality and has a deep foundation. This time when he came to the blazing purgatory, he swallowed 7 low-level sourceless fires and a 4th level burning sky fire. Logically, its power should be greater. But he swallowed it hastily, and he didn't have time to completely control its power, resulting in a lackluster performance in the battle with the mermaid King Liu Jin. It shouldn't be like this. Muttering, Luo Chen fell into deep thought. He began to reflect on the battle with the mermaid King Liu Jin. With the opponent injured and without the advantage of home court, he still fell into disadvantage in the head-on battle, and even had to do the gecko's tail-breaking thing. This result was unacceptable to him. Why? Half a month later, Luo Chen was still sitting by the river. In the magma river under his feet, a green fire tree was stretching its branches, allowing the red fish fire spirit to roll up the magma and pour it on the branches. The green fire tree did not dodge at all, but felt extremely comfortable. From time to time, it also differentiated into wisps of green flames to provoke the red fish, causing the red fish to laugh inexplicably. With such a close relationship, it is estimated that Luo Chen took the opportunity to devour and refine it, and he was ignorant. Luo Chen would not do such a thing. For now, the quantity and quality of the withered and prosperous fire spirit devouring the sourceless fire have reached the limit, and it is beyond his control to go further. While controlling the withered and flourishing true fire and playing with the red fish, Luo Chen was chatting with Han Zan through telepathy. The content of the conversation was obviously about something that had troubled Luo Chen for more than half a month. The spells are still exquisite, and the magic weapons are used just right. When it comes to grasping the opportunity and using the battlefield, it is unmatched. Han Zan analyzed it carefully for Luo Chen. Finally, he came to a conclusion. You didn't do anything wrong in that battle. Seeing Luo Chen's sad face, Han Zan said helplessly, why should you be too hard on yourself? You were able to defeat a Yuanying true person. If you spread the news, the whole cultivation world would be shocked. How will those veteran giant and cultivators deal with your attitude? Luo Chen forced a smile and said in a low voice, I just think that I could have done better in that battle, but I don't know where the problem is. Maybe there is no problem. Han Zan objected, and said seriously, that Liu Jin is not a weakling, but a survivor in the war of demons. Even when my physical body is still there, it is still unknown who will win against him. If it is on the sea, I will definitely lose. This is a comfort and a fact. Liu Jin is a generation of Mermaid King, and his best skills are to control water vapor. When Zhu Sanrun, a true person who is said to be comparable to a great cultivator in the late Yuanying period, chased him in the sinking sea, he let Liu Jin escape. From this, we can see what the other party can do. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and just said, Senior, you are too modest, and then he didn't respond. Suddenly, Luo Chen looked up and saw a light flying over. It was Xiangxuan. Behind Xiangxuan was a black-clothed monk with a strong aura. Swish! The wind whistled and Xiangxuan fell to the ground. Master! Luo Chen raised his hand, interrupted Xiangxuan's words, and then looked at the newcomer coldly. The black-clothed monk noticed Luo Chen's presence, his body stopped, and then his eyes fell on the 5-colored lotus platform under Luo Chen's seat. He opened his mouth and showed ecstasy. Top grade 5-element lotus platform. This treasure, I want it. After saying that, he kicked the flying sword under his feet, exuding a murderous intent and killing Luo Chen. There was almost no nonsense, and the monk seized the treasure. It was so simple and direct. Luo Chen had thought about meeting other people in the land of falling demons, but he didn't expect that whether it was the group of people from the Red Corpse Master or this black-clothed monk at the 8th level of the Golden Core, they were also pure. They robbed others of their things, and they were not even willing to say a hypocritical "this treasure is destined for me." It can only be said that the land of falling demons, which separates the inside and the outside, has maximized the meanness of human nature. No matter whether it is a human or a demon, they are too lazy to pretend. Including Luo Chen himself. Facing the whistling flying sword, Luo Chen's expression did not change, and he just stretched out his left hand. Seeing the behavior of a cultivator at the 6th level of the Golden Core, the black-clothed monk sneered. "You are looking for death? My Zongmiao sword is made by collecting the absolute evil spirit and a large amount of Zhengjin. It is extremely sharp and can hardly be resisted by ordinary defensive magic weapons. You are so arrogant that you want to take it with your bare hands. Take it with your bare hands." A look of surprise appeared on his face. Because the left hand, as white as jade, clamped the tip of the sword so lightly. No matter how the black-robed monk used his magic power, the so-called Zongmiao sword was still motionless under the terrifying force. How is this possible? He roared in his heart, with a look of disbelief. Then, he saw the red-robed Taoist pinching his right hand, and finally spreading his fingers into a palm, pushing out horizontally. A huge green palm print came rumbling. The black-robed monk no longer cared about recalling his life-defining magic weapon, and hurriedly used the defense technique, but under the green palm print, all defenses were equivalent to nothingness. Even if he finally took out a low-grade defense magic weapon, a wisp of green flame attached to it, and the defense magic weapon dimmed under the black-robed monk's eyes, as if it had lost its vitality. Boom! A palm pushed 800 feet horizontally. The black-robed monk was like a ragbag, flipping in the air in the violent magic power. Xiangxun took the opportunity to jump, fanning the banana fan in his hand wildly, and several wisps of strong wind were sprinkled, directly killing him. When the storm died down, Xiangxun returned to Luo Chen's seat with a storage bag. "My lord, this person coveted a piece of 4th-order amber lava that I dug, and chased me along the way." Xiangxun reported what happened, but when he got to the end, he found that Luo Chen was a little absent-minded. Ling. The Zongmiao sword fell to the ground. Luo Chen stared at his left and right hands, revealing a thoughtful look. "Yes, my magic is exquisite, and the control of magic weapons is unmatched, but this is the method of a key refiner. But now, my best skill is obviously body refining. In the past, I used body refining as a trump card to kill, and I usually used magic and magic weapons against the enemy. Even when fighting against Jiahong Liujin, I follow this habit. Obviously, this habit has flaws now." He slowly put down his right hand, leaving only his left hand in front of him. When fighting with top powerhouses, life and death are only a line, and the way of balance is absolutely not desirable. Even if his magic is exquisite, he still can't cross the gap between Jiandan and Yuanying. To break the situation, only this strong physique comparable to that of a wild beast can be used. Next, if I encounter an enemy at the Yuanying level again, maybe I should change my fighting style. The left palm slowly clenched, forming a fist as big as a sandbag, with muscles tensed and knuckles ferocious. On a mountain top. The pale-faced Moyan cave master looked at this scene, and his heart trembled. He has become stronger again. A giant and great cultivator who is not easy to provoke at first glance, couldn't even survive a single move under his hands. How capable is this? Tai Sui next to him smiled happily. "Be stronger. Be stronger." Facing Moyan Cave Master's surprise, he explained slightly unnaturally, "I mean, the land of meteorites is full of dangers. The stronger he is, the safer we are, right?" Moyan Cave Master accepted this statement. Indeed, as of now, the land of meteorites is very dangerous. Not only are there foreign cultivators fighting for it, but there are also some powerful beings naturally generated locally. Those 4th-level beasts, fire spirits, and even the overlords of a place are definitely not something that these giant and cultivators can contend with. If they want to gain something, they must have the powerful fighting force of King Gang Demon Lord, who is comparable to the nascent soul stage, to stand in front. Tai Sui looked up at the sky and said, "How are you now? Can you set off?" Moyan Cave Master coughed twice and nodded slowly. That's good. I'll ask King Gang Demon Lord to set a time to leave the blazing purgatory. Tai Sui went down the mountain leisurely. He didn't want to stay in this blazing purgatory for a day. 1 month later. In a primitive ancient forest that exuded rich vitality, 3 figures loomed. The fat cultivator walked in front, and behind him was an old man and a young man. The 3 people's steps were not fast, nor slow, just walking in the deep and shallow footsteps. Suddenly, in front of them, a tens of feet high ancient tree, with thick branches slapped horizontally. HMPH. The fat cultivator snorted coldly, and the branch stopped in front of the 3 people. Moyan Cave Master looked at this scene in astonishment, and finally his eyes fell on the huge face transformed by the trunk of the ancient tree. Wood Spirit. The spirit of the ancient tree looked at the 3 people in confusion, and its branches and leaves swayed, and finally tilted its branches slightly towards the fat monk, as if to salute. It seems that you still remember me. Tai Sui smiled slightly and waved his hand. In an instant, the ancient trees in front of him trembled together, and the branches and vines spread out, as if to make way. Tai Sui turned around and said, "This 100 Crows ghost forest contains countless wood spirits and Delvine crows. It is definitely the most dangerous place in the 5 elements heaven. There's even a woodman king and a Delvine crow ancestor living there, both of which are at the 5th level. Their danger is no less than that of the iron-devouring beast in Kaienrin Mountain, the heaven and earth in the flowing sand sea, and the vermilion bird fire spirit in the blazing purgatory. With them in charge, even a nascent soul expert would not dare to cross the 100 Crows ghost forest easily." The Lord of Moyan Cave was horrified. There are actually 2 powerful beings comparable to the 5th level here. Of course, after all, the 100 Crows ghost forest exists to protect Mushin. Tai Sui pointed with his right hand, and across the distance, a towering plain came into view. That is Mushin, which was once the spiritual medicine garden of the demon lord Lianshan. At this point, he paused, his face showing pride. "And you got one thing wrong, it's not 2, but 3. He pointed at himself. "I was once one of the 3 giants of the 100 Crows ghost forest. This time, you are blessed to have me leading the way." After saying that, Tai Sui laughed loudly, and his laughter spread throughout the ancient forest, causing the trees to tremble and the crows to fly up. He strode forward, and wherever he passed, the withered vines and ancient trees all gave way. The 3 of them moved forward all the way, as if on a smooth road. Luo Chen watched this scene calmly, and finally looked at the towering plain surrounded by the endless ghost forest. There is the rumored Mushin. It is also the place where countless North Sea monks went after entering the sunken sea. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.